Chapter 1 of Book First of The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Denholm. The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot. Book First, Boy and Girl. Chapter 1, Outside Dorlcote Mill. A wide plain where the broadening Floss hurries on between its green banks to the sea, and the loving tide rushing to meet it checks its passage with an impetuous embrace. On this mighty tide the black ships, laden with the fresh-scented fir planks, with rounded sacks of oil-bearing seed, or with the dark glitter of coal, are borne along to the town of St. Ogg's, which shows its aged, fluted red roofs and the broad gables of its wharfs between the low wooded hill and the river brink, tinging the water with a soft purple hue under the transient glance of this February sun. Far away on each hand stretch the rich pastures and the patches of dark earth, made ready for the seed of broad-leaved green crops, or touched already with the tint of the tender-bladed autumn-sown corn. There is a remnant still of the last year's golden clusters of beehive ricks rising at intervals beyond the hedgerows, and everywhere the hedgerows are studded with trees. The distant ships seem to be lifting their masts and stretching their red-brown sails close among the branches of the spreading ash. Just by the red-roofed town the tributary Ripple flows with a lively current into the Floss. How lovely the little river is, with its dark, changing wavelets! It seems to me like a living companion while I wander along the bank and listen to its low, placid voice, as to the voice of one who is deaf and loving. I remember those large dipping willows. I remember the stone bridge. And this is Dorlcote Mill. I must stand a minute or two here on the bridge and look at it, though the clouds are threatening and it is far on in the afternoon. Even in this leafless time of departing February, it is pleasant to look at. Perhaps the chill, damp season adds a charm to the trimly kept, comfortable dwelling-house, as old as the elms and chestnuts that shelter it from the northern blast. The stream is brimful now, and lies high in this little withy plantation, and half drowns the grassy fringe of the croft in front of the house. As I look at the full stream, the vivid grass, the delicate bright green powder softening the outline of the great trunks and branches that gleam from under the bare purple boughs, I am in love with moistness, and envy the white ducks that are dipping their heads far into the water here among the withies, unmindful of the awkward appearance they make in the drier world above. The rush of the water and the booming of the mill bring a dreamy deafness which seems to heighten the peacefulness of the scene. They are like a great curtain of sound, shutting one out from the world beyond. And now there is the thunder of the huge covered wagon coming home with sacks of grain. That honest waggoner is thinking of his dinner, getting sadly dry in the oven at this late hour, but he will not touch it till he has fed his horses, the strong, submissive, meek-eyed beasts, who, I fancy, are looking mild reproach at him from between their blinkers, that he should crack his whip at them in that awful manner, as if they needed that hint. See how they stretch their shoulders up the slope towards the bridge, with all the more energy because they are so near home. Look at their grand, shaggy feet that seem to grasp the firm earth, at the patient strength of their necks bowed under the heavy collar, at the mighty muscles of their struggling haunches. I should like well to hear them neigh over their hardly earned feed of corn, and see them with their moist necks freed from the harness, dipping their eager nostrils into the muddy pond. Now they are on the bridge, and down they go again at a swifter pace, and the arch of the covered waggon disappears at the turning behind the trees. Now I can turn my eyes towards the mill again, and watch the unresting wheel sending out its diamond jets of water. That little girl is watching it too. She has been standing on just the same spot at the edge of the water ever since I paused on the bridge. And that queer white cur with the brown ear seems to be leaping and barking in ineffectual remonstrance with the wheel. Perhaps he is jealous because his playfellow in the beaver bonnet is so rapt in its movement. It is time the little playfellow went in, I think, and there is a very bright fire to tempt her. The red light shines out under the deepening grey of the sky. It is time, too, for me to leave off resting my arms on the cold stone of this bridge. Ah, my arms are really benumbed. I have been pressing my elbows on the arms of my chair, and dreaming that I was standing on the bridge in front of Dorlcote Mill as it looked one February afternoon many years ago. Before I dozed off, I was going to tell you what Mr. and Mrs. Tulliver were talking about as they sat by the bright fire in the left-hand parlour on that very afternoon I have been dreaming of. End of Book First, Chapter 1. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 2 of Book First of The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Mr. Tulliver of Dorlcote Mill declares his resolution about Tom. "What I want, you know," said Mr. Tulliver, "what I want is to give Tom a good education, an education as'll be a bread to him. That was what I was thinking of when I gave notice for him to leave the academy at Lady Day. I mean to put him to a downright good school at midsummer. The 2 years at the academy 'ud have done well enough if I'd meant to make a miller and farmer of him, for he's had a fine sight more schooling nor I ever got. All the learning my father ever paid for was a bit of birch at one end and the alphabet at t'other. But I should like Tom to be a bit of a scholard, so as he might be up to the tricks of these fellows as talk fine and write with a flourish. It'd be a help to me with these lawsuits and arbitrations and things. I wouldn't make a downright lawyer of the lad. I should be sorry for him to be a rascal. But a sort of engineer or a surveyor or an auctioneer and valuer, like Riley, or one of them smartish businesses as are all profits and no outlay, only for a big watch chain and a high stool. They're pretty nigh all one, and they're not far from being even with the law, I believe, for Riley looks Lawyer Wakeham i' the face as hard as one cat looks another. He's none frightened at him." Mr. Tulliver was speaking to his wife, a blonde, comely woman in a fan-shaped cap. I am afraid to think how long it is since fan-shaped caps were worn. They must be so near coming in again. At that time, when Mrs. Tulliver was nearly 40, they were new at St. Ogg's and considered sweet things. "Well, Mr. Tulliver, you know best. I've no objections. But hadn't I better kill a couple of fowl and have aunts and uncles to dinner next week, so as you may hear what Sister Glegg and Sister Pullet have got to say about it? There's a couple of fowl wants killing." "You may kill every fowl i' the yard if you like, Bessie, but I shall ask neither aunt nor uncle what I'm to do with my own lad," said Mr. Tulliver defiantly. "Dear heart," said Mrs. Tulliver, shocked at this sanguinary rhetoric. "How can you talk so, Mr. Tulliver? But it's your way to speak disrespectful of my family, and Sister Glegg throws all the blame upon me, though I'm sure I'm as innocent as the babe unborn, for nobody's ever heard me say as I wasn't lucky for my children to have aunts and uncles as can live independent. However, if Tom's to go to a new school, I should like him to go where I can wash him and mend him, else he might as well have calico as linen, for they'd be one as yallow as the other before they've been washed half a dozen times. And then, when the box is going backwards and forwards, I could send the lad a cake or a pork pie or an apple, for he can do with an extra bit, bless him, whether they stint him at the meals or no. My children can eat as much victuals as most, thank God." "Well, well, we won't send him out to reach of the carrier's cart if other things fit in," said Mr. Tulliver. "But you mustn't put a spoke i' the wheel about the washing if we can't get a school near enough. That's the fault I have to find with you, Bessie. If you see a stick i' the road, you're allus thinking you can't step over it. You'd want me not to hire a good waggoner 'cause he'd got a mole on his face." "Dear heart," said Mrs. Tulliver in mild surprise, "when did I ever make objections to a man because he'd got a mole on his face? I'm sure I'm rather fond of the moles, for my brother as is dead and gone had a mole on his brow. But I can't remember your ever offering to hire a waggoner with a mole, Mr. Tulliver. There was John Gibbs hadn't a mole on his face no more nor you have, and I was all for having you hire him. And so you did hire him, and if he hadn't died of inflammation, as we paid Dr. Turnbull for attending him, he'd very like have been driving the waggon now. He might have a mole somewhere out of sight, but how was I to know that, Mr. Tulliver?" "No, no, Bessie, I didn't mean justly the mole. I meant it to stand for somewhat else, but never mind, it's puzzling work talking is. What I'm thinking on is how to find the right sort of school to send Tom to, for I might be ta'en in again, as I've been with Academy. I'll have nothing to do with Academy again. Whatever school I send Tom to, it shan't be Academy. It shall be a place where the lads spend their time is somewhat else besides blacking the family shoes and getting up the potatoes. It's an uncommon puzzling thing to know what school to pick." Mr. Tulliver paused a minute or two, and dived with both hands into his breeches pockets, as if he hoped to find some suggestion there. Apparently he was not disappointed, for he presently said, "I know what I'll do. I'll talk it over with Riley. He's coming tomorrow to arbitrate about the dam." "Well, Mr. Tulliver, I've put the sheets out for the best bed, and Kezia's got 'em hanging at the fire. They aren't the best sheets, but they're good enough for anybody to sleep in, be he who he will. For as for them best Holland sheets, I should repent buying 'em, only they'll do to lay us out in. And if you was to die tomorrow, Mr. Tulliver, they're mangled beautiful and all ready, and smell of lavender, as it'd be a pleasure to lay 'em out. And they lie at the left-hand corner of the big oak linen chest at the back, not as I should trust anybody to look 'em out but myself." As Mrs. Tulliver uttered the last sentence, she drew a bright bunch of keys from her pocket and singled out one, rubbing her thumb and finger up and down it with a placid smile while she looked at the clear fire. If Mr. Tulliver had been a susceptible man in his conjugal relation, he might have supposed that she drew out the key to aid her imagination in anticipating the moment when he would be in a state to justify the production of the best Holland sheets. Happily he was not so. He was only susceptible in this respect of his right to water power. Moreover, he had the marital habit of not listening very closely, and, since his mention of Mr. Riley, had been apparently occupied in a tactile examination of his woolen stockings. "I think I've hit it, Bessie," was his first remark after a short silence. "Riley's as likely a man as any to know some school. He's had schooling himself, and goes about to all sorts of places, arbitrating and valying and that. And we shall have time to talk it over tomorrow night when the business is done. I want Tom to be such a sort of man as Riley, you know, as can talk pretty nigh as well as if it was all wrought out for him, and knows a good lot of words as don't mean much, so as you can't lay hold of 'em i' law, and a good solid knowledge of business too." "Well," said Mrs. Tulliver, "so far as talking proper, and knowing everything, and walking with a bend in his back, and setting his hair up, I shouldn't mind the lad being brought up to that. But them fine talking men from the big towns mostly wear the false shirt fronts. They wear a frill till it's all a mess, and then hide it with a bib. I know Riley does. And then if Tom's to go and live at Mudport like Riley, he'll have a house with a kitchen hardly big enough to turn in, and never get a fresh egg for his breakfast, and sleep up 3 pair of stairs, or 4 for what I know, and be burnt to death before he can get down." "No, no," said Mr. Tulliver, "I've no thoughts of his going to Mudport. I mean him to set up his office at St. Ogg's, close by us, and live at home. But," continued Mr. Tulliver after a pause, "what I'm a bit afraid on is, as Tom hasn't got the right sort of brains for a smart fellow. I doubt he's a bit slowish. He takes after your family, Bessie." "Yes, that he does," said Mrs. Tulliver, accepting the last proposition entirely on its own merits. "He's wonderful for liking a deal of salt in his broth. That was my brother's way, and my father's before him." "It seems a bit of a pity, though," said Mr. Tulliver, "as the lad should take after the mother's side instead of the little wench. That's the worst on't with the crossing of breeds. You can never justly calculate what'll come on't. The little un takes after my side now. She's twice as cute as Tom. Too cute for a woman, I'm afraid," continued Mr. Tulliver, turning his head dubiously first on one side, then on the other. "It's no mischief much while she's a little un, but an over-cute woman's no better nor a long-tailed sheep. She'll fetch none the bigger price for that." "Yes, it is a mischief while she's a little un, Mr. Tulliver, for it all runs to naughtiness. How to keep her in a clean pinafore 2 hours together passes my cunning. And now you put me in mind," continued Mrs. Tulliver, rising and going to the window, "I don't know where she is now, and it's pretty nigh tea time. Ah, I thought so, wandering up and down by the water like a wild thing. She'll tumble in some day." Mrs. Tulliver rapped the window sharply, beckoned, and shook her head, a process which she repeated more than once before she returned to her chair. "You talk of cuteness, Mr. Tulliver," she observed as she sat down, "but I'm sure the child's half an idiot in some things, for if I send her upstairs to fetch anything, she forgets what she's gone for, and perhaps'll sit down on the floor in the sunshine and plait her hair and sing to herself like a bedlam creature, all the while I'm waiting for her downstairs. That niver run in my family, thank God, no more nor a brown skin as makes her look like a mulatter. I don't like to fly in the face of Providence, but it seems hard as I should have but one girl, and her so comical." "Pooh, nonsense," said Mr. Tulliver. "She's a straight black-eyed wench as anybody need wish to see." I don't know what she's behind other folks' children, and she can read almost as well as the parson. But her hair won't curl all I can do with it, and she's so franzy about having it put i' paper, and I've such work as never was to make her stand and have it pinched with the irons." Cut it off short," said the father rashly. "How can you talk so, Mr. Tulliver? She's too big a girl, gone 9, and tall of her age, to have her hair cut short. And there's her cousin Lucy's got a row of curls round her head, and not a hair out of place. It seems hard as my sister Dean should have that pretty child. I'm sure Lucy takes more after me nor my own child does." "Maggie, Maggie," continued the mother in a tone of half-coaxing fretfulness as this small mistake of nature entered the room, "where's the use of my telling you to keep away from the water? You'll tumble in and be drownded some day, and then you'll be sorry you didn't do as your mother told you." Maggie's hair, as she threw off her bonnet, painfully confirmed her mother's accusation. Mrs. Tulliver, desiring her daughter to have a curled crop, like other folks' children, had had it cut too short in front to be pushed behind the ears, and as it was usually straight an hour after it had been taken out of paper, Maggie was incessantly tossing her head to keep the dark, heavy locks out of her gleaming black eyes, an action which gave her very much the air of a small Shetland pony. Oh dear, Maggie, what are you thinking of, to throw your bonnet down there? Take it upstairs, there's a good girl, and let your hair be brushed, and put your other pinafore on, and change your shoes. Do, for shame, and come and go on with your patchwork like a little lady." "Oh, mother," said Maggie in a vehemently cross tone, "I don't want to do my patchwork." "What, not your pretty patchwork to make a counterpane for your Aunt Glegg?" "It's foolish work," said Maggie with a toss of her mane, "tearing things to pieces to sew them together again. And I don't want to do anything for my Aunt Glegg. I don't like her." Exit Maggie, dragging her bonnet by the string, while Mr. Tulliver laughs audibly. "I wonder at you as you laugh at her, Mr. Tulliver," said the mother, with feeble fretfulness in her tone. "You encourage her in naughtiness, and her aunts will have it as it's me spoils her." Mrs. Tulliver was what is called a good-tempered person, never cried when she was a baby on any slighter ground than hunger and pins, and from the cradle upwards had been healthy, fair, plump, and dull-witted. In short, the flower of her family for beauty and amiability. But milk and mildness are not the best things for keeping, and when they turn only a little sour, they may disagree with young stomachs seriously. I have often wondered whether those early Madonnas of Raphael, with the blonde faces and somewhat stupid expression, kept their placidity undisturbed when their strong-limbed, strong-willed boys got a little too old to do without clothing. I think they must have been given to feeble remonstrance, getting more and more peevish as it became more and more ineffectual. End of Chapter 2 of Book First. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 3 of Book First of The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Mr. Riley gives his advice concerning a school for Tom. The gentleman in the ample white cravat and shirt frill, taking his brandy and water so pleasantly with his good friend Tulliver, is Mr. Riley, a gentleman with a waxen complexion and fat hands, rather highly educated for an auctioneer and appraiser, but large-hearted enough to show a great deal of bonhomie towards simple country acquaintances of hospitable habits. Mr. Riley spoke of such acquaintances kindly as people of the old school. The conversation had come to a pause. Mr. Tulliver, not without a particular reason, had abstained from a seventh recital of the cool retort by which Riley had shown himself too many for Dick's, and how Wakeham had had his comb cut for once in his life. Now the business of the dam had been settled by arbitration, and how there never would be any dispute at all about the height of water if everybody was what they should be, and old Harry hadn't made the lawyers. Mr. Tulliver was on the whole a man of safe, traditional opinions, but on one or two points he had trusted to his unassisted intellect, and had arrived at several questionable conclusions. Among the rest, that rats, weevils, and lawyers were created by old Harry. Unhappily, he had no one to tell him that this was rampant Manichaeism, else he might have seen his error. But today it was clear that the good principle was triumphant. This affair of the water power had been a tangled business somehow, for all it seemed, look at it one way, as plain as water's water. But, big a puzzle as it was, it hadn't got the better of Riley. Mr. Tulliver took his brandy and water a little stronger than usual, and for a man who might be supposed to have a few hundreds lying idle at his banker's, was rather incautiously open in expressing his high estimate of his friend's business talents. But the dam was a subject of conversation that would keep. It could always be taken up again at the same point, and exactly in the same condition. And there was another subject, as you know, on which Mr. Tulliver was in pressing want of Mr. Riley's advice. This was his particular reason for remaining silent for a short space after his last draught, and rubbing his knees in a meditative manner. He was not a man to make an abrupt transition. This was a puzzling world, as he often said, and if you drive your waggon in a hurry, you may light on an awkward corner. Mr. Riley, meanwhile, was not impatient. Why should he be? Even Hotspur, one would think, must have been patient in his slippers on a warm hearth, taking copious snuff and sipping gratuitous brandy and water. "There's a thing I've got in my head," said Mr. Tulliver at last, in rather a lower tone than usual, as he turned his head and looked steadfastly at his companion. "Ah," said Mr. Riley, in a tone of mild interest. He was a man with heavy waxen eyelids and high-arched eyebrows, looking exactly the same under all circumstances. This immovability of face, and the habit of taking a pinch of snuff before he gave an answer, made him trebly oracular to Mr. Tulliver. "It's a very particular thing," he went on. "It's about my boy Tom." At the sound of this name, Maggie, who was seated on a low stool close by the fire, with a large book open on her lap, shook her heavy hair back and looked up eagerly. There were few sounds that roused Maggie when she was dreaming over her book, but Tom's name served as well as the shrillest whistle, and in an instant she was on the watch, with gleaming eyes like a Skye terrier suspecting mischief, or at all events determined to fly at anyone who threatened it towards Tom. "You see, I want to put him to a new school at midsummer," said Mr. Tulliver. "He's coming away from the academy at Lady Day, and I shall let him run loose for a quarter, but after that I want to send him to a downright good school, where they'll make a scholard of him." "Well," said Mr. Riley, "there's no greater advantage you can give him than a good education." "Not he added with polite significance. "Not that a man can't be an excellent miller and farmer, and a shrewd, sensible fellow into the bargain, without much help from the schoolmaster." "I believe you," said Mr. Tulliver, winking, and turning his head on one side, "but that's where it is. I don't mean Tom to be a miller and farmer. I see no fun i' that. Why, if I made him a miller and farmer, he'd be expecting to take to the mill and the land, and a hinting at me, as it was time for me to lay by and think o' my latter end. Nay, nay, I've seen enough of that with sons. I'll never pull my coat off before I go to bed. I shall give Tom an education, and put him to a business, as he might make a nest for himself, and not wanting to push me out o' mine. Pretty well if he gets it when I'm dead and gone. I shan't be put off with spoon meat afore I've lost me teeth." This was evidently a point on which Mr. Tulliver felt strongly, and the impetus which had given unusual rapidity and emphasis to his speech showed itself still unexhausted for some minutes afterwards, in a defiant motion of the head from side to side, and an occasional "nay, nay," like a subsiding growl. These angry symptoms were keenly observed by Maggie, and cut her to the quick. Tom, it appeared, was supposed capable of turning his father out of doors, and of making the future in some way tragic by his wickedness. This was not to be borne, and Maggie jumped up from her stool, forgetting all about her heavy book, which fell with a bang within the fender, and going up between her father's knees, said, in a half-crying, half-indignant voice, "Father, Tom wouldn't be naughty to you ever. I know he wouldn't." Mrs. Tulliver was out of the room superintending a choice supper dish, and Mr. Tulliver's heart was touched. So Maggie was not scolded about the book. Mr. Riley quietly picked it up and looked at it, while the father laughed with a certain tenderness in his hard-lined face, and patted his little girl on the back, and then held her hands and kept her between his knees. "What, they mustn't say any harm of Tom, eh?" said Mr. Tulliver, looking at Maggie with a twinkling eye. Then, in a lower voice, turning to Mr. Riley, as though Maggie couldn't hear, "She understands what one's talking about so as never was, and you should hear her read straight off as if she knowed it all beforehand, and all is at a book. But it's bad, Mr. Tulliver added sadly, checking this blamable exultation. "A woman's no business with being so clever. It'll turn to trouble, I doubt. But bless you," here the exultation was clearly recovering the mastery, "she'll read the books and understand 'em better nor half the folks as are growed up." Maggie's cheeks began to flush with triumphant excitement. She thought Mr. Riley would have a respect for her now. It had been evident that he thought nothing of her before. Mr. Riley was turning over the leaves of the book, and she could make nothing of his face with its high arched eyebrows, but he presently looked at her and said, Come and tell me something about this book. Here are some pictures. I want to know what they mean." Maggie, with deepening colour, went without hesitation to Mr. Riley's elbow and looked over the book, eagerly seizing one corner and tossing back her mane, while she said, "Oh, I'll tell you what that means. It's a dreadful picture, isn't it? But I can't help looking at it. That old woman in the water's a witch. They've put her in to find out whether she's a witch or no, and if she swims, she's a witch, and if she's drowned and killed, you know, she's innocent and not a witch, but only a poor silly old woman. But what good would it do her then, you know, when she was drowned? Only I suppose she'd go to heaven, and God would make it up to her. And this dreadful blacksmith with his arms akimbo, laughing. Oh, isn't he ugly? I'll tell you what he is. He's the devil, really." Here Maggie's voice became louder and more emphatic. "And not a right blacksmith, for the devil takes the shape of wicked men and walks about and sets people doing wicked things, and he's oftener in the shape of a bad man than any other, because, you know, if people saw he was the devil and he roared at them, they'd run away, and he couldn't make 'em do what he pleased." Mr. Tulliver had listened to this exposition of Maggie's with petrifying wonder. "Why, what book is it that the wench has got hold on?" he burst out at last. "The History of the Devil by Daniel Defoe. Not quite the right book for a little girl," said Mr. Riley. "How came it among your books, Tulliver?" Maggie looked hurt and discouraged, while her father said, "Why, it's one of the books I bought at Partridge's sale. They was all bound alike. It's a good binding, you see, and I thought they'd all be good books. There's Jeremy Taylor's Holy Living and Dying among 'em. I read in it often of a Sunday." Mr. Tulliver felt somehow a familiarity with that great writer, because his name was Jeremy. "And there's a lot more of 'em, sermons mostly, I think. But they've all got the same covers, and I thought they were all a one sample, as you may say. But it seems one mustn't judge by the outside. This is a puzzling world." "Well," said Mr. Riley, in an admonitory patronising tone, as he patted Maggie on the head, "I advise you to put by the History of the Devil and read some prettier book. Have you no prettier books?" "Oh, yes," said Maggie, reviving a little in the desire to vindicate the variety of her reading. "I know the reading in this book isn't pretty, but I like the pictures, and I make stories to the pictures out of my own head, you know. But I've got Aesop's Fables and a book about kangaroos and things, and the Pilgrim's Progress." "Ah, a beautiful book," said Mr. Riley. "You can't read a better." "Well, but there's a great deal about the devil in that," said Maggie triumphantly, "and I'll show you the picture of him in his true shape, as he fought with Christian." Maggie ran in an instant to the corner of the room, jumped on a chair, and reached down from the small bookcase a shabby old copy of Bunyan, which opened at once without the least trouble of search at the picture she wanted. "Here he is," she said, running back to Mr. Riley, "and Tom coloured him for me with his paints when he was at home last holidays. The body all black, you know, and the eyes red like fire, because he's all fire inside, and it shines out at his eyes." "Go, go," said Mr. Tulliver peremptorily, beginning to feel rather uncomfortable at these free remarks on the personal appearance of a being powerful enough to create lawyers. "Shut up the book, and let's hear no more of such talk. It is as I thought, the child will learn more mischief nor good with the books. Go, go, and see after your mother." Maggie shut up the book at once, with a sense of disgrace, but not being inclined to see after her mother, she compromised the matter by going into a dark corner behind her father's chair, and nursing her doll, towards which she had an occasional fit of fondness in Tom's absence, neglecting its toilette, but lavishing so many warm kisses on it that the waxen cheeks had a wasted, unhealthy appearance. "Did you ever hear the like on't?" said Mr. Tulliver, as Maggie retired. "It's a pity but what she'd been the lad. She'd have been a match for the lawyers, she would. It's the wonderfullest thing," here he lowered his voice, "as I picked the mother because she wasn't o'er cute, being a good-looking woman too, and come of a rare family for managing. But I picked her from her sisters a purpose, because she was a bit weak-like, for I wasn't a-going to be told the rights of things by my own fireside. But you see, when a man's got brains himself, there's no knowing where they'll run to, and a pleasant sort of soft woman may go on breeding you stupid lads and cute wenches till it's like as if the world was turned topsy-turvy. It's an uncommon puzzling thing." Mr. Riley's gravity gave way, and he shook a little under the application of his pinch of snuff before he said, "But your lad's not stupid, is he? I saw him, when I was here last, busy making fishing tackle. He seemed quite up to it." "Well, he isn't not to say stupid. He's got a notion of things out o' door, and a sort of common sense as he'd lay hold of things by the right handle. But he's slow with his tongue, you see, and he reads but poorly, and can't abide the books, and spells all wrong, they tell me, and as shy as can be with strangers, and you never hear him say cute things like the little wench. Now what I want is to send him to a school where they'll make him a bit nimble with his tongue and his pen, and make a smart chap of him. I want my son to be even with these fellows as have got the start of me with having better schooling. Not but what if the world had been left as God made it, I could have seen my way and held my own with the best of 'em. But things have got so twisted round and wrapped up in unreasonable words as aren't a bit like 'em, as I'm clean at fault often and often. Everything winds about so. The more straightforward you are, the more you're puzzled." Mr. Tulliver took a draught, swallowed it slowly, and shook his head in a melancholy manner, conscious of exemplifying the truth that a perfectly sane intellect is hardly at home in this insane world. "You're quite in the right of it, Tulliver," observed Mr. Riley. "Better spend an extra 100 or 2 on your son's education than leave it him in your will. I know I should have tried to do so by a son of mine if I'd had one, though God knows I haven't your ready money to play with, Tulliver, and I have a house full of daughters into the bargain." "I dare say now you know of a school as 'ud be just the thing for Tom," said Mr. Tulliver, not diverted from his purpose by any sympathy with Mr. Riley's deficiency of ready cash. Mr. Riley took a pinch of snuff, and kept Mr. Tulliver in suspense by a silence that seemed deliberative before he said, "I know of a very fine chance for any one that's got the necessary money, and that's what you have, Tulliver. The fact is, I wouldn't recommend any friend of mine to send a boy to a regular school if he could afford to do better. But if any one wanted his boy to get superior instruction and training, where he would be the companion of his master, and that master a first-rate fellow, I know his man. I wouldn't mention the chance to everybody, because I don't think everybody would succeed in getting it if he were to try. But I mention it to you, Tulliver, between ourselves." The fixed, inquiring glance with which Mr. Tulliver had been watching his friend's oracular face became quite eager. "Aye, now, let's hear," he said, adjusting himself in his chair with the complacency of a person who is thought worthy of important communications. "He's an Oxford man," said Mr. Riley sententiously, shutting his mouth close and looking at Mr. Tulliver to observe the effect of this stimulating information. "What, a parson?" said Mr. Tulliver, rather doubtfully. "Yes, and an M.A. The bishop, I understand, thinks very highly of him. Why, it was the bishop who got him his present curacy." "Ah," said Mr. Tulliver, to whom one thing was as wonderful as another concerning these unfamiliar phenomena. "But what can he want with Tom, then?" "Why, the fact is, he's fond of teaching, and wishes to keep up his studies, and a clergyman has but little opportunity for that in his parochial duties. He's willing to take 1 or 2 boys as pupils to fill up his time profitably. The boys would be quite of the family, the finest thing in the world for them, under Stelling's eye continually." "But do you think they'd give the poor lad twice a pudding?" said Mrs. Tulliver, who was now in her place again. "He's such a boy for pudding as never was, and a growing boy like that. It's dreadful to think of their stinting him." "And what money 'ud he want?" said Mr. Tulliver, whose instinct told him that the services of this admirable M.A. would bear a high price. "Why, I know of a clergyman who asks 150 with his youngest pupils, and he's not to be mentioned with Stelling, the man I speak of. I know on good authority that one of the chief people at Oxford said Stelling might get the highest honours if he chose. But he didn't care about university honours. He's a quiet man, not noisy." "Ah, a deal better, said Mr. Tulliver. "But 150's an uncommon price. I never thought of paying so much as that." "A good education, let me tell you, Tulliver, a good education is cheap at the money. But Stelling is moderate in his terms. He's not a grasping man. I've no doubt he'll take your boy at 100, and that's what you wouldn't get many other clergymen to do. I'll write to him about it if you like." Mr. Tulliver rubbed his knees and looked at the carpet in a meditative manner. "But belike he's a bachelor," observed Mrs. Tulliver in the interval, "and I've no opinion of housekeepers. There was my brother as is dead and gone, had a housekeeper once, and she took half the feathers out of the best bed and packed 'em up and sent 'em away. And it's unknown the linen she made away with. Stott her name was. It'd break my heart to send Tom where there's a housekeeper, and I hope you won't think of it, Mr. Tulliver." "You may set your mind at rest on that score, Mrs. Tulliver," said Mr. Riley, "for Stelling is married to as nice a little woman as any man need wish for a wife. There isn't a kinder little soul in the world. I know her family well. She has very much your complexion, light curly hair. She comes of a good Mudport family, and it's not every offer that would have been acceptable in that quarter. But Stelling's not an everyday man, rather a particular fellow as to the people he chooses to be connected with. But I think he would have no objection to take your son. I think he would not, on my representation." "I don't know what he could have against the lad," said Mrs. Tulliver, with a slight touch of motherly indignation. "A nice, fresh-skinned lad as anybody need wish to see." "But there's one thing I'm thinking on," said Mr. Tulliver, turning his head on one side and looking at Mr. Riley after a long perusal of the carpet. "Wouldn't a parson be almost too high learned to bring up a lad to be a man of business? My notion of the parsons was as they got a sort of learning as lay mostly out of sight. And that isn't what I want for Tom. I want him to know figures, and write like print, and see into things quick, and know what folks mean, and how to wrap things up in words as aren't actionable. It's an uncommon fine thing, that is," concluded Mr. Tulliver, shaking his head, "when you can let a man know what you think of him without paying for it." "Oh, my dear Tulliver," said Mr. Riley, "you're quite under a mistake about the clergy. All the best schoolmasters are of the clergy. The schoolmasters who are not clergymen are a very low set of men generally." "Aye, that Jacobs is at the academy," interposed Mr. Tulliver. "To be sure, men who have failed in other trades, most likely. Now, a clergyman is a gentleman by profession and education, and besides that he has the knowledge that will ground a boy and prepare him for entering on any career with credit. There may be some clergymen who are mere bookmen, but you may depend upon it, Stelling is not one of them. A man that's wide awake, let me tell you. Drop him a hint, and that's enough. You talk of figures now. You have only to say to Stelling, 'I want my son to be a thorough arithmetician, and you may leave the rest to him." Mr. Riley paused a moment, while Mr. Tulliver, somewhat reassured as to clerical tutorship, was inwardly rehearsing to an imaginary Mr. Stelling the statement, "I want my son to know arithmetic." "You see, my dear Tulliver," Mr. Riley continued, "when you get a thoroughly educated man like Stelling, he's at no loss to take up any branch of instruction. When a workman knows the use of his tools, he can make a door as well as a window." "Aye, that's true," said Mr. Tulliver, almost convinced now that the clergy must be the best of schoolmasters. "Well, I'll tell you what I'll do for you," said Mr. Riley, "and I wouldn't do it for everybody. I'll see Stelling's father-in-law, or drop him a line when I get back to Brassing, to say that you wish to place your boy with his son-in-law, and I dare say Stelling will write to you and send you his terms." "But there's no hurry, is there?" said Mrs. Tulliver. "For I hope, Mr. Tulliver, you won't let Tom begin at his new school before midsummer. He began at the academy at the Lady Day quarter, and you see what good's come of it." "Aye, aye, Bessie, never brew a bad malt upon Michaelmas Day, else you'll have a poor tap," said Mr. Tulliver, winking and smiling at Mr. Riley with the natural pride of a man who has a buxom wife conspicuously his inferior in intellect. "But it's true there's no hurry. You've hit it there, Bessie." "It might be as well not to defer the arrangement too long," said Mr. Riley quietly, "for Stelling may have propositions from other parties, and I know he would not take more than 2 or 3 boarders, if so many. If I were you, I think I would enter on the subject with Stelling at once. There's no necessity for sending the boy before midsummer, but I would be on the safe side and make sure that nobody forestalls you." "Aye, there's summat in that," said Mr. Tulliver. "Father," broke in Maggie, who had stolen unperceived to her father's elbow again, listening with parted lips, while she held her doll topsy-turvy and crushed its nose against the wood of the chair. "Father, is it a long way off where Tom is to go? Shan't we ever go to see him?" "I don't know, my wench," said the father tenderly. "Ask Mr. Riley, he knows." Maggie came round promptly in front of Mr. Riley and said, "How far is it, please, sir?" "Oh, a long, long way off," that gentleman answered, being of opinion that children, when they are not naughty, should always be spoken to jocosely. "You must borrow the 7-league boots to get to him." "That's nonsense," said Maggie, tossing her head haughtily and turning away with the tears springing in her eyes. She began to dislike Mr. Riley. It was evident he thought her silly and of no consequence. "Hush, Maggie, for shame of you, asking questions and chattering," said her mother. "Come and sit down on your little stool and hold your tongue, do. But," added Mrs. Tulliver, who had her own alarm awakened, "is it so far off as I couldn't wash him and mend him?" "About 15 miles, that's all," said Mr. Riley. "You can drive there and back in a day quite comfortably. Or, Stelling is a hospitable, pleasant man. He'd be glad to have you stay." "But it's too far off for the linen, I doubt," said Mrs. Tulliver sadly. The entrance of supper opportunely adjourned this difficulty, and relieved Mr. Riley from the labour of suggesting some solution or compromise, a labour which he would otherwise doubtless have undertaken, for, as you perceive, he was a man of very obliging manners, and he had really given himself the trouble of recommending Mr. Stelling to his friend Tulliver without any positive expectation of a solid, definite advantage result. Without any positive expectation of a solid, definite advantage resulting to himself, notwithstanding the subtle indications to the contrary which might have misled a too sagacious observer. For there is nothing more widely misleading than sagacity if it happens to get on a wrong scent, and sagacity persuaded that men usually act and speak from distinct motives, with a consciously proposed end in view, is certain to waste its energies on imaginary game. Plotting covetousness and deliberate contrivance in order to compass a selfish end are nowhere abundant but in the world of the dramatist. They demand too intense a mental action for many of our fellow parishioners to be guilty of them. It is easy enough to spoil the lives of our neighbours without taking so much trouble. We can do it by lazy acquiescence and lazy omission, by trivial falsities for which we hardly know a reason, by small frauds neutralized by small extravagancies, by maladroit flatteries and clumsily improvised insinuations. We live from hand to mouth, most of us, with a small family of immediate desires. We do little else than snatch a morsel to satisfy the hungry brood, rarely thinking of seed corn or the next year's crop. Mr. Riley was a man of business, and not cold towards his own interest. Yet even he was more under the influence of small promptings than of far-sighted designs. He had no private understanding with the Reverend Walter Stelling. On the contrary, he knew very little of that M.A. and his acquirements, not quite enough perhaps to warrant so strong a recommendation of him as he had given to his friend Tulliver. But he believed Mr. Stelling to be an excellent classic, for Gadsby had said so, and Gadsby's first cousin was an Oxford tutor, which was better ground for the belief even than his own immediate observation would have been, for though Riley had received a tincture of the classics at the great Mudport Free School, and had a sense of understanding Latin generally, his comprehension of any particular Latin was not ready. Doubtless there remained a subtle aroma from his juvenile contact with the De Senectute and the fourth book of the Aeneid, but it had ceased to be distinctly recognizable as classical, and was only perceived in the higher finish and force of his auctioneering style. Then Stelling was an Oxford man, and the Oxford men were always— No, it was the Cambridge men who were always good mathematicians. But a man who had a university education could teach anything he liked, especially a man like Stelling, who had made a speech at a Mudport dinner on a political occasion and had acquitted himself so well that it was generally remarked this son-in-law of Timpson's was a sharp fellow. It was to be expected of a Mudport man from the parish of St. Ursula that he would not omit to do a good turn to a son-in-law of Timpson's, for Timpson was one of the most useful and influential men in the parish, and had a good deal of business which he knew how to put into the right hands. Mr. Riley liked such men, quite apart from any money which might be diverted, through their good judgment, from less worthy pockets into his own. And it would be a satisfaction to him to say to Timpson on his return home, "I've secured a good pupil for your son-in-law." Timpson had a large family of daughters. Mr. Riley felt for him. Besides, Louisa Timpson's face, with its light curls, had been a familiar object to him over the pew wainscot on a Sunday for nearly 15 years. It was natural her husband should be a commendable tutor. Moreover, Mr. Riley knew of no other schoolmaster whom he had any ground for recommending in preference. Why then should he not recommend Stelling? His friend Tulliver had asked him for an opinion. It is always chilling in friendly intercourse to say you have no opinion to give, and if you deliver an opinion at all, it is mere stupidity not to do it with an air of conviction and well-founded knowledge. You make it your own in uttering it, and naturally get fond of it. Thus Mr. Riley, knowing no harm of Stelling to begin with, and wishing him well, so far as he had any wishes at all concerning him, had no sooner recommended him than he began to think with admiration of a man recommended on such high authority, and would soon have gathered so warm an interest on the subject that if Mr. Tulliver had in the end declined to send Tom to Stelling, Mr. Riley would have thought his friend of the old school a thoroughly pig-headed fellow. If you blame Mr. Riley very severely for giving a recommendation on such slight grounds, I must say you are rather hard upon him. Why should an auctioneer and appraiser 30 years ago, who had as good as forgotten his free school Latin, be expected to manifest a delicate scrupulosity which is not always exhibited by gentlemen of the learned professions, even in our present advanced stage of morality? Besides, a man with the milk of human kindness in him can scarcely abstain from doing a good-natured action, and one cannot be good-natured all round. Nature herself occasionally quarters an inconvenient parasite on an animal towards whom she has otherwise no ill will. What then? We admire her care for the parasite. If Mr. Riley had shrunk from giving a recommendation that was not based on valid evidence, he would not have helped Mr. Stelling to a paying pupil, and that would not have been so well for the reverend gentleman. Consider, too, that all the pleasant little dim ideas and complacencies of standing well with Timpson, of dispensing advice when he was asked for it, of impressing his friend Tulliver with additional respect, of saying something and saying it emphatically, with other inappreciably minute ingredients that went along with the warm hearth and the brandy and water to make up Mr. Riley's consciousness on this occasion, would have been a mere blank. End of Chapter 3 of Book First. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 4 of Book First of The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Tom is expected. It was a heavy disappointment to Maggie that she was not allowed to go with her father in the gig when he went to fetch Tom home from the academy. But the morning was too wet, Mrs. Tulliver said, for a little girl to go out in her best bonnet. Maggie took the opposite view very strongly, and it was a direct consequence of this difference of opinion that when her mother was in the act of brushing out the reluctant black crop, Maggie suddenly rushed from under her hands and dipped her head in a basin of water standing near, in the vindictive determination that there should be no more chance of curls that day. "Maggie, Maggie!" exclaimed Mrs. Tulliver, sitting stout and helpless with the brushes on her lap. "What is to become of you if you're so naughty? I'll tell your Aunt Glegg and your Aunt Pullet when they come next week, and they'll never love you any more. Oh dear, look at your clean pinafore, wet from top to bottom. Folks'll think it's a judgment on me as I've got such a child. They'll think I've done summat wicked." Before this remonstrance was finished, Maggie was already out of hearing, making her way towards the great attic that ran under the old high-pitched roof, shaking the water from her black locks as she ran, like a Skye terrier escaped from his bath. This attic was Maggie's favourite retreat on a wet day, when the weather was not too cold. Here she fretted out all her ill humours, and talked aloud to the worm-eaten floors, and the worm-eaten shelves, and the dark rafters festooned with cobwebs, and here she kept a fetish which she punished for all her misfortunes. This was the trunk of a large wooden doll, which once stared with the roundest of eyes above the reddest of cheeks, but was now entirely defaced by a long career of vicarious suffering. 3 nails driven into the head commemorated as many crises in Maggie's 9 years of earthly struggle, that luxury of vengeance having been suggested to her by the picture of Jael destroying Sisera in the old Bible. The last nail had been driven in with a fiercer stroke than usual, for the fetish on that occasion represented Aunt Glegg. But immediately afterwards Maggie had reflected that if she drove many nails in, she would not be so well able to fancy that the head was hurt when she knocked it against the wall, nor to comfort it and make believe to poultice it when her fury was abated. For even Aunt Glegg would be pitiable when she had been hurt very much, and thoroughly humiliated so as to beg her niece's pardon. Since then she had driven no more nails in, but had soothed herself by alternately grinding and beating the wooden head against the rough brick of the great chimneys that made 2 square pillars supporting the roof. That was what she did this morning on reaching the attic, sobbing all the while with a passion that expelled every other form of consciousness, even the memory of the grievance that had caused it. As at last the sobs were getting quieter, and the grinding less fierce, a sudden beam of sunshine falling through the wire lattice across the worm-eaten shelves made her throw away the fetish and run to the window. The sun was really breaking out. The sound of the mill seemed cheerful again. The granary doors were open, and there was Yap, the queer white and brown terrier, with one ear turned back, trotting about and sniffing vaguely as if he were in search of a companion. It was irresistible. Maggie tossed her hair back and ran downstairs, seized her bonnet without putting it on, peeped, and then dashed along the passage, lest she should encounter her mother, and was quickly out in the yard, whirling round like a pythoness, and singing as she whirled, "Yap, yap, Tom's coming home," while Yap danced and barked round her, as much as to say, if there was any noise wanted, he was the dog for it. "Hey, hey, miss, you'll make yourself giddy and tumble down in the dirt," said Luke, the head miller, a tall, broad-shouldered man of 40, black-eyed and black-haired, subdued by a general mealiness, like an auricular. Maggie paused in her whirling and said, staggering a little, "Oh, no, it doesn't make me giddy, Luke. May I go into the mill with you?" Maggie loved to linger in the great spaces of the mill, and often came out with her black hair powdered to a soft whiteness that made her dark eyes flash out with new fire. The resolute din, the unresting motion of the great stones, giving her a dim, delicious awe, as at the presence of an uncontrollable force, the meal forever pouring, the fine white powder softening all surfaces, and making the very spider nets look like a fairy lacework, the sweet, pure scent of the meal, all helped to make Maggie feel that the mill was a little world apart from her outside everyday life. The spiders were especially a subject of speculation with her. She wondered if they had any relations outside the mill, for in that case there must be a painful difficulty in their family intercourse. A fat and flowery spider, accustomed to take his fly well dusted with meal, must suffer a little at a cousin's table where the fly was au naturel, and the lady spiders must be mutually shocked at each other's appearance. But the part of the mill she liked best was the topmost story, the corn hutch, where there were the great heaps of grain which she could sit on and slide down continually. She was in the habit of taking this recreation as she conversed with Luke, to whom she was very communicative, wishing him to think well of her understanding, as her father did. Perhaps she felt it necessary to recover her position with him on the present occasion, for, as she sat sliding on the heap of grain near which he was busying himself, she said, at that shrill pitch which was requisite in mill society, "I think you never read any book but the Bible, did you, Luke?" "Nay, miss, and not much of that," said Luke with great frankness. "I'm no reader, I aren't." "But if I lent you one of my books, Luke, I've not got any very pretty books that would be easy for you to read, but there's Pug's Tour of Europe. That would tell you all about the different sorts of people in the world, and if you didn't understand the reading, the pictures would help you. They show the looks and the ways of the people and what they do. There are the Dutchmen, very fat, and smoking, you know, and one sitting on a barrel." "Nay, miss, I'm no opinion of Dutchmen. There ben't much good in knowing about them." "But they're our fellow creatures, Luke. We ought to know about our fellow creatures." "Not much of fellow creatures, I think, miss. All I know, my old master, as were a knowing man, used to say, says he, 'If e'er I sow my wheat without brining, I'm a Dutchman,' says he. And that were as much as to say as a Dutchman were a fool, or next door. Nay, nay, I aren't going to bother mysen about Dutchmen. There's fools enow, and rogues enow, without looking at books for 'em." "Oh, well," said Maggie, rather foiled by Luke's unexpectedly decided views about Dutchmen, "perhaps you would like animated nature better. That's not Dutchmen, you know, but elephants and kangaroos and the civet cat and the sunfish and a bird sitting on its tail, I forget its name. There are countries full of those creatures instead of horses and cows, you know. Shouldn't you like to know about them, Luke?" "Nay, miss, I'm got to keep count of the flour and corn. I can't do with knowing so many things besides my work. That's what brings folk to the gallows, knowing everything but what they'n got to get their bread by. And they're mostly lies, I think, what's printed i' the books. Them printed sheets are, anyhow, as the men cry i' the streets." "Why, you're like my brother Tom, Luke," said Maggie, wishing to turn the conversation agreeably. "Tom's not fond of reading. I love Tom so dearly, Luke. Better than anybody else in the world. When he grows up, I shall keep his house, and we shall always live together. I can tell him everything he doesn't know. But I think Tom's clever, for all he doesn't like books. He makes beautiful whipcord and rabbit pens." "Ah," said Luke, "but he'll be fine and vexed, as the rabbits are all dead." "Dead!" screamed Maggie, jumping up from her sliding seat on the corn. "Oh dear, Luke! What, the lop-eared one and the spotted doe that Tom spent all his money to buy?" "As dead as moles," said Luke, fetching his comparison from the unmistakable corpses nailed to the stable wall. "Oh dear, Luke," said Maggie in a piteous tone, while the big tears rolled down her cheek. "Tom told me to take care of him, and I forgot. What shall I do?" "Well, you see, miss, they were in that far tool house, and it wasn't nobody's business to see to 'em. I reckon Master Tom told Harry to feed 'em, but there's no counting on Harry. He's a awful creetur as ever come about the premises, he is. He remembers nothing but his own inside, and I wish it'd gripe him." "Oh, Luke, Tom told me to be sure and remember the rabbits every day. But how could I, when they did not come into my head, you know? Oh, he will be so angry with me, I know he will, and so sorry about his rabbits. And so am I sorry. Oh, what shall I do?" "Don't you fret, miss," said Luke soothingly. "They're nash things, them lop-eared rabbits. They'd happen ha' died if they'd been fed. Things out in nature niver thrive. God Almighty doesn't like 'em. He made the rabbit's ears to lie back, and it's nothing but contrariness to make 'em hang down like a mastiff dog's. Master Tom'll know better nor buy such things another time. Don't you fret, miss. Will you come along home with me and see my wife? I'm a-going this minute." The invitation offered an agreeable distraction to Maggie's grief, and her tears gradually subsided as she trotted along by Luke's side to his pleasant cottage, which stood with its apple and pear trees, and with the added dignity of a lean-to pigsty, close by the brink of the Ripple. Mrs. Moggs, Luke's wife, was a decidedly agreeable acquaintance. She exhibited her hospitality in bread and treacle, and possessed various works of art. Maggie actually forgot that she had any special cause of sadness this morning, as she stood on a chair to look at a remarkable series of pictures representing the prodigal son in the costume of Sir Charles Grandison, except that, as might have been expected from his defective moral character, he had not, like that accomplished hero, the taste and strength of mind to dispense with a wig. But the indefinable weight the dead rabbits had left on her mind caused her to feel more than usual pity for the career of this weak young man, particularly when she looked at the picture where he leaned against a tree with a flaccid appearance, his knee-breeches unbuttoned, and his wig awry, while the swine, apparently of some foreign breed, seemed to insult him by their good spirits over their feast of husks. "I'm very glad his father took him back again, aren't you, Luke?" she said, "for he was very sorry, you know, and wouldn't do wrong again." "Eh, miss," said Luke, "he'd be no great shakes, I doubt, let's father do what he would for him." That was a painful thought to Maggie, and she wished much that the subsequent history of the young man had not been left a blank. End of chapter 4 of book first. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 5 of book first of The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Tom comes home. Tom was to arrive early in the afternoon, and there was another fluttering heart besides Maggie's when it was late enough for the sound of the gig wheels to be expected, for if Mrs. Tulliver had a strong feeling, it was fondness for her boy. At last the sound came, that quick, light bowling of the gig wheels, and in spite of the wind, which was blowing the clouds about, and was not likely to respect Mrs. Tulliver's curls and cap strings, she came outside the door, and even held her hand on Maggie's offending head, forgetting all the griefs of the morning. "There he is, my sweet lad. But Lord a mercy, he's got never a collar on. It's been lost on the road, I'll be bound, and spoilt the set." Mrs. Tulliver stood with her arms open. Maggie jumped first on one leg and then on the other, while Tom descended from the gig and said with masculine reticence as to the tender emotions, "Hallo, Yap! What, are you there?" Nevertheless, he submitted to be kissed willingly enough, though Maggie hung on his neck in rather a strangling fashion, while his blue-grey eyes wandered towards the croft and the lambs and the river, where he promised himself that he would begin to fish the first thing tomorrow morning. He was one of those lads that grow everywhere in England, and at 12 or 13 years of age look as much alike as goslings. A lad with light brown hair, cheeks of cream and roses, full lips, indeterminate nose and eyebrows, a physiognomy in which it seems impossible to discern anything but the generic character of boyhood, as different as possible from poor Maggie's phiz, which nature seemed to have moulded and coloured with the most decided intention. But that same nature has the deep cunning which hides itself under the appearance of openness, so that simple people think they can see through her quite well, and all the while she is secretly preparing a refutation of their confident prophecies. Under these average boyish physiognomies that she seems to turn off by the gross, she conceals some of her most rigid, inflexible purposes, some of her most unmodifiable characters, and the dark-eyed, demonstrative, rebellious girl may after all turn out to be a passive being compared with this pink and white bit of masculinity with the indeterminate features. "Maggie," said Tom confidentially, taking her into a corner as soon as his mother was gone out to examine his box, and the warm parlour had taken off the chill he had felt from the long drive, "you don't know what I've got in my pockets," nodding his head up and down as a means of rousing her sense of mystery. "No," said Maggie. "How stodgy they look, Tom. Is it marbles, or cobnuts?" Maggie's heart sank a little, because Tom always said it was no good playing with her at those games she played so badly. "Marls, no. I swapped all my marls with the little fellows, and cobnuts are no fun, you silly, only when the nuts are green." He drew something half out of his right-hand pocket. "But see here." "What is it?" said Maggie in a whisper. "I can see nothing but a bit of yellow." "Why, it's a new... Guess, Maggie." "Oh, I can't guess, Tom," said Maggie impatiently. "Don't be a spitfire, else I won't tell you," said Tom, thrusting his hand back into his pocket and looking determined. "No, Tom," said Maggie imploringly, laying hold of the arm that was held stiffly in the pocket. "I'm not cross, Tom. It was only because I can't bear guessing. Please be good to me." Tom's arm slowly relaxed, and he said, "Well then, it's a new fish line. 2 new ones, one for you, Maggie, all to yourself. I wouldn't go halves in the toffee and gingerbread on purpose to save the money, and Gibson and Spouncer fought with me because I wouldn't. And here's hooks. See here. I say, won't we go and fish tomorrow down by Round Pool? And you shall catch your own fish, Maggie, and put the worms on, and everything. Won't it be fun?" Maggie's answer was to throw her arms round Tom's neck and hug him, and hold her cheek against his without speaking, while he slowly unwound some of the line, saying after a pause, "Wasn't I a good brother now to buy you a line all to yourself? You know, I needn't have bought it if I hadn't liked." "Yes, very, very good. I do love you, Tom." Tom had put the line back in his pocket, and was looking at the hooks one by one before he spoke again. "And the fellows fought me because I wouldn't give in about the toffee. Oh dear, I wish they wouldn't fight at your school, Tom. Didn't it hurt you?" "Hurt me? No," said Tom, putting up the hooks again, taking out a large pocket knife and slowly opening the largest blade, which he looked at meditatively as he rubbed his finger along it. Then he added, "I gave Spencer a black eye, I know. That's what he got by wanting to leather me. I wasn't going to go halves because anybody leathered me." "Oh, how brave you are, Tom. I think you're like Samson. If there came a lion roaring at me, I think you'd fight him, wouldn't you, Tom?" "How can a lion come roaring at you, you silly thing? There's no lions, only in the shows." "No, but if we were in the lion countries, I mean in Africa, where it's very hot, the lions eat people there. I can show it you in the book where I read it." "Well, I should get a gun and shoot him." But if you hadn't got a gun, we might have gone out, not thinking, just as we go fishing, and then a great lion might run towards us, roaring, and we couldn't get away from him. What should you do, Tom?" Tom paused and at last turned away contemptuously, saying, "But the lion isn't coming. What's the use of talking?" "But I like to fancy how it would be," said Maggie, following him. "Just think what you would do, Tom." "Oh, don't bother, Maggie. You're such a silly. I shall go and see my rabbits." Maggie's heart began to flutter with fear. She dared not tell the sad truth at once, but she walked after Tom in trembling silence as he went out, thinking how she could tell him the news so as to soften at once his sorrow and his anger. For Maggie dreaded Tom's anger of all things. It was quite a different anger from her own. "Tom," she said timidly when they were out of doors, "how much money did you give for your rabbits?" 2 half-crowns and a 6pence, said Tom promptly. "I think I've got a great deal more than that in my steel purse upstairs. I'll ask Mother to give it you." "What for?" said Tom. "I don't want your money, you silly thing. I've got a great deal more money than you because I'm a boy. I always have half sovereigns and sovereigns for my Christmas boxes because I shall be a man, and you only have 5-shilling pieces because you're only a girl." "Well, but Tom, if Mother would let me give you 2 half-crowns and a 6pence out of my purse to put into your pocket and spend, and buy some more rabbits with it." "More rabbits? I don't want any more." "Oh, but Tom, they're all dead." Tom stopped immediately in his walk and turned round towards Maggie. "You forgot to feed them then, and Harry forgot," he said, his colour heightening for a moment, but soon subsiding. "I'll pitch into Harry. I'll have him turned away. And I don't love you, Maggie. You shan't go fishing with me tomorrow. I told you to go and see the rabbits every day." He walked on again. "Yes, but I forgot, and I couldn't help it, indeed, Tom. I'm so very sorry," said Maggie, while the tears rushed fast. "You're a naughty girl," said Tom severely, "and I'm sorry I bought you the fish line. I don't love you." "Oh, Tom, it's very cruel," sobbed Maggie. "I'd forgive you if you forgot anything. I wouldn't mind what you did. I'd forgive you and love you." "Yes, you're a silly, but I never do forget things. I don't." "Oh, please forgive me, Tom. My heart will break," said Maggie, shaking with sobs, clinging to Tom's arm and laying her wet cheek on his shoulder. Tom shook her off and stopped again, saying in a peremptory tone, "Now, Maggie, you just listen. Aren't I a good brother to you?" "Yes," sobbed Maggie, her chin rising and falling convulsively. "Didn't I think about your fish line all this quarter, and mean to buy it, and saved my money a purpose, and wouldn't go halves i' the toffee, and Spouncer fought me because I wouldn't?" Yes, and I love you so, Tom. But you're a naughty girl. Last holidays you licked the paint off my lozenge box, and the holidays before that you let the boat drag my fish line down when I'd set you to watch it, and you pushed your head through my kite, all for nothing." "But I didn't mean it," said Maggie. "I couldn't help it." "Yes, you could," said Tom, "if you'd minded what you were doing, and you're a naughty girl, and you shan't go fishing with me tomorrow." With this terrible conclusion, Tom ran away from Maggie towards the mill, meaning to greet Luke there and complain to him of Harry. Maggie stood motionless, except from her sobs, for a minute or two. Then she turned round and ran into the house and up to her attic, where she sat on the floor, and laid her head against the worm-eaten shelf with a crushing sense of misery. Tom was come home, and she had thought how happy she should be, and now he was cruel to her. What use was anything if Tom didn't love her? Oh, he was very cruel. Hadn't she wanted to give him the money, and said how very sorry she was? She knew she was naughty to her mother, but she had never been naughty to Tom, had never meant to be naughty to him. "Oh, he is cruel!" Maggie sobbed aloud, finding a wretched pleasure in the hollow resonance that came through the long, empty space of the attic. She never thought of beating or grinding her fetish. She was too miserable to be angry. These bitter sorrows of childhood, when sorrow is all new and strange, when hope has not yet got wings to fly beyond the days and weeks, and the space from summer to summer seems measureless. Maggie soon thought she had been hours in the attic, and it must be tea-time, and they were all having their tea and not thinking of her. Well, then, she would stay up there and starve herself, hide herself behind the tub and stay there all night, and then they would all be frightened and Tom would be sorry. Thus Maggie thought, in the pride of her heart, as she crept behind the tub. But presently she began to cry again at the idea that they didn't mind her being there. If she went down again to Tom now, would he forgive her? Perhaps her father would be there, and he would take her part. But then she wanted Tom to forgive her because he loved her, not because his father told him. No, she would never go down if Tom didn't come to fetch her. This resolution lasted in great intensity for 5 dark minutes behind the tub. But then the need of being loved, the strongest need in poor Maggie's nature, began to wrestle with her pride, and soon threw it. She crept from behind her tub into the twilight of the long attic, but just then she heard a quick footstep on the stairs. Tom had been too much interested in his talk with Luke in going the round of the premises, walking in and out where he pleased, and whittling sticks without any particular reason, except that he didn't whittle sticks at school, to think of Maggie and the effect his anger had produced on her. He meant to punish her, and that business having been performed, he occupied himself with other matters, like a practical person. But when he had been called in to tea, his father said, "Why, where's the little wench?" And Mrs. Tulliver, almost at the same moment, said, "Where's your little sister?" Both of them having supposed that Maggie and Tom had been together all the afternoon. "I don't know," said Tom. He didn't want to tell of Maggie, though he was angry with her, for Tom Tulliver was a lad of honour. "What, hasn't she been playing with you all this while?" said the father. "She'd been thinking of nothing but your coming home." "I haven't seen her this 2 hours," says Tom, commencing on the plum cake. "Goodness heart, she's got drownded!" exclaimed Mrs. Tulliver, rising from her seat and running to the window. "How could you let her do so?" she added, as became a fearful woman, accusing she didn't know whom of she didn't know what. Nay, she's none drownded," said Mr. Tulliver. "You've been naughty to her, I doubt, Tom." "I'm sure I haven't, father," said Tom indignantly. "I think she's in the house." "Perhaps up in that attic," said Mrs. Tulliver, singing and talking to herself and forgetting all about meal times. "You go and fetch her down, Tom," said Mr. Tulliver rather sharply, his perspicacity or his fatherly fondness for Maggie making him suspect that the lad had been hard upon the little un, else she would never have left his side. "And be good to her, do you hear? Else I'll let you know better." Tom never disobeyed his father, for Mr. Tulliver was a peremptory man, and as he said, would never let anybody get hold of his whip-hand. But he went out rather sullenly, carrying his piece of plum cake, and not intending to reprieve Maggie's punishment, which was no more than she deserved. Tom was only 13, and had no decided views in grammar and arithmetic, regarding them for the most part as open questions, but he was particularly clear and positive on one point, namely, that he would punish everybody who deserved it. Why, he wouldn't have minded being punished himself if he deserved it. But then, he never did deserve it. It was Tom's step, then, that Maggie heard on the stairs, when her need of love had triumphed over her pride, and she was going down with her swollen eyes and dishevelled hair to beg for pity. At least her father would stroke her head and say, "Never mind, my wench." It is a wonderful subduer, this need of love, this hunger of the heart, as peremptory as that other hunger by which nature forces us to submit to the yoke and change the face of the world. But she knew Tom's step, and her heart began to beat violently with the sudden shock of hope. He only stood still at the top of the stairs and said, "Maggie, you're to come down." But she rushed to him and clung round his neck, sobbing, "Oh, Tom, please forgive me. I can't bear it. I will always be good, always remember things. Do love me. Please, dear Tom." We learn to restrain ourselves as we get older. We keep apart when we have quarrelled, express ourselves in well-bred phrases, and in this way preserve a dignified alienation, showing much firmness on one side and swallowing much grief on the other. We no longer approximate in our behaviour to the mere impulsiveness of the lower animals, but conduct ourselves in every respect like members of a highly civilized society. Maggie and Tom were still very much like young animals, so she could rub her cheek against his and kiss his ear in a random, sobbing way. And there were tender fibres in the lad that had been used to answer to Maggie's fondling, so that he behaved with a weakness quite inconsistent with his resolution to punish her as much as she deserved. He actually began to kiss her in return and say, "Don't cry then, Magsy. Here, eat a bit of cake." Maggie's sobs began to subside, and she put out her mouth for the cake and bit a piece, and then Tom bit a piece, just for company, and they ate together and rubbed each other's cheeks and brows and noses together while they ate, with a humiliating resemblance to two friendly ponies. "Come along, Magsy, and have tea," said Tom at last, when there was no more cake except what was downstairs. So ended the sorrows of this day, and the next morning Maggie was trotting with her own fishing rod in one hand and a handle of the basket in the other, stepping always by a peculiar gift in the muddiest places, and looking darkly radiant from under her beaver bonnet because Tom was good to her. She had told Tom, however, that she should like him to put the worms on the hook for her, although she accepted his word when he assured her that the worms couldn't feel. It was Tom's private opinion that it didn't much matter if they did. He knew all about worms and fish and those things, and what birds were mischievous, and how padlocks opened, and which way the handles of the gates were to be lifted. Maggie thought this sort of knowledge was very wonderful, much more difficult than remembering what was in the books, and she was rather in awe of Tom's superiority, for he was the only person who called her knowledge stuff, and did not feel surprised at her cleverness. Tom, indeed, was of opinion that Maggie was a silly little thing. All girls were silly. They couldn't throw a stone so as to hit anything, couldn't do anything with a pocket-knife, and were frightened at frogs. Still, he was very fond of his sister, and meant always to take care of her, make her his housekeeper, and punish her when she did wrong. They were on their way to the round pool, that wonderful pool which the floods had made a long while ago. No one knew how deep it was, and it was mysterious too that it should be almost a perfect round, framed in with willows and tall reeds, so that the water was only to be seen when you got close to the brink. The sight of the old favourite spot always heightened Tom's good humour, and he spoke to Maggie in the most amicable whispers as they opened the precious basket and prepared their tackle. He threw her line for her and put the rod into her hand. Maggie thought it probable that the small fish would come to her hook and the large ones to Tom's. But she had forgotten all about the fish and was looking dreamily at the glassy water when Tom said in a loud whisper, "Look, look, Maggie!" and came running to prevent her from snatching her line away. Maggie was frightened lest she had been doing something wrong as usual, but presently Tom drew out her line and brought a large tench bouncing on the grass. Tom was excited. "Oh, Magsy, you little duck, empty the basket." Maggie was not conscious of unusual merit, but it was enough that Tom called her Magsy and was pleased with her. There was nothing to mar her delight in the whispers and the dreamy silences, when she listened to the light dipping sounds of the rising fish, and the gentle rustling as if the willows and the reeds and the water had their happy whisperings also. Maggie thought it would make a very nice heaven to sit by the pool in that way, and never be scolded. She never knew she had a bite till Tom told her, but she liked fishing very much. It was one of their happy mornings. They trotted along and sat down together, with no thought that life would ever change much for them. They would only get bigger and not go to school, and it would always be like the holidays. They would always live together and be fond of each other. And the mill with its booming, the great chestnut tree under which they played at houses, their own little river, the Ripple, where the banks seemed like home. And Tom was always seeing the water rats, while Maggie gathered the purple, plumy tops of the reeds, which she forgot and dropped afterwards. Above all, the great Floss, along which they wandered with a sense of travel, to see the rushing spring tide, the awful eager come up like a hungry monster, or to see the great ash which had once wailed and groaned like a man. These things would always be just the same to them. Tom thought people were at a disadvantage who lived on any other spot of the globe, and Maggie, when she read about Christiana passing the river over which there is no bridge, always saw the Floss between the green pastures by the great ash. Life did change for Tom and Maggie, and yet they were not wrong in believing that the thoughts and loves of these first years would always make part of their lives. We could never have loved the earth so well if we had no childhood in it, if it were not the earth where the same flowers come up again every spring that we used to gather with our tiny fingers as we sat lisping to ourselves on the grass. The same hips and haws on the autumn hedgerows, the same redbreasts that we used to call God's birds because they did no harm to the precious crops. What novelty is worth that sweet monotony where everything is known and loved because it is known? The wood I walk in on this mild May day, with the young yellow-brown foliage of the oaks between me and the blue sky, the white star-flowers and the blue-eyed speedwell and the ground ivy at my feet. What grove of tropic palms, what strange ferns or splendid broad-petalled blossoms could ever thrill such deep and delicate fibres within me as this home scene? These familiar flowers, these well-remembered bird notes, this sky with its fitful brightness, these furrowed and grassy fields, each with a sort of personality given to it by the capricious hedgerows. Such things as these are the mother tongue of our imagination, the language that is laden with all the subtle, inextricable associations the fleeting hours of our childhood left behind them. Our delight in the sunshine on the deep-bladed grass today might be no more than the faint perception of wearied souls, if it were not for the sunshine and the grass in the far-off years, which still live in us and transform our perception into love. End of Chapter 5 of Book First. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 6 of Book First of The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. The aunts and uncles are coming. It was Easter week, and Mrs. Tulliver's cheesecakes were more exquisitely light than usual. "A puff of wind 'ud make 'em blow about like feathers," Kezia the housemaid said, feeling proud to live under a mistress who could make such pastry, so that no season or circumstances could have been more propitious for a family party, even if it had not been advisable to consult Sister Glegg and Sister Pullet about Tom's going to school. "I'd as lief not invite Sister Dean this time," said Mrs. Tulliver, "for she's as jealous and having as can be, and allus trying to make the worst of my poor children to their aunts and uncles." "Yes, yes," said Mr. Tulliver, "ask her to come. I hardly ever get a bit of talk with Dean now. We haven't seen him this 6 months. What's it matter what she says? My children need be beholding to nobody." "That's what you allus say, Mr. Tulliver, but I'm sure there's nobody o' your side, neither aunt nor uncle, to leave 'em so much as a £5 note for the legacy. And there's Sister Glegg and Sister Pullet too, saving money unknown, for they put by all their own interest and butter money too. Their husbands buy 'em everything." Mrs. Tulliver was a mild woman, but even a sheep will face about a little when she has lambs. "Tchuh!" said Mr. Tulliver, "it takes a big loaf when there's many to breakfast. What signifies your sisters' bits of money when they've got half a dozen nevvies and nieces to divide it among? And your sister Dean won't get 'em to leave all to one, I reckon, and make the country cry shame on 'em when they are dead." "I don't know what she won't get 'em to do," said Mrs. Tulliver, "for my children are so ocked wi' their aunts and uncles. Maggie's 10 times naughtier when they come than she is other days, and Tom doesn't like 'em, bless him, though it's more natural in a boy than a girl. And there's Lucy Dean, such a good child. You may set her on a stool, and there she'd sit for an hour together, and never offer to get off. I can't help loving the child as if she was my own, and I'm sure she's more like my child than Sister Dean's, for she'd allus a very poor colour for one of our family, Sister Dean had." "Well, well, if you're fond of the child, ask her father and mother to bring her with 'em. And won't you ask their aunt and uncle Moss too, and some of their children?" "Oh dear, Mr. Tulliver, why there'd be 8 people besides the children, and I must put 2 more leaves at the table besides reaching down more of the dinner service, and you know as well as I do as my sisters and your sister don't suit well together." "Well, well, do as you like, Bessie," said Mr. Tulliver, taking up his hat and walking out to the mill. Few wives were more submissive than Mrs. Tulliver on all points unconnected with her family relations, but she had been a Miss Dodson, and the Dodsons were a very respectable family indeed, as much looked up to as any in their own parish, or the next to it. The Miss Dodsons had always been thought to hold their heads very high, and no one was surprised the two eldest had married so well. Not at an early age, for that was not the practice of the Dodson family. There were particular ways of doing everything in that family, particular ways of bleaching the linen, of making the cowslip wine, curing the hams, and keeping the bottled gooseberries, so that no daughter of that house could be indifferent to the privilege of having been born a Dodson, rather than a Gibson or a Watson. Funerals were always conducted with peculiar propriety in the Dodson family. The hatbands were never of a blue shade, the gloves never split at the thumb. Everybody was a mourner who ought to be, and there were always scarfs for the bearers. When one of the family was in trouble or sickness, all the rest went to visit the unfortunate member, usually at the same time, and did not shrink from uttering the most disagreeable truths that correct family feeling dictated. If the illness or trouble was the sufferer's own fault, it was not in the practice of the Dodson family to shrink from saying so. In short, there was in this family a peculiar tradition as to what was the right thing in household management and social demeanour, and the only bitter circumstance attending this superiority was a painful inability to approve the condiments or the conduct of families ungoverned by the Dodson tradition. A female Dodson, when in strange houses, always ate dry bread with her tea, and declined any sort of preserves, having no confidence in the butter, and thinking that the preserves had probably begun to ferment from want of due sugar and boiling. There were some Dodsons less like the family than others, that was admitted, but in so far as they were kin, they were of necessity better than those who were no kin. And it is remarkable that while no individual Dodson was satisfied with any other individual Dodson, each was satisfied not only with him or herself, but with the Dodsons collectively. The feeblest member of a family, the one who has the least character, is often the merest epitome of the family habits and traditions. And Mrs. Tulliver was a thorough Dodson, though a mild one, as small beer, so long as it is anything, is only describable as very weak ale. And though she had groaned a little in her youth under the yoke of her elder sisters, and still shed occasional tears at their sisterly reproaches, it was not in Mrs. Tulliver to be an innovator on the family ideas. She was thankful to have been a Dodson, and to have one child who took after her own family, at least in his features and complexion, and in liking salt, and in eating beans, which a Tulliver never did. In other respects, the true Dodson was partly latent in Tom, and he was as far from appreciating his kin on the mother's side as Maggie herself, generally absconding for the day with a large supply of the most portable food when he received timely warning that his aunts and uncles were coming, a moral symptom from which his Aunt Glegg deduced the gloomiest views of his future. It was rather hard on Maggie that Tom always absconded without letting her into the secret, but the weaker sex are acknowledged to be serious impedimenta in cases of flight. On Wednesday, the day before the aunts and uncles were coming, there were such various and suggestive scents, as of plum cakes in the oven and jellies in the hot state, mingled with the aroma of gravy, that it was impossible to feel altogether gloomy. There was hope in the air. Tom and Maggie made several inroads into the kitchen, and, like other marauders, were induced to keep aloof for a time only by being allowed to carry away a sufficient load of booty. "Tom," said Maggie, as they sat on the boughs of the elder tree eating their jam puffs. "Shall you run away tomorrow?" "No," said Tom slowly, when he had finished his puff and was eyeing the third, which was to be divided between them. "No, I shan't." "Why, Tom? Because Lucy's coming?" "No," said Tom, opening his pocket-knife and holding it over the puff, with his head on one side in a dubitative manner. It was a difficult problem to divide that very irregular polygon into two equal parts. "What do I care about Lucy? She's only a girl. She can't play at bandy." "Is it the tipsy cake, then?" said Maggie, exerting her hypothetic powers, while she leaned forward toward Tom with her eyes fixed on the hovering knife. "No, you silly. That'll be good the day after. It's the puddin'. I know what the puddin's to be. Apricot roll-up. Oh, my buttons!" With this interjection the knife descended on the puff, and it was in two. But the result was not satisfactory to Tom, for he still eyed the halves doubtfully. At last he said, "Shut your eyes, Maggie." "What for?" "You never mind what for. Shut 'em when I tell you." Maggie obeyed. "Now, which shall you have, Maggie, right hand or left?" "I'll have that with the jam run out," said Maggie, keeping her eyes shut to please Tom. "Why, you don't like that, you silly. You may have it if it comes to you fair, but I shan't give it you without." "Right or left, you choose now." "Ha!" said Tom in a tone of exasperation, as Maggie peeped. "You keep your eyes shut now, else you shan't have any." Maggie's power of sacrifice did not extend so far. Indeed, I fear she cared less that Tom should enjoy the utmost possible amount of puff than that he should be pleased with her for giving him the best bit. So she shut her eyes quite close till Tom told her to say which, and then she said, "Left hand." "You've got it," said Tom, in a rather bitter tone. "What, the bit with the jam run out?" "No, here, take it," said Tom firmly, handing decidedly the best piece to Maggie. "Oh, please, Tom, have it. I don't mind. I like the other. Please take this." "No, I shan't," said Tom, almost crossly, beginning on his own inferior piece. Maggie, thinking it was no use to contend further, began too, and ate up her half-puff with considerable relish as well as rapidity. But Tom had finished first, and had to look on while Maggie ate her last morsel or two, feeling in himself a capacity for more. Maggie didn't know Tom was looking at her. She was see-sawing on the elder bough, lost to almost everything but a vague sense of jam and idleness. "Oh, you greedy thing," said Tom when she had swallowed the last morsel. He was conscious of having acted very fairly, and thought she ought to have considered this and made up to him for it. He would have refused a bit of hers beforehand, but one is naturally at a different point of view before and after one's own share of puff is swallowed. Maggie turned quite pale. "Oh, Tom, why didn't you ask me?" "I wasn't going to ask you for a bit, you greedy. You might have thought of it without, when you knew I gave you the best bit." "But I wanted you to have it. You know I did," said Maggie in an injured tone. "Yes, but I wasn't going to do what wasn't fair, like Spouncer. He always takes the best bit if you don't punch him for it, and if you choose the best bit with your eyes shut, he changes his hands. But if I go halves, I'll go 'em fair, only I wouldn't be a greedy." With this cutting innuendo, Tom jumped down from his bough, and threw a stone with a "Hoy!" as a friendly attention to Yap, who had also been looking on while the eatables vanished, with an agitation of his ears and feelings which could hardly have been without bitterness. Yet the excellent dog accepted Tom's attention with as much alacrity as if he had been treated quite generously. But Maggie, gifted with that superior power of misery which distinguishes the human being, and places him at a proud distance from the most melancholy chimpanzee, sat still on her bough, and gave herself up to the keen sense of unmerited reproach. She would have given the world not to have eaten all her puff, and to have saved some of it for Tom. Not but that the puff was very nice, for Maggie's palate was not at all obtuse, but she would have gone without it many times over, sooner than Tom should call her greedy and be cross with her. And he had said he wouldn't have it, and she ate it without thinking. How could she help it? The tears flowed so plentifully that Maggie saw nothing around her for the next 10 minutes. But by that time resentment began to give way to the desire of reconciliation, and she jumped from her bough to look for Tom. He was no longer in the paddock behind the rickyard. Where was he likely to be gone, and Yap with him? Maggie ran to the high bank against the great holly tree, where she could see far away toward the Floss. There was Tom, but her heart sank again as she saw how far off he was on his way to the great river, and that he had another companion besides Yap. Naughty Bob Jakin, whose official, if not natural, function of frightening the birds was just now at a standstill. Maggie felt sure that Bob was wicked, without very distinctly knowing why, unless it was because Bob's mother was a dreadfully large fat woman who lived at a queer round house down the river, and once, when Maggie and Tom had wandered thither, there rushed out a brindled dog that wouldn't stop barking, and when Bob's mother came out after it and screamed above the barking to tell them not to be frightened, Maggie thought she was scolding them fiercely, and her heart beat with terror. Maggie thought it very likely that the round house had snakes on the floor, and bats in the bedroom, for she had seen Bob take off his cap to show Tom a little snake that was inside it, and another time he had a handful of young bats. Altogether he was an irregular character, perhaps even slightly diabolical, judging from his intimacy with snakes and bats. And to crown all, when Tom had Bob for a companion, he didn't mind about Maggie, and would never let her go with him. It must be owned that Tom was fond of Bob's company. How could it be otherwise? Bob knew directly he saw a bird's egg, whether it was a swallow's or a tomtit's, or a yellowhammer's. He found out all the wasps' nests, and could set all sorts of traps. He could climb the trees like a squirrel, and had quite a magical power of detecting hedgehogs and stoats. And he had courage to do things that were rather naughty, such as making gaps in the hedgerows, throwing stones after the sheep, and killing a cat that was wandering incognito. Such qualities in an inferior who would always be treated with authority in spite of his superior knowingness had necessarily a fatal fascination for Tom, and every holiday time Maggie was sure to have days of grief because he had gone off with Bob. Well, there was no hope for it. He was gone now, and Maggie could think of no comfort but to sit down by the hollow or wander by the hedgerow and fancy it was all different, refashioning her little world into just what she should like it to be. Maggie's was a troublous life, and this was the form in which she took her opium. Meanwhile, Tom, forgetting all about Maggie and the sting of reproach which he had left in her heart, was hurrying along with Bob, whom he had met accidentally, to the scene of a great rat-catching in a neighbouring barn. Bob knew all about this particular affair, and spoke of the sport with an enthusiasm which no one who is not either divested of all manly feeling or pitiably ignorant of rat-catching can fail to imagine. For a person suspected of preternatural wickedness, Bob was really not so very villainous looking. There was even something agreeable in his snub-nosed face, with its close-curled border of red hair. But then his trousers were always rolled up at the knee for the convenience of wading on the slightest notice, and his virtue, supposing it to exist, was undeniably virtue in rags, which, on the authority even of bilious philosophers who think all well-dressed merit overpaid, is notoriously likely to remain unrecognised, perhaps because it is seen so seldom.
"I know the chap as owns the ferrets," said Bob, in a hoarse treble voice, as he shuffled along, keeping his blue eyes fixed on the river, like an amphibious animal who foresaw occasion for darting in. "He lives up the kennel yard at St. Og's, he does. He's the biggest rot-catcher anywhere, he is. I'd sooner be a rot-catcher nor anything, I would. The moles is nothing to the rots. But laws, you mun have ferrets. Dogs is no good. But where's that dog now?" Bob continued, pointing with an air of disgust toward Yap. "He's no more good wi' a rot nor nothing. I see it myself, I did, as a rot-catching at the father's barn."
Yap, feeling the withering influence of this scorn, tucked his tail in and shrank close to Tom's leg, who felt a little hurt for him, but had not the superhuman courage to seem behindhand with Bob in contempt for a dog who made so poor a figure. "No, no," he said, "Yap's no good at sport. I'll have regular good dogs for rats and everything when I've done school."
"Have ferrets, Master Tom," said Bob eagerly. "Them white ferrets with pink eyes. Laws, you might catch your own rots, and you might put a rot in a cage with a ferret and see 'em fight, you might. That's what I'd do, I know, and it'd be better fun almost nor seeing two chaps fight. If it wasn't them chaps that sold cakes and oranges at the fair, as the things flew out of their baskets, and some of the cakes was smashed, but they tasted just as good," added Bob by way of note or addendum after a moment's pause. "But I say, Bob," said Tom in a tone of deliberation, "ferrets are nasty biting things. They'll bite a fellow without being set on." "Laws, why, that's the beauty on 'em. If a chap lays hold of your ferret, it won't be long before he hollows out a good 'un, he won't."
At this moment a striking incident made the boys pause suddenly in their walk. It was the plunging of some small body in the water from among the neighbouring bulrushes. If it was not a water rat, Bob intimated that he was ready to undergo the most unpleasant consequences.
"Hoy, Yap, hoy! There he is," said Tom, clapping his hands, as the little black snout made its arrowy course to the opposite bank. "Seize him, lad, seize him!"
Yap agitated his ears and wrinkled his brows, but declined to plunge, trying whether barking would not answer the purpose just as well.
"Oh, you coward!" said Tom, and kicked him over, feeling humiliated as a sportsman to possess so poor-spirited an animal.
Bob abstained from remark, and passed on, choosing, however, to walk in the shallow edge of the overflowing river by way of change.
"He's none so full now, the Floss isn't," said Bob, as he kicked the water up before him, with an agreeable sense of being insolent to it. "Why, last year the meadows was all one sheet of water, there was."
"Aye, but," said Tom, whose mind was prone to see an opposition between statements that were really accordant,
"but there was a big flood once when the round pool was made. I know there was, 'cause father says so, and the sheep and cows all drowned, and the boats went all over the fields ever such a way." "I don't care about a flood coming," said Bob. "I don't mind the water, no more nor the land. I'd swim, I would." "Ah, but if you got nothing to eat for ever so long," said Tom, his imagination becoming quite active under the stimulus of that dread, "when I'm a man, I shall make a boat with a wooden house on the top of it, like Noah's Ark, and keep plenty to eat in it, rabbits and things, all ready. And then, if the flood came, you know, Bob, I shouldn't mind. And I'd take you in if I saw you swimming," he added, in the tone of a benevolent patron. "I aren't frighted," said Bob, to whom hunger did not appear so appalling, "but I'd get in and knock the rabbits on the head when you wanted to eat them." "Ah, and I should have halfpence, and we'll play at heads and tails," said Tom, not contemplating the possibility that this recreation might have fewer charms for his mature age. "I'd divide fair to begin with, and then we'd see who'd win." I've got a halfpenny of my own," said Bob, proudly coming out of the water and tossing his halfpenny in the air. "Yeads or tails?" "Tails," said Tom, instantly fired with the desire to win. "It's yeads," said Bob hastily, snatching up the halfpenny as it fell. "It wasn't," said Tom loudly and peremptorily. "You give me the halfpenny. I've won it fair." "I shan't," said Bob, holding it tight in his pocket. "Then I'll make you. See if I don't," said Tom. "You can't make me do nothing, you can't," said Bob. "Yes, I can." "No, you can't." "I'm master." "I don't care for you." "But I'll make you care, you cheat," said Tom, collaring Bob and shaking him. "You get out with you," said Bob, giving Tom a kick. Tom's blood was thoroughly up. He went at Bob with a lunge and threw him down, but Bob seized hold and kept it like a cat, and pulled Tom down after him. They struggled fiercely on the ground for a moment or two, till Tom, pinning Bob down by the shoulders, thought he had the mastery. "You say you'll give me the halfpenny now," he said with difficulty, while he exerted himself to keep the command of Bob's arms. But at this moment Yap, who had been running on before, returned barking to the scene of action, and saw a favourable opportunity for biting Bob's bare leg, not only with impunity, but with honour. The pain from Yap's teeth, instead of surprising Bob into a relaxation of his hold, gave it a fiercer tenacity, and with a new exertion of his force he pushed Tom backward and got uppermost. But now Yap, who could get no sufficient purchase before, set his teeth in a new place, so that Bob, harassed in this way, let go his hold of Tom, and almost throttling Yap, flung him into the river. By this time Tom was up again, and before Bob had quite recovered his balance after the act of swinging Yap, Tom fell upon him, threw him down, and got his knees firmly on Bob's chest. "You give me the halfpenny now," said Tom. "Take it," said Bob sulkily. "No, I shan't take it. You give it me." Bob took the halfpenny out of his pocket and threw it away from him on the ground. Tom loosed his hold and left Bob to rise. "There the halfpenny lies," he said. "I don't want your halfpenny. I wouldn't have kept it. But you wanted to cheat. I hate a cheat. I shan't go along with you any more," he added, turning round homeward, not without casting a regret toward the rat-catching and other pleasures which he must relinquish along with Bob's society. "You may let it alone, then," Bob called out after him. "I shall cheat if I like. There's no fun in playing else, and I know where there's a goldfinch's nest, but I'll take care you don't, and you're a nasty fighting turkey cock, you are." Tom walked on without looking round, and Yap followed his example, the cold bath having moderated his passions. "Go along with you then, with your drowned dog. I wouldn't own such a dog, I wouldn't," said Bob, getting louder in a last effort to sustain his defiance. But Tom was not to be provoked into turning round, and Bob's voice began to falter a little as he said, "And I'm giving you everything, and showed you everything, and never wanted nothing from you. And there's your horn-handed knife, then, as you gin me." Here Bob flung the knife as far as he could after Tom's retreating footsteps, but it produced no effect except the sense in Bob's mind that there was a terrible void in his lot now that knife was gone. He stood still till Tom had passed through the gate and disappeared behind the hedge. The knife would do no good on the ground there. It wouldn't vex Tom, and pride or resentment was a feeble passion in Bob's mind compared with the love of a pocket-knife. His very fingers sent entreating thrills that he would go and clutch that familiar rough buck's-horn handle, which they had so often grasped for mere affection as it lay idle in his pocket. And there were 2 blades, and they had just been sharpened. What is life without a pocket-knife to him who has once tasted a higher existence? No, to throw the handle after the hatchet is a comprehensible act of desperation, but to throw one's pocket-knife after an implacable friend is clearly in every sense a hyperbole, or throwing beyond the mark. So Bob shuffled back to the spot where the beloved knife lay in the dirt, and felt quite a new pleasure in clutching it again after the temporary separation, in opening one blade after the other, and feeling their edge with his well-hardened thumb. Poor Bob! He was not sensitive on the point of honour, not a chivalrous character. That fine moral aroma would not have been thought much of by the public opinion of Kennel Yard, which was the very focus or heart of Bob's world, even if it could have made itself perceptible there. Yet, for all that, he was not utterly a sneak and a thief as our friend Tom had hastily decided. But Tom, you perceive, was rather a Rhadamanthine personage, having more than the usual share of boy's justice in him, the justice that desires to hurt culprits as much as they deserve to be hurt, and is troubled with no doubts concerning the exact amount of their deserts. Maggie saw a cloud on his brow when he came home, which checked her joy at his coming so much sooner than she had expected, and she dared hardly speak to him as he stood silently throwing the small gravel stones into the mill dam. It is not pleasant to give up a rat-catching when you have set your mind on it, but if Tom had told his strongest feeling at that moment, he would have said, "I'd do just the same again." That was his usual mode of viewing his past actions, whereas Maggie was always wishing she had done something different. End of Chapter 6 of Book First. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 7, Part 1 of Book First of The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Enter the aunts and uncles. The Dodsons were certainly a handsome family, and Mrs. Glegg was not the least handsome of the sisters. As she sat in Mrs. Tulliver's armchair, no impartial observer could have denied that for a woman of 50 she had a very comely face and figure,
though Tom and Maggie considered their Aunt Glegg as the type of ugliness. It is true she despised the advantages of costume, for though, as she often observed, no woman had better clothes, it was not her way to wear her new things out before her old ones. Other women, if they liked, might have their best thread lace in every wash, but when Mrs. Glegg died, it would be found that she had better lace laid by in the right-hand drawer of her wardrobe in the spotted chamber than ever Mrs. Wool of St. Ogg's had bought in her life, although Mrs. Wool wore her lace before it was paid for. So of her curled fronts. Mrs. Glegg had doubtless the glossiest and crispest brown curls in her drawers, as well as curls in various degrees of fuzzy laxness. But to look out on the weekday world from under a crisp and glossy front would be to introduce a most dreamlike and unpleasant confusion between the sacred and the secular. Occasionally, indeed, Mrs. Glegg wore one of her third-best fronts on a weekday visit, but not at a sister's house, especially not at Mrs. Tulliver's, who, since her marriage, had hurt her sister's feelings greatly by wearing her own hair, though, as Mrs. Glegg observed to Mrs. Dean, a mother of a family, like Bessie, with a husband always going to law, might have been expected to know better. But Bessie was always weak. So, if Mrs. Glegg's front today was more fuzzy and lax than usual, she had a design under it. She intended the most pointed and cutting allusion to Mrs. Tulliver's bunches of blonde curls, separated from each other by a due wave of smoothness on each side of the parting. Mrs. Tulliver had shed tears several times at Sister Glegg's unkindness on the subject of these unmatronly curls, but the consciousness of looking the handsomer for them naturally administered support. Mrs. Glegg chose to wear her bonnet in the house today, untied and tilted slightly, of course, a frequent practice of hers when she was on a visit, and happened to be in a severe humour. She didn't know what draughts there might be in strange houses. For the same reason she wore a small sable tippet, which reached just to her shoulders, and was very far from meeting across her well-formed chest, while her long neck was protected by a chevaux de frise of miscellaneous frilling. One would need to be learned in the fashions of those times to know how far in the rear of them Mrs. Glegg's slate-coloured silk gown must have been, but from certain constellations of small yellow spots upon it, and a mouldy odour about it, suggestive of a damp clothes chest, it was probable that it belonged to a stratum of garments just old enough to have come recently into wear. Mrs. Glegg held her large gold watch in her hand with the many-doubled chain round her fingers, and observed to Mrs. Tulliver, who had just returned from a visit to the kitchen, that whatever it might be by other people's clocks and watches, it was gone 12:30 by hers. "I don't know what ails Sister Pullet," she continued. "It used to be the way in our family for one to be as early as another. I'm sure it was so in my poor father's time, and not for one sister to sit half an hour before the others came. But if the ways of the family are altered, it shan't be my fault. I'll never be the one to come into a house when all the rest are going away. I wonder at Sister Dean. She used to be more like me. But if you'll take my advice, Bessie, you'll put the dinner for'ard a bit sooner than put it back, because folks are late as ought to ha' known better." "Oh dear, there's no fear but what they'll all be here in time, sister," said Mrs. Tulliver in her mild, peevish tone. "The dinner won't be ready till 1:30, but if it's long for you to wait, let me fetch you a cheesecake and a glass of wine." "Well, Bessie,"
said Mrs. Glegg, with a bitter smile and a scarcely perceptible toss of her head. "I should have thought you'd known your own sister better. I never did eat between meals, and I'm not going to begin. Not but what I hate that nonsense of having your dinner at 1:30 when you might have it at 1. You was never brought up in that way, Bessie." "Why, Jane, what can I do? Mr. Tulliver doesn't like his dinner before 2 o'clock, but I put it half an hour earlier because of you." "Yes, yes, I know how it is with husbands. They're for putting everything off. They'll put the dinner off till after tea, if they've got wives as are weak enough to give in to such work. But it's a pity for you, Bessie, as you haven't got more strength of mind. It'll be well if your children don't suffer for it. And I hope you've not gone and got a great dinner for us. Going to expense for your sisters, as had sooner eat a crust of dry bread nor help to ruin you with extravagance. I wonder you don't take pattern by your sister Dean. She's far more sensible. And here you've got 2 children to provide for, and your husband spent your fortune in going to law, and he's like to spend his own too. A boiled joint as you could make broth of for the kitchen," Mrs. Glegg added in a tone of emphatic protest, "and a plain pudding with a spoonful of sugar and no spice 'ud be far more becoming." With Sister Glegg in this humour, there was a cheerful prospect for the day. Mrs. Tulliver never went the length of quarrelling with her, any more than a waterfowl that puts out his leg in a deprecating manner can be said to quarrel with a boy who throws stones. But this point of the dinner was a tender one, and not at all new, so that Mrs. Tulliver could make the same answer she had often made before. "Mr. Tulliver says he always will have a good dinner for his friends while he can pay for it," she said, "and he's a right to do as he likes in his own house, sister." "Well, Bessie, I can't leave your children enough out of my savings to keep 'em from ruin, and you mustn't look to having any of Mr. Glegg's money, for it's well if I don't go first. He comes of a long-lived family, and if he was to die and leave me well for my life, he'd tie all the money up to go back to his own kin." The sound of wheels while Mrs. Glegg was speaking was an interruption highly welcome to Mrs. Tulliver, who hastened out to receive Sister Pullet. It must be Sister Pullet, because the sound was that of a four-wheel. Mrs. Glegg tossed her head and looked rather sour about the mouth at the thought of the four-wheel. She had a strong opinion on that subject. Sister Pullet was in tears when the one-horse chaise stopped before Mrs. Tulliver's door, and it was apparently requisite that she should shed a few more before getting out, for though her husband and Mrs. Tulliver stood ready to support her, she sat still and shook her head sadly as she looked through her tears at the vague distance. "Why, whatever is the matter, sister?" said Mrs. Tulliver. She was not an imaginative woman, but it occurred to her that the large toilet glass in Sister Pullet's best bedroom was possibly broken for the second time. There was no reply but a further shake of the head, as Mrs. Pullet slowly rose and got down from the chaise, not without casting a glance at Mr. Pullet, to see that he was guarding her handsome silk dress from injury. Mr. Pullet was a small man, with a high nose, small twinkling eyes, and thin lips, in a fresh-looking suit of black and a white cravat, that seemed to have been tied very tight on some higher principle than that of mere personal ease. He bore about the same relation to his tall, good-looking wife, with her balloon sleeves, abundant mantle, and large befeathered and beribboned bonnet, as a small fishing smack bears to a brig with all its sails spread. It is a pathetic sight, and a striking example of the complexity introduced into the emotions by a high state of civilization, the sight of a fashionably dressed female in grief. From the sorrow of a Hottentot to that of a woman in large buckram sleeves, with several bracelets on each arm, an architectural bonnet, and delicate ribbon strings, what a long series of gradations! In the enlightened child of civilization, the abandonment characteristic of grief is checked and varied in the subtlest manner, so as to present an interesting problem to the analytic mind. If, with a crushed heart and eyes half blinded by the mist of tears, she were to walk with a too devious step through a door-place, she might crush her buckram sleeves too, and the deep consciousness of this possibility produces a composition of forces by which she takes a line that just clears the doorpost. Perceiving that the tears are hurrying fast, she unpins her strings and throws them languidly backward, a touching gesture, indicative even in the deepest gloom of the hope in future dry moments, when cap-strings will once more have a charm. As the tears subside a little, and with her head leaning backward at the angle it will not injure her bonnet, she endures that terrible moment when grief, which has made all things else a weariness, has itself become weary. She looks down pensively at her bracelets, and adjusts their clasps with that pretty studied fortuity which would be gratifying to her mind if it were once more in a calm and healthy state. Mrs. Pullet brushed each doorpost with great nicety, about the latitude of her shoulders. At that period a woman was truly ridiculous to an instructed eye if she did not measure 1.5 yards across the shoulders, and having done that, sent the muscles of her face in quest of fresh tears, as she advanced into the parlour where Mrs. Glegg was seated. "Well, sister, you're late. What's the matter?" said Mrs. Glegg rather sharply as they shook hands. Mrs. Pullet sat down, lifting up her mantle carefully behind before she answered, "She's gone," unconsciously using an impressive figure of rhetoric. "It isn't the glass this time, then," thought Mrs. Tulliver. "Died the day before yesterday," continued Mrs. Pullet, "and her legs was as thick as my body," she added with deep sadness after a pause. "They tapped her no end of times, and the water, they say you might have swum in it if you liked." "Well, Sophy, it's a mercy she's gone then, whoever she may be," said Mrs. Glegg, with the promptitude and emphasis of a mind naturally clear and decided. "But I can't think who you're talking of, for my part." "But I know," said Mrs. Pullet, sighing and shaking her head, "and there isn't another such a dropsy in the parish. I know as it's old Mrs. Sutton o' the 20 Lands." "Well, she's no kin of yours, nor much acquaintance as I've ever heard of," said Mrs. Glegg, who always cried just as much as was proper when anything happened to her own kin, but not on other occasions. "She's so much acquaintance as I've seen her legs when they was like bladders, and an old lady as had doubled her money over and over again, and kept it all in her own management to the last, and had her pocket with her keys in under her pillow constant. There isn't many old parishioners like her, I doubt." "And they say she took as much physic as 'ud fill a waggon," observed Mr. Pullet. "Ah," sighed Mrs. Pullet, "she'd another complaint ever so many years before she had the dropsy, and the doctors couldn't make out what it was. And she said to me, when I went to see her last Christmas, she said, 'Mrs. Pullet, if ever you have the dropsy, you'll think of me.'" "She did say so," added Mrs. Pullet, beginning to cry bitterly again. "Those were her very words. and she's to be buried a Saturday, and Pullet's bid to the funeral." "Sophie," said Mrs. Glegg,
unable any longer to contain her spirit of rational remonstrance.
"Sophie, I wonder at you, fretting and injuring your health about people as don't belong to you.
Your poor father never did so, nor your Aunt Frances neither, nor any of the family as I ever heard of. You couldn't fret no more than this, if we'd heard as our cousin Abbot had died sudden, without making his will."
Mrs. Pullet was silent, having to finish her crying, and rather flattered than indignant at being upbraided for crying too much. It was not everybody who could afford to cry so much about their neighbours who had left them nothing. But Mrs. Pullet had married a gentleman farmer, and had leisure and money to carry her crying and everything else to the highest pitch of respectability. "Mrs. Sutton didn't die without making her will, though," said Mr. Pullet, with a confused sense that he was saying something to sanction his wife's tears. "Ours is a rich parish, but they say there's nobody else to leave as many thousands behind them as Mrs. Sutton. And she's left no legacies to speak on. Left it all in a lump to her husband's nephy." "There wasn't much good of being so rich then," said Mrs. Glegg, "if she'd got none but husband's kin to leave it to. It's poor work when that's all you've got to pinch yourself for. Not as I'm one of those as 'd like to die without leaving more money out at interest than other folks had reckoned, but it's a poor tale when it must go out of your own family." "I'm sure, sister," said Mrs. Pullet, who had recovered sufficiently to take off her veil and fold it carefully, "it's a nice sort of man as Mrs. Sutton has left her money to, for he's troubled with the asthmy, and goes to bed every night at 8 o'clock. He told me about it himself, as free as could be, one Sunday when he came to our church. He wears a hareskin on his chest, and has a trembling in his talk. Quite a gentleman sort of man. I told him there wasn't many months in the year as I wasn't under the doctor's hands, and he said, 'Mrs. Pullet, I can feel for you.' That was what he said, the very words." "Ah," sighed Mrs. Pullet, shaking her head at the idea that there were but few who could enter fully into her experiences in pink mixture and white mixture, strong stuff in small bottles and weak stuff in large bottles, damp boluses at a shilling and draughts at 18 pence. "Sister, I may as well go and take my bonnet off now. Did you see as the cap box was put out?" she added, turning to her husband. Mr. Pullet, by an unaccountable lapse of memory, had forgotten it, and hastened out with a stricken conscience to remedy the omission. "They'll bring it upstairs, sister," said Mrs. Tulliver, wishing to go at once, lest Mrs. Glegg should begin to explain her feelings about Sophie's being the first Dodson who ever ruined her constitution with doctor's stuff. Mrs. Tulliver was fond of going upstairs with her sister Pullet, and looking thoroughly at her cap before she put it on her head, and discussing millinery in general. This was part of Bessie's weakness that stirred Mrs. Glegg's sisterly compassion. Bessie went far too well dressed, considering, and she was too proud to dress her child in the good clothing her sister Glegg gave her from the primeval strata of her wardrobe. It was a sin and a shame to buy anything to dress that child, if it wasn't a pair of shoes. In this particular, however, Mrs. Glegg did her sister Bessie some injustice, for Mrs. Tulliver had really made great efforts to induce Maggie to wear a leghorn bonnet and a dyed silk frock made out of her Aunt Glegg's, but the results had been such that Mrs. Tulliver was obliged to bury them in her maternal bosom, for Maggie, declaring that the frock smelt of nasty dye,
had taken an opportunity of basting it together with the roast beef the first Sunday she wore it, and finding this scheme answer, she had subsequently pumped on the bonnet with its green ribbons so as to give it a general resemblance to a sage cheese garnished with withered lettuces. I must urge in excuse for Maggie that Tom had laughed at her in the bonnet and said she looked like an old Judy. And Pullet, too, made presents of clothes, but these were always pretty enough to please Maggie as well as her mother. Of all her sisters, Mrs. Tulliver certainly preferred her sister Pullet, not without a return of preference, but Mrs. Pullet was sorry Bessie had those naughty, awkward children. She would do the best she could by them, but it was a pity they weren't as good and pretty as Sister Dean's child. Maggie and Tom, on their part, thought their Aunt Pullet tolerable, chiefly because she was not their Aunt Glegg. Tom always declined to go more than once during his holidays to see either of them. Both his uncles tipped him that once, of course, but at his Aunt Pullet's there were a great many toads to pelt in the cellar area, so that he preferred the visit to her. Maggie shuddered at the toads and dreamed of them horribly, but she liked her Uncle Pullet's musical snuff-box. Still, it was agreed by the sisters in Mrs. Tulliver's absence that the Tulliver blood did not mix well with the Dodson blood, that in fact poor Bessie's children were Tullivers, and that Tom, notwithstanding he had the Dodson complexion, was likely to be as contrary as his father. As for Maggie, she was the picture of her Aunt Moss, Mrs. Tulliver's sister, a large-boned woman who had married as poorly as could be, had no china, and had a husband who had much ado to pay his rent. But when Mrs. Pullet was alone with Mrs. Tulliver upstairs, the remarks were naturally to the disadvantage of Mrs. Glegg, and they agreed in confidence that there was no knowing what sort of fright Sister Jane would come out next. But their tete-a-tete was curtailed by the appearance of Mrs. Dean with little Lucy, and Mrs. Tulliver had to look on with a silent pang while Lucy's blonde curls were adjusted. It was quite unaccountable that Mrs. Dean, the thinnest and sallowest of all the Miss Dodsons, should have had this child, who might have been taken for Mrs. Tulliver's any day. And Maggie always looked twice as dark as usual when she was by the side of Lucy. She did today when she and Tom came in from the garden with their father and their Uncle Glegg. Maggie had thrown her bonnet off very carelessly, and coming in with her hair rough as well as out of curl, rushed at once to Lucy, who was standing by her mother's knee. Certainly the contrast between the cousins was conspicuous, and to superficial eyes was very much to the disadvantage of Maggie, though a connoisseur might have seen points in her which had a higher promise for maturity than Lucy's natty completeness. It was like the contrast between a rough, dark, overgrown puppy and a white kitten. Lucy put up the neatest little rosebud mouth to be kissed. Everything about her was neat. Her little round neck, with the row of coral beads, her little straight nose, not at all snubby, her little clear eyebrows rather darker than her curls, to match hazel eyes, which looked up with shy pleasure at Maggie, taller by the head, though scarcely a year older. Maggie always looked at Lucy with delight. She was fond of fancying a world where the people never got any larger than children of their own age, and she made the queen of it just like Lucy, with a little crown on her head and a little sceptre in her hand, only the queen was Maggie herself in Lucy's form. "Oh, Lucy!" she burst out after kissing her, "you'll stay with Tom and me, won't you? Oh, kiss her, Tom!" Tom, too, had come up to Lucy, but he was not going to kiss her. No, he came up to her with Maggie because it seemed easier, on the whole, than saying how do you do to all those aunts and uncles.
He stood looking at nothing in particular, with the blushing, awkward air and semi-smile which are common to shy boys when in company, very much as if they had come into the world by mistake and found it in a degree of undress that was quite embarrassing. "Heyday!" said Aunt Glegg with loud emphasis. "Do little boys and girls come into a room without taking notice of their uncles and aunts? That wasn't the way when I was a little girl." "Go and speak to your aunts and uncles, my dears," said Mrs. Tulliver, looking anxious and melancholy. She wanted to whisper to Maggie a command to go and have her hair brushed. "Well, and how do you do? And I hope you're good children, are you?" said Aunt Glegg, in the same loud, emphatic way as she took their hands, hurting them with her large rings, and kissing their cheeks much against their desire. "Look up, Tom, look up. Boys as go to boarding schools should hold their heads up. Look at me now." Tom declined that pleasure apparently, for he tried to draw his hand away. "Put your hair behind your ears, Maggie, and keep your frock on your shoulder."
Aunt Glegg always spoke to them in this loud, emphatic way, as if she considered them deaf, or perhaps rather idiotic.
It was a means, she thought, of making them feel that they were accountable creatures, and might be a salutary check on naughty tendencies. Bessie's children were so spoiled. They'd need to have somebody to make them feel their duty. "Well, my dears," said Aunt Pullet, in a compassionate voice, "you grow wonderful fast. I doubt they'll outgrow their strength," she added, looking over their heads with a melancholy expression at their mother. "I think the girl has too much hair. I'd have it thinned and cut shorter, sister, if I was you. It isn't good for her health. It's that as makes her skin so brown, I shouldn't wonder. Don't you think so, Sister Dean?" "I can't say I'm sure, sister," said Mrs. Dean, shutting her lips close again, and looking at Maggie with a critical eye. "No, no," said Mr. Tulliver, "the child's healthy enough. There's nothing ails her. There's red wheat as well as white, for that matter, and some like the dark grain best. But it'd be as well if Bessie'd have that child's hair cut, so as it'd lie smooth." A dreadful resolve was gathering in Maggie's breast, but it was arrested by the desire to know from her Aunt Dean whether she would leave Lucy behind. Aunt Dean would hardly ever let Lucy come to see them. After various reasons for refusal, Mrs. Dean appealed to Lucy herself. "You wouldn't like to stay behind without mother, should you, Lucy?" "Yes, please, mother," said Lucy timidly, blushing very pink all over her little neck. "Well done, Lucy. Let her stay, Mrs. Dean, let her stay," said Mr. Dean, a large but alert-looking man, with a type of physique to be seen in all ranks of English society: bald crown, red whiskers, full forehead, and general solidity without heaviness. You may see noblemen like Mr. Dean, and you may see grocers or day labourers like him, but the keenness of his brown eyes was less common than his contour.
He held a silver snuff-box very tightly in his hand, and now and then exchanged a pinch with Mr. Tulliver, whose box was only silver-mounted, so that it was naturally a joke between them that Mr. Tulliver wanted to exchange snuff-boxes also. Mr. Dean's box had been given him by the superior partners in the firm to which he belonged, at the same time that they gave him a share in the business, in acknowledgment of his valuable services as manager. No man was thought more highly of in St. Ogg's than Mr. Dean, and some persons were even of opinion that Miss Susan Dodson, who was held to have made the worst match of all the Dodson sisters, might one day ride in a better carriage and live in a better house even than her sister Pullet. There was no knowing where a man would stop who had got his foot into a great mill-owning, ship-owning business like that of Guest and Company. with a banking concern attached, and Mrs. Dean, as her intimate female friends observed, was proud and having enough. She wouldn't let her husband stand still in the world for want of spurring. "Maggie," said Mrs. Tulliver, beckoning Maggie to her, and whispering in her ear as soon as this point of Lucy's staying was settled, "go and get your hair brushed, do, for shame. I told you not to come in without going to Martha first, you know I did." "Tom, come out with me," whispered Maggie, pulling his sleeve as she passed him, and Tom followed willingly enough. "Come upstairs with me, Tom," she whispered, when they were outside the door. "There's something I want to do before dinner." "There's no time to play at anything before dinner," said Tom, whose imagination was impatient of any intermediate prospect. "Oh, yes, there is time for this. Do come, Tom." Tom followed Maggie upstairs into her mother's room, and saw her go at once to a drawer from which she took out a large pair of scissors. "What are they for, Maggie?" said Tom, feeling his curiosity awakened. Maggie answered by seizing her front locks and cutting them straight across the middle of her forehead. "Oh, my buttons, Maggie, you'll catch it!" exclaimed Tom. "You'd better not cut any more off." Snip went the great scissors again while Tom was speaking, and he couldn't help feeling it was rather good fun. Maggie would look so queer. "Here, Tom, cut it behind for me," said Maggie, excited by her own daring and anxious to finish the deed. "You'll catch it, you know," said Tom, nodding his head in an admonitory manner, and hesitating a little as he took the scissors. "Never mind, make haste," said Maggie, giving a little stamp with her foot. Her cheeks were quite flushed. The black locks were so thick nothing could be more tempting to a lad who had already tasted the forbidden pleasure of cutting the pony's mane. I speak to those who know the satisfaction of making a pair of scissors meet through a duly resisting mass of hair. One delicious grinding snip, and then another and another, and the hinder locks fell heavily on the floor, and Maggie stood cropped in a jagged, uneven manner, but with a sense of clearness and freedom, as if she had emerged from a wood into the open plain. "Oh, Maggie," said Tom, jumping round her and slapping his knees as he laughed. "Oh, my buttons, what a queer thing you look! Look at yourself in the glass. You look like the idiot we throw out nutshells to at school." Maggie felt an unexpected pang. She had thought beforehand chiefly at her own deliverance from her teasing hair and teasing remarks about it, and something also of the triumph she should have over her mother and her aunts by this very decided course of action. She didn't want her hair to look pretty. That was out of the question. She only wanted people to think her a clever little girl and not to find fault with her. But now, when Tom began to laugh at her and say she was like an idiot, the affair had quite a new aspect. She looked in the glass, and still Tom laughed and clapped his hands, and Maggie's flushed cheeks began to pale. "Oh, Maggie, you'll have to go down to dinner directly," said Tom. "Oh, my!" "Don't laugh at me, Tom," said Maggie in a passionate tone, with an outburst of angry tears, stamping and giving him a push. "Now then, Spitfire," said Tom, "what did you cut it off for, then? I shall go down. I can smell the dinner going in." End of part 1 of chapter 7. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 7, Part 2 of Book First of The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Enter the Aunts and Uncles, continued. He hurried downstairs, and left poor Maggie to that bitter sense of the irrevocable, which was almost an everyday experience of her small soul. She could see clearly enough, now the thing was done, that it was very foolish, and that she should have to hear and think more about her hair than ever. For Maggie rushed to her deeds with passionate impulse, and then saw not only their consequences, but what would have happened if they had not been done, with all the detail and exaggerated circumstance of an active imagination. Tom never did the same sort of foolish things as Maggie, having a wonderful instinctive discernment of what would turn to his advantage or disadvantage. And so it happened that though he was much more wilful and inflexible than Maggie, his mother hardly ever called him naughty. But if Tom did make a mistake of that sort, he espoused it and stood by it. He didn't mind. If he broke the lash of his father's gig whip by lashing the gate, he couldn't help it. The whip shouldn't have got caught in the hinge. If Tom Tulliver whipped a gate, he was convinced, not that the whipping of gates by all boys was a justifiable act, but that he, Tom Tulliver, was justifiable in whipping that particular gate, and he wasn't going to be sorry. But Maggie, as she stood crying before the glass, felt it impossible that she should go down to dinner and endure the severe eyes and severe words of her aunts, while Tom and Lucy and Martha, who waited at table, and perhaps her father and her uncles, would laugh at her. For if Tom had laughed at her, of course everyone else would. And if she had only let her hair alone, she could have sat with Tom and Lucy and had the apricot pudding and the custard. What could she do but sob? She sat as helpless and despairing among her black locks as Ajax among the slaughtered sheep. Very trivial, perhaps, this anguish seems to weather-worn mortals who have to think of Christmas bills, dead loves, and broken friendships. But it was not less bitter to Maggie. Perhaps it was even more bitter than what we are fond of calling antithetically the real troubles of mature life. Ah, my child, you will have real troubles to fret about by and by, is the consolation we have almost all of us had administered to us in our childhood, and have repeated to other children since we have been grown up. We have all of us sobbed so piteously, standing with tiny bare legs above our little socks, when we lost sight of our mother or nurse in some strange place. But we can no longer recall the poignancy of that moment and weep over it as we do over the remembered sufferings of 5 or 10 years ago. Every one of those keen moments has left its trace and lives in us still, but such traces have blent themselves irrevocably with the firmer texture of our youth and manhood. And so it comes that we can look on at the troubles of our children with a smiling disbelief in the reality of their pain. Is there anyone who can recover the experience of his childhood, not merely with a memory of what he did and what happened to him, of what he liked and disliked when he was in frock and trousers, but with an intimate penetration, a revived consciousness of what he felt then, when it was so long from one midsummer to another? What he felt when his schoolfellows shut him out of their game because he would pitch the ball wrong out of mere wilfulness, or on a rainy day in the holidays when he didn't know how to amuse himself and fell from idleness into mischief, from mischief into defiance, and from defiance into sulkiness. Or when his mother absolutely refused to let him have a tailed coat that half, although every other boy of his age had gone into tails already. Surely, if we could recall that early bitterness, and the dim guesses, the strangely perspectiveless conception of life that gave the bitterness its intensity, we should not pooh-pooh the griefs of our own children. "Miss Maggie,
you're to come down this minute," said Kezia, entering the room hurriedly. "Lawks, what have you been a-doing? I never see such a fright." "Don't, Kezia," said Maggie angrily. "Go away." "But I tell you, you're to come down, miss, this minute. Your mother says so," said Kezia, going up to Maggie and taking her by the hand to raise her from the floor. "Get away, Kezia. I don't want any dinner," said Maggie, resisting Kezia's arm. "I shan't come." "Oh, well, I can't stay. I've got to wait at dinner," said Kezia, going out again. "Maggie, you little silly," said Tom, peeping into the room 10 minutes after. "Why don't you come and have your dinner? There's lots of goodies, and mother says you're to come. What are you crying for, you little spoony?" Oh, it was dreadful. Tom was so hard and unconcerned. If he had been crying on the floor, Maggie would have cried too. And there was the dinner, so nice, and she was so hungry. It was very bitter. But Tom was not altogether hard. He was not inclined to cry, and did not feel that Maggie's grief spoiled his prospect of the sweets. But he went and put his head near her, and said in a lower, comforting tone, "Won't you come then, Maggie? Shall I bring you a bit of pudding when I've had mine, and a custard and things?" "Yes," said Maggie, beginning to feel life a little more tolerable. "Very well," said Tom, going away. But he turned again at the door and said, "But you'd better come, you know. There's the dessert, nuts, you know, and cowslip wine." Maggie's tears had ceased, and she looked reflective as Tom left her. His good nature had taken off the keenest edge of her suffering, and nuts with cowslip wine began to assert their legitimate influence. Slowly she rose from amongst her scattered locks, and slowly she made her way downstairs. Then she stood leaning with one shoulder against the frame of the dining-parlour door, peeping in when it was ajar. She saw Tom and Lucy with an empty chair between them, and there were the custards on a side table. It was too much. She slipped in and went towards the empty chair. But she had no sooner sat down than she repented and wished herself back again. Mrs. Tulliver gave a little scream as she saw her, and felt such a turn that she dropped the large gravy spoon into the dish, with the most serious results to the tablecloth. For Kezia had not betrayed the reason of Maggie's refusal to come down, not liking to give her mistress a shock in the moment of carving, and Mrs. Tulliver thought there was nothing worse in question than a fit of perverseness, which was inflicting its own punishment by depriving Maggie of half her dinner. Mrs. Tulliver's scream made all eyes turn towards the same point as her own, and Maggie's cheeks and ears began to burn, while Uncle Glegg, a kind-looking, white-haired old gentleman, said, "Hey, Day, what little girl's this? Why, I don't know her. Is it some little girl you've picked up in the road, Kezia?" "Why, she's gone and cut her hair herself," said Mr. Tulliver in an undertone to Mr. Dean, laughing with much enjoyment. "Did you ever know such a little hussy as it is?" "Why, little miss, you've made yourself look very funny," said Uncle Pullet, and perhaps he never in his life made an observation which was felt to be so lacerating. "Fie, for shame!" said Aunt Glegg in her loudest, severest tone of reproof. "Little girls as cut their own hair should be whipped and fed on bread and water, not come and sit down with their aunts and uncles." "Aye, aye," said Uncle Glegg, meaning to give a playful turn to this denunciation. "She must be sent to jail, I think, and they'll cut the rest of her hair off there, and make it all even." "She's more like a gipsy nor ever," said Aunt Pullet in a pitying tone. "It's very bad luck, sister, as the girl should be so brown. The boy's fair enough. I doubt it'll stand in her way of life to be so brown." "She's a naughty child as'll break her mother's heart," said Mrs. Tulliver with the tears in her eyes. Maggie seemed to be listening to a chorus of reproach and derision. Her first flush came from anger, which gave her a transient power of defiance, and Tom thought she was braving it out, supported by the recent appearance of the pudding and custard. Under this impression, he whispered, "Oh, my, Maggie, I told you you'd catch it." He meant to be friendly, but Maggie felt convinced that Tom was rejoicing in her ignominy. Her feeble power of defiance left her in an instant. Her heart swelled, and getting up from her chair, she ran to her father, hid her face on his shoulder, and burst out into loud sobbing. "Come, come, my wench," said her father soothingly, putting his arm round her. "Never mind. You was i' the right to cut it off if it plagued you. Give over crying. Father'll take your part." Delicious words of tenderness. Maggie never forgot any of these moments when her father took her part. She kept them in her heart, and thought of them long years after, when everyone else said that her father had done very ill by his children. "How your husband does spoil that child, Bessie," said Mrs. Glegg in a loud aside to Mrs. Tulliver. "It'll be the ruin of her if you don't take care. My father never brought his children up so, else we should have been a different sort of family to what we are." Mrs. Tulliver's domestic sorrows seemed at this moment to have reached the point at which insensibility begins. She took no notice of her sister's remark, but threw back her cap strings and dispensed the pudding in mute resignation. With the dessert there came entire deliverance for Maggie, for the children were told they might have their nuts and wine in the summer-house, since the day was so mild, and they scampered out among the budding bushes of the garden with the alacrity of small animals getting from under a burning glass. Mrs. Tulliver had her special reason for this permission. Now the dinner was dispatched, and everyone's mind disengaged, it was the right moment to communicate Mr. Tulliver's intention concerning Tom, and it would be as well for Tom himself to be absent. The children were used to hear themselves talked of as freely as if they were birds, and could understand nothing, however they might stretch their necks and listen. But on this occasion Mrs. Tulliver manifested an unusual discretion, because she had recently had evidence that the going to school to a clergyman was a sore point with Tom, who looked at it as very much on a par with going to school to a constable. Mrs. Tulliver had a sighing sense that her husband would do as he liked, whatever Sister Glegg said, or Sister Pullet either, but at least they would not be able to say, if the thing turned out ill, that Bessie had fallen in with her husband's folly without letting her own friends know a word about it. "Mr. Tulliver," she said, interrupting her husband in his talk with Mr. Dean, "it's time now to tell the children's aunts and uncles what you're thinking of doing with Tom, isn't it?" "Very well," said Mr. Tulliver rather sharply. "I've no objections to tell anybody what I mean to do with him. I've settled," he added, looking towards Mr. Glegg and Mr. Dean, "I've settled to send him to a Mr. Stelling, a parson down at King's Lorton there, an uncommon clever fellow, I understand, as'll put him up to most things." There was a rustling demonstration of surprise in the company, such as you may have observed in a country congregation when they hear an allusion to their weekday affairs from the pulpit. It was equally astonishing to the aunts and uncles to find a parson introduced into Mr. Tulliver's family arrangements. As for Uncle Pullet, he could hardly have been more thoroughly obfuscated if Mr. Tulliver had said he was going to send Tom to the Lord Chancellor. For Uncle Pullet belonged to that extinct class of British yeomen who, dressed in good broadcloth, paid high rates and taxes, went to church, and ate a particularly good dinner on Sunday, without dreaming that the British Constitution in church and state had a traceable origin any more than the solar system and the fixed stars. It is melancholy but true that Mr. Pullet had the most confused idea of a bishop as a sort of baronet who might or might not be a clergyman, and as the rector of his own parish was a man of high family and fortune, the idea that a clergyman could be a schoolmaster was too remote from Mr. Pullet's experience to be readily conceivable. I know it is difficult for people in these instructed times to believe in Uncle Pullet's ignorance, but let them reflect on the remarkable results of a great natural faculty under favouring circumstances. And Uncle Pullet had a great natural faculty for ignorance. He was the first to give utterance to his astonishment. "Why, what can you be going to send him to a parson for?" he said, with an amazed twinkling in his eyes, looking at Mr. Glegg and Mr. Dean to see if they showed any signs of comprehension. "Why, because the parsons are the best schoolmasters, by what I can make out," said poor Mr. Tulliver, who, in the maze of this puzzling world, laid hold of any clue with great readiness and tenacity. "Jacob's at the academy's no parson, and he's done very bad by the boy, and I made up my mind, if I sent him to school again, it should be to somebody different to Jacob's. And this Mr. Stelling, by what I can make out, is the sort of man I want, and I mean my boy to go to him at midsummer," he concluded in a tone of decision, tapping his snuff-box and taking a pinch. "You'll have to pay a swinging half-yearly bill then, Tulliver? The clergymen have highish notions in general," said Mr. Dean, taking snuff vigorously, as he always did when wishing to maintain a neutral position. "What? Do you think the parson'll teach him to know a good sample of wheat when he sees it, neighbour Tulliver?" said Mr. Glegg, who was fond of his jest, and having retired from business, felt that it was not only allowable but becoming in him to take a playful view of things. "Why, you see, I've got a plan in my head about Tom," said Mr. Tulliver, pausing after that statement and lifting up his glass. "Well, if I may be allowed to speak, and it's seldom as I am," said Mrs. Glegg, with a tone of bitter meaning, "I should like to know what good is to come to the boy by bringing him up above his fortune." "Why," said Mr. Tulliver, not looking at Mrs. Glegg, but at the male part of his audience, "you see, I've made up my mind not to bring Tom up to my own business. I've had my thoughts about it all along, and I made up my mind by what I saw with Garnet and his son. I mean to put him to some business as he can go into without capital, and I want to give him an education as he'll be even with the lawyers and folks, and put me up to a notion now and then." Mrs. Glegg emitted a long sort of guttural sound with closed lips that smiled in mingled pity and scorn. "It'd be a fine deal better for some people," she said after that introductory note, "if they'd let the lawyers alone." "Is he at the head of a grammar school, then, this clergyman, such as that at Market Bewley?" said Mr. Dean. "No, nothing of that," said Mr. Tulliver. "He won't take more than 2 or 3 pupils, and so he'll have the more time to attend to 'em, you know." "Ah, and get his education done the sooner. They can't learn much at a time when there's so many of 'em," said Uncle Pullet, feeling that he was getting quite an insight into this difficult manner. "But he'll want the more pay, I doubt," said Mr. Glegg. Aye, a cool 100 a year, that's all," said Mr. Tulliver, with some pride at his own spirited course. "But then, you know, it's an investment. Tom's education'll be so much capital to him." "Aye, there's something in that," said Mr. Glegg. Well, neighbour Tulliver, you may be right, you may be right. When land is gone and money spent, then learning is most excellent." I remember seeing those 2 lines wrote on a window at Buxton. But us that have got no learning had better keep our money, eh, neighbour Pullet? Mr. Glegg rubbed his knees and looked very pleasant. "Mr. Glegg, I wonder at you," said his wife. "It's very unbecoming in a man of your age and belongings." "What's unbecoming, Mrs. G?" said Mr. Glegg, winking pleasantly at the company. "My new blue coat as I've got on." "I pity your weakness, Mr. Glegg. I say it's unbecoming to be making a joke when you see your own kin going headlongs to ruin." "If you mean me by that," said Mr. Tulliver, considerably nettled, "you needn't trouble yourself to fret about me. I can manage my own affairs without troubling other folks." "Bless me," said Mr. Dean, judiciously introducing a new idea. "Why, now I come to think of it, somebody said Wakeham was going to send his son, the deformed lad, to a clergyman, didn't they, Susan?" appealing to his wife. "I can give no account of it, I'm sure," said Mrs. Dean, closing her lips very tightly again. Mrs. Dean was not a woman to take part in a scene where missiles were flying. "Well," said Mr. Tulliver, speaking all the more cheerfully that Mrs. Glegg might see he didn't mind her, "if Wakeham thinks of sending his son to a clergyman, depend on it I shall make no mistake of sending Tom to one. Wakeham's as big a scoundrel as old Harry ever made, but he knows the length of every man's foot he's got to deal with. Aye, tell me who's Wakeham's butcher, and I'll tell you where to get your meat." "But Lawyer Wakeham's son's got a humpback," said Mrs. Pullet, who felt as if the whole business had a funereal aspect. "It's more natural to send him to a clergyman." "Yes," said Mr. Glegg, interpreting Mrs. Pullet's observation with erroneous plausibility. "You must consider that, neighbour Tulliver. Wakeham's son isn't likely to follow any business. Wakeham'll make a gentleman of him, poor fellow." "Mr. Glegg," said Mrs. G, in a tone which implied that her indignation would fizz and ooze a little, though she was determined to keep it corked up, "you'd far better hold your tongue. Mr. Tulliver doesn't want to know your opinion nor mine neither. There's folks in the world as know better than everybody else." "Why, I should think that's you, if we're to trust your own tale," said Mr. Tulliver, beginning to boil up again. "Oh, I say nothing," said Mrs. Glegg sarcastically. "My advice has never been asked, and I don't give it." "It'll be the first time, then," said Mr. Tulliver. "It's the only thing you're over ready at giving." "I've been over ready at lending, then, if I haven't been over ready at giving," said Mrs. Glegg. "There's folks I've lent money to, as perhaps I shall repent of lending money to kin." Come," said Mr. Glegg soothingly. But Mr. Tulliver was not to be hindered of his retort. "You've got a bond for it, I reckon," he said, "and you've had your 5%, kin or no kin." "Sister," said Mrs. Tulliver pleadingly, "drink your wine and let me give you some almonds and raisins." "Bessie, I'm sorry for you," said Mrs. Glegg, very much with the feeling of a cur that seizes the opportunity of diverting his bark towards the man who carries no stick. "It's poor work, talking of almonds and raisins."
"Laws, Sister Glegg, don't be so quarrelsome," said Mrs. Pullet, beginning to cry a little. "You may be struck with a fit, getting so red in the face after dinner, and we are but just out of mourning, all of us, and all with gowns craped alike and just put by. It's very bad among sisters."
"I should think it is bad," said Mrs. Glegg. "Things are come to a fine pass when one sister invites the other to her house a purpose to quarrel with her and abuse her." "Softly, softly, Jane, be reasonable, said Mr. Glegg. But while he was speaking, Mr. Tulliver, who had by no means said enough to satisfy his anger, burst out again. "Who wants to quarrel with you?" he said. "It's you as can't let people alone, but must be gnawing at 'em for ever. I should never want to quarrel with any woman, if she kept her place." "My place, indeed," said Mrs. Glegg, getting rather more shrill. "There's your betters, Mr. Tulliver, as are dead and in their grave, treated me with a different sort of respect to what you do, though I've got a husband as'll sit by and see me abused by them as had never had the chance if there hadn't been them in our family as married worse than they might ha' done." "If you talk of that," said Mr. Tulliver, "my family's as good as yours, and better, for it hasn't got a damned ill-tempered woman in it." "Well," said Mrs. Glegg, rising from her chair, "I don't know whether you think it's a fine thing to sit by and hear me swore at, Mr. Glegg, but I'm not going to stay a minute longer in this house. You can stay behind and come home with the gig, and I'll walk home." Dear heart," said Mr. Glegg in a melancholy tone as he followed his wife out of the room. "Mr. Tulliver, how could you talk so?" said Mrs. Tulliver, with the tears in her eyes. "Let her go," said Mr. Tulliver, too hot to be damped by any amount of tears. "Let her go, and the sooner the better. She won't be trying to domineer over me again in a hurry." "Sister Pullet," said Mrs. Tulliver helplessly, "do you think it'd be any use for you to go after her and try to pacify her?" Better not, said Mr. Dean. "You'll make it up another day." "Then, sisters, shall we go and look at the children?" said Mrs. Tulliver, drying her eyes. No proposition could have been more seasonable. Mr. Tulliver felt very much as if the air had been cleared of obtrusive flies now the women were out of the room. There were few things he liked better than a chat with Mr. Dean, whose close application to business allowed the pleasure very rarely. Mr. Dean, he considered, was the knowingest man of his acquaintance, and he had besides a ready causticity of tongue that made an agreeable supplement to Mr. Tulliver's own tendency that way, which had remained in rather an inarticulate condition. And now the women were gone, they could carry on their serious talk without frivolous interruption. They could exchange their views concerning the Duke of Wellington, whose conduct in the Catholic question had thrown such an entirely new light on his character, and speak slightingly of his conduct at the Battle of Waterloo, which he would never have won if there hadn't been a great many Englishmen at his back, not to speak of Blucher and the Prussians, who, as Mr. Tulliver had heard from a person of particular knowledge in that matter, had come up in the very nick of time, though here there was a slight dissidence, Mr. Dean remarking that he was not disposed to give much credit to the Prussians. The build of their vessels, together with the unsatisfactory character of transactions in Danzig beer, inclined him to form rather a low view of Prussian pluck generally. Rather beaten on this ground, Mr. Tulliver proceeded to express his fears that the country could never again be what it used to be. But Mr. Dean, attached to a firm of which the returns were on the increase, naturally took a more lively view of the present, and had some details to give concerning the state of the imports, especially in hides and spelter, which soothed Mr. Tulliver's imagination by throwing into more distant perspective the period when the country would become utterly the prey of papists and radicals, and there would be no more chance for honest men. Uncle Pullet sat by and listened with twinkling eyes to these high matters. He didn't understand politics himself, thought they were a natural gift, but by what he could make out, this Duke of Wellington was no better than he should be. End of chapter 7. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 8 of Book First of The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Mr. Tulliver shows his weaker side.
Suppose Sister Glegg should call her money in. It'd be very awkward for you to have to raise £500 now, said Mrs. Tulliver to her husband that evening, as she took a plaintive review of the day. Mrs. Tulliver had lived 13 years with her husband, yet she retained in all the freshness of her early married life a facility of saying things which drove him in the opposite direction to the one she desired. Some minds are wonderful for keeping their bloom in this way, as a patriarchal goldfish apparently retains to the last its youthful illusion that it can swim in a straight line beyond the encircling glass. Mrs. Tulliver was an amiable fish of this kind, and after running her head against the same resisting medium for 13 years, would go at it again today with undulled alacrity. This observation of hers tended directly to convince Mr. Tulliver that it would not be at all awkward for him to raise £500, and when Mrs. Tulliver became rather pressing to know how he would raise it without mortgaging the mill and the house, which he had said he would never mortgage, since nowadays people were none so ready to lend money without security, Mr. Tulliver, getting warm, declared that Mrs. Glegg might do as she liked about calling in her money. He should pay it in, whether or not. He was not going to be beholding to his wife's sisters. When a man had married into a family where there was a whole litter of women, he might have plenty to put up with if he chose, but Mr. Tulliver did not choose. Mrs. Tulliver cried a little in a trickling, quiet way as she put on her nightcap, but presently sank into a comfortable sleep, lulled by the thought that she would talk everything over with her sister Pullet tomorrow, when she was to take the children to Garum first to tea. Not that she looked forward to any distinct issue from that talk, but it seemed impossible that past events should be so obstinate as to remain unmodified when they were complained against. Her husband lay awake rather longer, for he too was thinking of a visit he would pay on the morrow, and his ideas on the subject were not of so vague and soothing a kind as those of his amiable partner. Mr. Tulliver, when under the influence of a strong feeling, had a promptitude in action that may seem inconsistent with that painful sense of the complicated, puzzling nature of human affairs under which his more dispassionate deliberations were conducted. But it is really not improbable that there was a direct relation between these apparently contradictory phenomena, since I have observed that for getting a strong impression that a skein is tangled, there is nothing like snatching hastily at a single thread. It was owing to this promptitude that Mr. Tulliver was on horseback soon after dinner the next day (he was not dyspeptic), on his way to Basset to see his sister Moss and her husband. For, having made up his mind irrevocably that he would pay Mrs. Glegg her loan of £500, it naturally occurred to him that he had a promissory note for £300 lent to his brother-in-law Moss, and if said brother-in-law could manage to pay in the money within a given time, it would go far to lessen the fallacious air of inconvenience which Mr. Tulliver's spirited step might have worn in the eyes of weak people who require to know precisely how a thing is to be done before they are strongly confident that it will be easy. For Mr. Tulliver was in a position neither new nor striking, but, like other everyday things, sure to have a cumulative effect that will be felt in the long run. He was held to be a much more substantial man than he really was, and as we are all apt to believe what the world believes about us, it was his habit to think of failure and ruin with the same sort of remote pity with which a spare, long-necked man hears that his plethoric, short-necked neighbour is stricken with apoplexy. He had always been used to hear pleasant jokes about his advantages as a man who worked his own mill and owned a pretty bit of land, and these jokes naturally kept up his sense that he was a man of considerable substance. They gave a pleasant flavour to his glass on a market day, and if it had not been for the recurrence of half-yearly payments, Mr. Tulliver would really have forgotten that there was a mortgage of £2,000 on his very desirable freehold. That was not altogether his own fault, since one of the £1,000 was his sister's fortune, which he had had to pay on her marriage, and a man who has neighbours that will go to law with him is not likely to pay off his mortgages, especially if he enjoys the good opinion of acquaintances who want to borrow £100 on security too lofty to be represented by parchment. Our friend Mr. Tulliver had a good-natured fibre in him, and did not like to give harsh refusals even to a sister who had not only come into the world in that superfluous way characteristic of sisters, creating a necessity for mortgages, but had quite thrown herself away in marriage, and had crowned her mistakes by having an 8th baby. On this point Mr. Tulliver was conscious of being a little weak, but he apologised to himself by saying that poor Gritty had been a good-looking wench before she married Moss. He would sometimes say this even with a slight tremulousness in his voice. But this morning he was in a mood more becoming a man of business, and in the course of his ride along the Basset lanes with their deep ruts, lying so far away from a market town that the labour of drawing produce and manure was enough to take away the best part of the profits on such poor land as that parish was made of, he got up a due amount of irritation against Moss as a man without capital, who, if murrain and blight were abroad, was sure to have his share of them, and who, the more you tried to help him out of the mud, would sink the further in. It would do him good rather than harm now if he were obliged to raise this £300. It would make him look about him better, and not act so foolishly about his wool this year as he did the last. In fact, Mr. Tulliver had been too easy with his brother-in-law, and because he had let the interest run on for 2 years, Moss was likely enough to think that he should never be troubled about the principal. But Mr. Tulliver was determined not to encourage such shuffling people any longer, and a ride along the Basset lanes was not likely to enervate a man's resolution by softening his temper. The deep-trodden hoof-marks, made in the muddiest days of winter, gave him a shake now and then which suggested a rash but stimulating snarl at the father of lawyers, who, whether by means of his hoof or otherwise, had doubtless something to do with this state of the roads, and the abundance of foul land and neglected fences that met his eye, though they made no part of his brother Moss's farm, strongly contributed to his dissatisfaction with that unlucky agriculturist. If this wasn't Moss's fallow, it might have been. Basset was all alike. It was a beggarly parish, in Mr. Tulliver's opinion, and his opinion was certainly not groundless. Basset had a poor soil, poor roads, a poor non-resident landlord, a poor non-resident vicar, and rather less than half a curate, also poor. If anyone strongly impressed with the power of the human mind to triumph over circumstances will contend that the parishioners of Basset might nevertheless have been a very superior class of people, I have nothing to urge against that abstract proposition. I only know that in point of fact the Basset mind was in strict keeping with its circumstances. The muddy lanes, green or clayey, that seemed to the unaccustomed eye to lead nowhere but into each other, did really lead, with patience, to a distant high road, but there were many feet in Basset which they led more frequently to a centre of dissipation, spoken of formerly as the Marquis of Granby, but among intimates as Dickerson's. A large, low room with a sanded floor, a cold scent of tobacco, modified by undetected beer dregs, Mr. Dickerson leaning against the doorpost with a melancholy pimpled face, looking as irrelevant to the daylight as a last night's guttering candle. All this may not seem a very seductive form of temptation, but the majority of men in Basset found it fatally alluring when encountered on their road towards 4 o'clock on a wintry afternoon. And if any wife in Basset wished to indicate that her husband was not a pleasure-seeking man, she could hardly do it more emphatically than by saying that he didn't spend a shilling at Dickerson's from one Whitsuntide to another. Mrs. Moss had said so of her husband more than once, when her brother was in a mood to find fault with him, as he certainly was today, and nothing could be less pacifying to Mr. Tulliver than the behaviour of the farmyard gate, which he no sooner attempted to push open with his riding-stick than it acted as gates without the upper hinge are known to do, to the peril of shins, whether equine or human. He was about to get down and lead his horse through the damp dirt of the hollow farmyard, shadowed drearily by the large half-timbered buildings, up to the long line of tumble-down dwelling-house standing on a raised causeway, but the timely appearance of a cowboy saved him that frustration of a plan he had determined on, namely, not to get down from his horse during this visit. If a man means to be hard, let him keep in his saddle and speak from that height, above the level of pleading eyes, and with the command of a distant horizon. Mrs. Moss heard the sound of the horse's feet, and when her brother rode up, was already outside the kitchen door, with a half-weary smile on her face, and a black-eyed baby in her arms. Mrs. Moss's face bore a faded resemblance to her brother's. Baby's little fat hand, pressed against her cheek, seemed to show more strikingly that the cheek was faded. "Brother, I'm glad to see you," she said in an affectionate tone. "I didn't look for you today. How do you do?" "Oh, pretty well, Mrs. Moss, pretty well," answered the brother, with cool deliberation, as if it were rather too forward of her to ask that question. She knew at once that her brother was not in a good humour. He never called her Mrs. Moss except when he was angry, and when they were in company. But she thought it was in the order of nature that people who were poorly off should be snubbed. Mrs. Moss did not take her stand on the equality of the human race. She was a patient, prolific, loving-hearted woman. "Your husband isn't in the house, I suppose?" added Mr. Tulliver, after a grave pause, during which 4 children had run out, like chickens whose mother has been suddenly in eclipse behind the hen coop.
"No," said Mrs. Moss, "but he's only in the potato field yonders. Georgie, run to the far close in a minute and tell your father your uncle's come. You'll get down, brother, won't you, and take something?"
No, I can't get down. I must be going home again directly," said Mr. Tulliver, looking at the distance.
"And how's Mrs. Tulliver and the children?" said Mrs. Moss humbly, not daring to press her invitation.
"Oh, pretty well. Tom's going to a new school at midsummer, a deal of expense to me. It's bad work for me, lying out of my money."
"I wish you'd be so good as to let the children come and see their cousins some day. My little uns want to see their cousin Maggie so as never was. And me, her godmother, and so fond of her. There's nobody'd make a bigger fuss with her, according to what they've got. And I know she likes to come, for she's a loving child, and how quick and clever she is, to be sure."
If Mrs. Moss had been one of the most astute women in the world, instead of being one of the simplest, she could have thought of nothing more likely to propitiate her brother than this praise of Maggie. He seldom found anyone volunteering praise of the little wench. It was usually left entirely to himself to insist on her merits, but Maggie always appeared in the most amiable light at her Aunt Moss's. It was her Alsatia, where she was out of the reach of law. If she upset anything, dirtied her shoes, or tore her frock, these things were matters of course at her Aunt Moss's. In spite of himself, Mr. Tulliver's eyes got milder, and he did not look away from his sister as he said, "Aye, she's fonder of you than of the other aunts, I think. She takes after our family, not a bit of her mother's in her."
"Moss says she's just like what I used to be," said Mrs. Moss, "though I was never so quick and fond of the books. But I think my Lizzie's like her. She's sharp. Come here, Lizzie, my dear, and let your uncle see you. He hardly knows you, you grow so fast."
Lizzie, a black-eyed child of 7, looked very shy when her mother drew her forward, for the small Mosses were much in awe of their uncle from Dorlcote Mill. She was inferior enough to Maggie in fire and strength of expression to make the resemblance between the two entirely flattering to Mr. Tulliver's fatherly love.
"Aye, they're a bit alike," he said, looking kindly at the little figure in the soiled pinafore. "They both take after our mother. You've got enough of girls, Gritty," he added, in a tone half compassionate, half reproachful.
"4 of 'em, bless 'em," said Mrs. Moss, with a sigh, stroking Lizzie's hair on each side of her forehead.
"As many as there's boys. They've got a brother apiece."
"Ah, but they must turn out and fend for themselves," said Mr. Tulliver, feeling that his severity was relaxing, and trying to brace it by throwing out a wholesome hint. "They mustn't look to hanging on their brothers."
"No, but I hope their brothers'll love the poor things, and remember they came of one father and mother. The lads'll never be the poorer for that," said Mrs. Moss, flashing out with hurried timidity, like a half-smothered fire. Mr. Tulliver gave his horse a little stroke on the flank, then checked it and said angrily, "Stand still with you," much to the astonishment of that innocent animal. "And the more there is of 'em, the more they must love one another," Mrs. Moss went on, looking at her children with a didactic purpose. But she turned towards her brother again to say, "Not but what I hope your boy will always be good to his sister, though there's but 2 of 'em like you and me, brother."
That arrow went straight to Mr. Tulliver's heart. He had not a rapid imagination, but the thought of Maggie was very near to him, and he was not long in seeing his relation to his own sister side by side with Tom's relation to Maggie. Would the little wench ever be poorly off, and Tom rather hard upon her? "Aye, aye, Gritty," said the miller, with a new softness in his tone, "but I've allus done what I could for you," he added, as if vindicating himself from a reproach. "I'm not denying that, brother, and I'm no ways ungrateful," said poor Mrs. Moss, too fagged by toil and children to have strength left for any pride. "But here's the father. What a while you've been, Moss!" "While do you call it?" said Mr. Moss, feeling out of breath and injured. "I've been running all the way. Won't you light, Mr. Tulliver?" "Well, I'll just get down and have a bit of talk with you in the garden," said Mr. Tulliver, feeling that he should be more likely to show a due spirit of resolve if his sister were not present. He got down and passed with Mr. Moss into the garden towards an old yew-tree arbour, while his sister stood tapping her baby on the back and looking wistfully after them. Their entrance into the yew-tree arbour surprised several fowls that were recreating themselves by scratching deep holes in the dusty ground, and at once took flight with much pother and cackling. Mr. Tulliver sat down on the bench, and tapping the ground curiously here and there with his stick, as if he suspected some hollowness, opened the conversation by observing, with something like a snarl in his tone, "Why, you've got wheat again in that corner close, I see, and never a bit of dressing on it. You do no good with it this year." Mr. Moss, who, when he married Miss Tulliver, had been regarded as the buck of Basset, now wore a beard nearly a week old, and had the depressed, unexpectant air of a machine horse. He answered in a patient, grumbling tone, "Why, poor farmers like me must do as they can. They must leave it to them as have got money to play with to put half as much into the ground as they mean to get out of it." "I don't know who should have money to play with, if it isn't them as can borrow money without paying interest," said Mr. Tulliver, who wished to get into a slight quarrel. It was the most natural and easy introduction to calling in money. "I know I'm behind with the interest," said Mr. Moss, "but I was so unlucky with the wool last year, and what with the missus being laid up so, things have gone ockeder nor usual." "Aye," snarled Mr. Tulliver, "there's folks as things'll allus go ocked with. Empty sacks'll never stand upright." "Well, I don't know what fault you've got to find with me, Mr. Tulliver," said Mr. Moss deprecatingly. "I know there isn't a day labourer works harder." "What's the use of that?" said Mr. Tulliver sharply, "when a man marries and's got no capital to work his farm but his wife's bit of fortune? I was against it from the first, but you'd neither of you listen to me, and I can't lie out any money any longer, for I've got to pay 500 of Mrs. Glegg's, and there'll be Tom and expense to me as I should find myself short, even saying I'd got back all as is my own. You must look about and see how you can pay me the £300. "Well, if that's what you mean," said Mr. Moss, looking blankly before him, "we'd better be sold up and a done with it. I must part with every head of stock I'n got to pay you and the landlord too." Poor relations are undeniably irritating. Their existence is so entirely uncalled for on our part, and they are almost always very faulty people. Mr. Tulliver had succeeded in getting quite as much irritated with Mr. Moss as he had desired, and he was able to say angrily, rising from his seat, "Well, you must do as you can. I can't find money for everybody else as well as myself. I must look to my own business and my own family. I can't lie out of my money any longer. You must raise it as quick as you can." Mr. Tulliver walked abruptly out of the arbour as he uttered the last sentence, and without looking round at Mr. Moss, went on to the kitchen door, where the eldest boy was holding his horse, and his sister was waiting in a state of wondering alarm, which was not without its alleviations, for baby was making pleasant gurgling sounds, and performing a great deal of finger practice on the faded face. Mrs. Moss had 8 children, but could never overcome her regret that the twins had not lived. Mr. Moss thought their removal was not without its consolations. "Won't you come in, brother?" she said, looking anxiously at her husband, who was walking slowly up, while Mr. Tulliver had his foot already in the stirrup. "No, no, good-bye," said he, turning his horse's head and riding away. No man could feel more resolute till he got outside the yard gate and a little way along the deep-rutted lane, but before he reached the next turning, which would take him out of sight of the dilapidated farm buildings, he appeared to be smitten by some sudden thought. He checked his horse and made it stand still in the same spot for 2 or 3 minutes, during which he turned his head from side to side in a melancholy way, as if he were looking at some painful object on more sides than one. Evidently, after his fit of promptitude, Mr. Tulliver was relapsing into the sense that this is a puzzling world. He turned his horse and rode slowly back, giving vent to the climax of feeling which had determined this movement by saying aloud as he struck his horse, "Poor little wench! She'll have nobody but Tom belike when I'm gone." Mr. Tulliver's return into the yard was descried by several young Mosses, who immediately ran in with the exciting news to their mother, so that Mrs. Moss was again on the doorstep when her brother rode up. She had been crying, but was rocking baby to sleep in her arms now, and made no ostentatious show of sorrow as her brother looked at her, but merely said, "The father's gone to the field again if you want him, brother." "No, Gritty, no," said Mr. Tulliver in a gentle tone. "Don't you fret, that's all. I'll make a shift without the money a bit, only you must be as clever and contriving as you can." Mrs. Moss's tears came again at this unexpected kindness, and she could say nothing. "Come, come, the little wench shall come and see you. I'll bring her and Tom some day before he goes to school. You mustn't fret. I'll always be a good brother to you." "Thank you for that word, brother," said Mrs. Moss, drying her tears. Then, turning to Lizzie, she said, "Run now and fetch the coloured egg for cousin Maggie." Lizzie ran in and quickly reappeared with a small paper parcel. "It's boiled hard, brother, and coloured with thrums. Very pretty. It was done o' purpose for Maggie. Will you please to carry it in your pocket?" "Aye, aye," said Mr. Tulliver, putting it carefully in his side pocket. "Good-bye." And so the respectable miller returned along the Bassett lanes, rather more puzzled than before as to ways and means, but still with the sense of a danger escaped. It had come across his mind that if he were hard upon his sister, it might somehow tend to make Tom hard upon Maggie at some distant day, when her father was no longer there to take her part. For simple people like our friend Mr. Tulliver are apt to clothe unimpeachable feelings in erroneous ideas, and this was his confused way of explaining to himself that his love and anxiety for the little wench had given him a new sensibility towards his sister. End of chapter 8. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 9 of Book First of The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. To Garum Firs. While the possible troubles of Maggie's future were occupying her father's mind, she herself was tasting only the bitterness of the present. Childhood has no forebodings, but then it is soothed by no memories of outlived sorrow. The fact was, the day had begun ill with Maggie. The pleasure of having Lucy to look at, and the prospect of the afternoon visit to Garum Firs, where she would hear Uncle Pullet's musical box, had been marred as early as 11 o'clock by the advent of the hairdresser from St. Ogg's, who had spoken in the severest terms of the condition in which he had found her hair, holding up one jagged lock after another and saying, "See here, tut, tut, tut," in a tone of mingled disgust and pity, which to Maggie's imagination was equivalent to the strongest expression of public opinion. Mr. Rappit, the hairdresser, with his well-anointed coronal locks tending wavily upward like the simulated pyramid of flame on a monumental urn, seemed to her at that moment the most formidable of her contemporaries, into whose street at St. Ogg's she would carefully refrain from entering through the rest of her life. Moreover, the preparation for a visit being always a serious affair in the Dodson family, Martha was enjoined to have Mrs. Tulliver's room ready an hour earlier than usual, that the laying out of the best clothes might not be deferred till the last moment, as was sometimes the case in families of lax views, where the ribbon strings were never rolled up, where there was little or no wrapping in silver paper, and where the sense that the Sunday clothes could be got at quite easily produced no shock to the mind. Already, at 12 o'clock, Mrs. Tulliver had on her visiting costume, with a protective apparatus of brown holland, as if she had been a piece of satin furniture in danger of flies. Maggie was frowning and twisting her shoulders, that she might, if possible, shrink away from the prickliest of tuckers, while her mother was remonstrating, "Don't, Maggie, my dear, don't look so ugly." And Tom's cheeks were looking particularly brilliant as a relief to his best blue suit, which he wore with becoming calmness, having, after a little wrangling, effected what was always the one point of interest to him in his toilette. He had transferred all the contents of his everyday pockets to those actually in wear. As for Lucy, she was just as pretty and neat as she had been yesterday. No accidents ever happened to her clothes, and she was never uncomfortable in them, so that she looked with wondering pity at Maggie pouting and writhing under the exasperating tucker. Maggie would certainly have torn it off if she had not been checked by the remembrance of her recent humiliation about her hair. As it was, she confined herself to fretting and twisting, and behaving peevishly about the card-houses which they were allowed to build till dinner, as a suitable amusement for boys and girls in their best clothes. Tom could build perfect pyramids of houses, but Maggie's would never bear the laying on of the roof. It was always so with the things that Maggie made, and Tom had deduced the conclusion that no girls could ever make anything. But it happened that Lucy proved wonderfully clever at building. She handled the cards so lightly and moved so gently that Tom condescended to admire her houses as well as his own, the more readily because she had asked him to teach her. Maggie, too, would have admired Lucy's houses, and would have given up her own unsuccessful building to contemplate them without ill temper, if her tucker had not made her peevish, and if Tom had not inconsiderately laughed when her houses fell, and told her she was a stupid. "Don't laugh at me, Tom," she burst out angrily. "I'm not a stupid. I know a great many things you don't."
"Oh, I dare say, Miss Spitfire, I'd never be such a cross thing as you, making faces like that. Lucy doesn't do so. I like Lucy better than you. I wish Lucy was my sister." "Then it's very wicked and cruel of you to wish so," said Maggie, starting up hurriedly from her place on the floor and upsetting Tom's wonderful pagoda. She really did not mean it, but the circumstantial evidence was against her, and Tom turned white with anger, but said nothing. He would have struck her, only he knew it was cowardly to strike a girl, and Tom Tulliver was quite determined he would never do anything cowardly. Maggie stood in dismay and terror while Tom got up from the floor and walked away, pale, from the scattered ruins of his pagoda, and Lucy looked on mutely like a kitten pausing from its lapping. "Oh, Tom," said Maggie at last, going halfway towards him, "I didn't mean to knock it down. Indeed, I didn't." Tom took no notice of her, but took instead 2 or 3 hard peas out of his pocket, and shot them with his thumbnail against the window, vaguely at first, but presently with the distinct aim of hitting a superannuated blue bottle, which was exposing its imbecility in the spring sunshine, clearly against the views of nature, who had provided Tom and the peas for the speedy destruction of this weak individual. Thus the morning had been made heavy to Maggie, and Tom's persistent coldness to her all through their walk spoiled the fresh air and sunshine for her. He called Lucy to look at the half-built bird's nest, without caring to show it Maggie, and peeled a willow switch for Lucy and himself, without offering one to Maggie. Lucy had said, "Maggie, shouldn't you like one?" But Tom was deaf. Still, the sight of the peacock opportunely spreading his tail on the stackyard wall, just as they reached Garum Firs, was enough to divert the mind temporarily from personal grievances. And this was only the beginning of beautiful sights at Garum Firs. All the farmyard life was wonderful there. Bantams, speckled and top-knotted, Friesland hens, with their feathers all turned the wrong way, guinea fowls that flew and screamed and dropped their pretty spotted feathers, pouter pigeons and a tame magpie, nay, a goat, and a wonderful brindled dog, half mastiff, half bulldog, as large as a lion. Then there were white railings and white gates all about, and glittering weathercocks of various design, and garden walks paved with pebbles in beautiful patterns. Nothing was quite common at Garum Firs, and Tom thought that the unusual size of the toads there was simply due to the general unusualness which characterized Uncle Pullet's possessions as a gentleman farmer. Toads who paid rent were naturally leaner. As for the house, it was not less remarkable. It had a receding centre and 2 wings with battlemented turrets, and was covered with glittering white stucco. Uncle Pullet had seen the expected party approaching from the window, and made haste to unbar and unchain the front door, kept always in this fortified condition from fear of tramps, who might be supposed to know of the glass case of stuffed birds in the hall, and to contemplate rushing in and carrying it away on their heads. Aunt Pullet, too, appeared at the doorway, and as soon as her sister was within hearing, said, "Stop the children, for God's sake, Bessie. Don't let 'em come up the doorsteps. Sally's bringing the old mat and the duster to rub their shoes." Mrs. Pullet's front door mats were by no means intended to wipe shoes on. The very scraper had a deputy to do its dirty work. Tom rebelled particularly against this shoe-wiping, which he always considered in the light of an indignity to his sex. He felt it
as the beginning of the disagreeables incident to a visit at Aunt Pullet's, where he had once been compelled to sit with towels wrapped round his boots, a fact which may serve to correct the too hasty conclusion that a visit to Garum Firs must have been a great treat to a young gentleman fond of animals, fond, that is, of throwing stones at them. The next disagreeable was confined to his feminine companions. It was the mounting of the polished oak stairs, which had very handsome carpets rolled up and laid by in a spare bedroom, so that the ascent of these glossy steps might have served in barbarous times as a trial by ordeal from which none but the most spotless virtue could have come off with unbroken limbs. Sophie's weakness about these polished stairs was always a subject of bitter remonstrance on Mrs. Glegg's part, but Mrs. Tulliver ventured on no comment, only thinking to herself it was a mercy when she and the children were safe on the landing.
"Mrs. Gray has sent home my new bonnet, Bessie," said Mrs. Pullet in a pathetic tone as Mrs. Tulliver adjusted her cap.
"Has she, sister?" said Mrs. Tulliver, with an air of much interest. "And how do you like it?"
"It's apt to make a mess with clothes, taking 'em out and putting 'em in again," said Mrs. Pullet, drawing a bunch of keys from her pocket and looking at them earnestly. "But it'd be a pity for you to go away without seeing it. There's no knowing what may happen." Mrs. Pullet shook her head slowly at this last serious consideration, which determined her to single out a particular key. "I'm afraid it'll be troublesome to you getting it out, sister," said Mrs. Tulliver, "but I should like to see what sort of a crown she's made you." Mrs. Pullet rose with a melancholy air, and unlocked one wing of a very bright wardrobe, where you may have hastily supposed she would find the new bonnet. Not at all. Such a supposition could only have arisen from a too superficial acquaintance with the habits of the Dodson family. In this wardrobe Mrs. Pullet was seeking something small enough to be hidden among layers of linen. It was a door key. "You must come with me into the best room," said Mrs. Pullet.
"May the children come too, sister?" inquired Mrs. Tulliver, who saw that Maggie and Lucy were looking rather eager.
"Well," said Aunt Pullet reflectively, "it'll perhaps be safer for 'em to come. They'll be touching something if we leave 'em behind."
So they went in procession among the bright and slippery corridor, dimly lighted by the semi-lunar top of the window which rose above the closed shutter. It was really quite solemn. Aunt Pullet paused and unlocked a door which opened on something still more solemn than the passage, a darkened room in which the outer light, entering feebly, showed what looked like the corpses of furniture in white shrouds. Everything that was not shrouded stood with its legs upwards. Lucy laid hold of Maggie's frock, and Maggie's heart beat rapidly. Aunt Pullet half opened the shutter, and then unlocked the wardrobe with a melancholy deliberateness which was quite in keeping with the funereal solemnity of the scene. The delicious scent of rose leaves that issued from the wardrobe made the process of taking out sheet after sheet of silver paper quite pleasant to assist at, though the sight of the bonnet at last was an anticlimax to Maggie, who would have preferred something more strikingly preternatural. But few things could have been more impressive to Mrs. Tulliver. She looked all round it in silence for some moments, and then said emphatically, "Well, sister, I'll never speak against the full crowns again." It was a great concession, and Mrs. Pullet felt it. She felt something was due to it. "You'd like to see it on, sister?" she said sadly. "I'll open the shutter a bit further." "Well, if you don't mind taking off your cap, sister," said Mrs. Tulliver. Mrs. Pullet took off her cap, displaying the brown silk scalp with a jutting promontory of curls, which was common to the more mature and judicious women of those times, and placing the bonnet on her head, turned slowly round like a draper's lay figure, that Mrs. Tulliver might miss no point of view. "I've sometimes thought there's a loop too much a ribbon on this left side, sister. What do you think?" said Mrs. Pullet. Mrs. Tulliver looked earnestly at the point indicated, and turned her head on one side. "Well, I think it's best as it is. If you meddled with it, sister, you might repent." "That's true," said Aunt Pullet, taking off the bonnet and looking at it contemplatively. "How much might she charge you for that bonnet, sister?" said Mrs. Tulliver, whose mind was actively engaged on the possibility of getting a humble imitation of this chef d'oeuvre made from a piece of silk she had at home. Mrs. Pullet screwed up her mouth and shook her head, and then whispered, "Pullet pays for it. He said I was to have the best bonnet at Garum church, let the next best be whose it would." She began slowly to adjust the trimmings in preparation for returning it to its place in the wardrobe, and her thoughts seemed to have taken a melancholy turn, for she shook her head. "Ah," she said at last, "I may never wear it twice, sister. Who knows?" "Don't talk of that, sister," answered Mrs. Tulliver. "I hope you'll have your health this summer." "Ah, but there may come a death in the family, as there did soon after I had my green satin bonnet. Cousin Abbott may go, and we can't think of wearing crape less nor half a year for him." "That would be unlucky," said Mrs. Tulliver, entering thoroughly into the possibility of an inopportune decease. "There's never so much pleasure in wearing a bonnet the second year, especially when the crowns are so chancy. Never two summers alike." "Ah, it's the way of this world," said Mrs. Pullet, returning the bonnet to the wardrobe and locking it up. She maintained a silence characterized by head-shaking until they had all issued from the solemn chamber and were in her own room again. Then, beginning to cry, she said, "Sister, if you should never see that bonnet again till I'm dead and gone, you'll remember I showed it to you this day." Mrs. Tulliver felt she ought to be affected, but she was a woman of sparse tears, stout and healthy. She couldn't cry so much as her sister Pullet did, and had often felt her deficiency at funerals. Her effort to bring tears into her eyes issued in an odd contraction of her face. Maggie, looking on attentively, felt that there was some painful mystery about her aunt's bonnet which she was considered too young to understand, indignantly conscious all the while that she could have understood that, as well as everything else, if she had been taken into confidence. When they went down, Uncle Pullet observed with some acumen that he reckoned the missus had been showing her bonnet. That was what had made them so long upstairs. With Tom the interval had seemed still longer, for he had been seated in irksome constraint on the edge of a sofa directly opposite his Uncle Pullet, who regarded him with twinkling grey eyes, and occasionally addressed him as "young sir." "Well, young sir, what do you learn at school?" was a standing question with Uncle Pullet, whereupon Tom always looked sheepish, rubbed his hand across his face, and answered, "I don't know." It was altogether so embarrassing to be seated tête-à-tête with Uncle Pullet that Tom could not even look at the prints on the walls, or the fly cages, or the wonderful flower pots. He saw nothing but his uncle's gaiters. Not that Tom was in awe of his uncle's mental superiority. Indeed, he had made up his mind that he didn't want to be a gentleman farmer, because he shouldn't like to be such a thin-legged, silly fellow as his Uncle Pullet, a mollycoddle, in fact. A boy's sheepishness is by no means a sign of overmastering reverence, and while you are making encouraging advances to him under the idea that he is overwhelmed by a sense of your age and wisdom, 10 to 1 he is thinking you extremely queer. The only consolation I can suggest to you is that the Greek boys probably thought the same of Aristotle. It is only when you have mastered a restive horse, or thrashed a drayman, or have got a gun in your hand, that these shy juniors feel you to be a truly admirable and enviable character. At least I am quite sure of Tom Tulliver's sentiments on these points. In very tender years, when he still wore a lace border under his outdoor cap, he was often observed peeping through the bars of a gate, and making minatory gestures with his small forefinger while he scolded the sheep with an inarticulate burr, intended to strike terror into their astonished minds, indicating thus early the desire for mastery over the inferior animals, wild and domestic, including cockchafers, neighbours' dogs, and small sisters, which in all ages has been an attribute of so much promise for the fortunes of our race. Now Mr. Pullet never rode anything taller than a low pony, and was the least predatory of men, considering firearms dangerous, as apt to go off of themselves by nobody's particular desire. So that Tom was not without strong reasons when, in confidential talk with a chum, he had described Uncle Pullet as a nincompoop, taking care at the same time to observe that he was a very rich fellow. The only alleviating circumstance in the tête-à-tête with Uncle Pullet was that he kept a variety of lozenges and peppermint drops about his person, and when at a loss for conversation, he filled up the void by proposing a mutual solace of this kind. "Do you like peppermints, young sir?" required only a tacit answer when it was accompanied by a presentation of the article in question. The appearance of the little girls suggested to Uncle Pullet the further solace of small sweet cakes, of which he also kept a stock under lock and key for his own private eating on wet days. But the 3 children had no sooner got the tempting delicacy between their fingers than Aunt Pullet desired them to abstain from eating it till the tray and the plates came, since with those crisp cakes they would make the floor all over crumbs. Lucy didn't mind that much, for the cake was so pretty she thought it was rather a pity to eat it. But Tom, watching his opportunity while the elders were talking, hastily stowed it in his mouth at 2 bites and chewed it furtively. As for Maggie, becoming fascinated as usual by a print of Ulysses and Nausicaa, which Uncle Pullet had bought as a pretty scripture thing, she presently let fall her cake, and in an unlucky movement crushed it beneath her foot, a source of so much agitation to Aunt Pullet, and conscious disgrace to Maggie, that she began to despair of hearing the musical snuff-box to-day, till after some reflection it occurred to her that Lucy was in high favour enough to venture on asking for a tune. So she whispered to Lucy, and Lucy, who always did what she was desired to do, went up quietly to her uncle's knee, and blushing all over her neck while she fingered her necklace, said, "Will you play us a tune, uncle?" Lucy thought it was by reason of some exceptional talent in Uncle Pullet that the snuff-box played such beautiful tunes, and indeed the thing was viewed in that light by the majority of his neighbours in Garum. Mr. Pullet had bought the box to begin with, and he understood winding it up, and knew which tune it was going to play beforehand. Altogether, the possession of this unique piece of music was a proof that Mr. Pullet's character was not of that entire nullity which might otherwise have been attributed to it. But Uncle Pullet, when entreated to exhibit his accomplishment, never depreciated it by a too ready consent. "We'll see about it," was the answer he always gave, carefully abstaining from any sign of compliance till a suitable number of minutes had passed. Uncle Pullet had a programme for all great social occasions, and in this way fenced himself in from much painful confusion and perplexing freedom of will. Perhaps the suspense did heighten Maggie's enjoyment when the fairy tune began. For the first time she quite forgot that she had a load on her mind, that Tom was angry with her, and by the time Hush Ye Pretty Warbling Choir had been played, her face wore that bright look of happiness, while she sat immovable with her hands clasped, which sometimes comforted her mother with the sense that Maggie could look pretty now and then, in spite of her brown skin. But when the magic music ceased, she jumped up, and running towards Tom, put her arm round his neck and said, "Oh, Tom, isn't it pretty?" Lest you should think it showed a revolting insensibility in Tom that he felt any new anger towards Maggie for this uncalled for and to him inexplicable caress, I must tell you that he had his glass of cowslip wine in his hand, and that she jerked him so as to make him spill half of it. He must have been an extreme milksop not to say angrily, "Look there now," especially when his resentment was sanctioned, as it was, by general disapprobation of Maggie's behaviour. "Why don't you sit still, Maggie?" her mother said peevishly. "Little girls mustn't come to see me if they behave in that way," said Aunt Pullet. "Why, you're too rough, little miss," said Uncle Pullet. Poor Maggie sat down again, with the music all chased out of her soul, and the 7 small demons all in again. Mrs. Tulliver, foreseeing nothing but misbehaviour while the children remained indoors, took an early opportunity of suggesting that, now they were rested after their walk, they might go and play out of doors, and Aunt Pullet gave permission, only enjoining them not to go off the paved walks in the garden, and if they wanted to see the poultry fed, to view them from a distance on the horse-block, a restriction which had been imposed ever since Tom had been found guilty of running after the peacock with an illusory idea that fright would make one of its feathers drop off. Mrs. Tulliver's thoughts had been temporarily diverted from the quarrel with Mrs. Glegg by millinery and maternal cares, but now the great theme of the bonnet was thrown into perspective, and the children were out of the way, yesterday's anxieties recurred. "It weighs on my mind so as never was," she said, by way of opening the subject, "Sister Glegg's leaving the house in that way. I'm sure I'd no wish to offend a sister." "Ah," said Aunt Pullet, "there's no accounting for what Jane'll do. I wouldn't speak of it out of the family if it wasn't to Dr. Turnbull, but it's my belief Jane lives too low. I've said so to Pullet often and often, and he knows it." "Why, you said so last Monday was a week, when we came away from drinking tea with 'em," said Mr. Pullet, beginning to nurse his knee and shelter it with his pocket-handkerchief, as was his way when the conversation took an interesting turn.
Very like I did, said Mrs. Pullet, for you remember when I said things better than I can remember myself. He's got a wonderful memory, Pullet has, she continued, looking pathetically at her sister. I should be poorly off if he was to have a stroke, for he always remembers when I've got to take my doctor's stuff. And I'm taking 3 sorts now. There's the pills as before, every other night, and the new drops at 11 and 4, and the effervescing mixture when agreeable, rehearsed Mr. Pullet, with a punctuation determined by a lozenge on his tongue. Ah, perhaps it'd be better for Sister Glegg if she'd go to the doctor sometimes, instead of chewing turkey rhubarb whenever there's anything the matter with her, said Mrs. Tulliver, who naturally saw the wide subject of medicine chiefly in relation to Mrs. Glegg. It's dreadful to think on, said Aunt Pullet, raising her hands and letting them fall again. People playing with their own insides in that way, and it's flying i' the face of Providence. For what are the doctors for if we aren't to call 'em in? And when folks have got the money to pay for a doctor, it isn't respectable, as I've told Jane many a time. I'm ashamed of acquaintance knowing it. Well, we've no call to be ashamed, said Mr. Pullet, for Dr. Turnbull hasn't got such another patient as you with this parish, now old Mrs. Sutton's gone. Pullet keeps all my physic bottles. Did you know, Bessie? Said Mrs. Pullet. He won't have one sold. He says it's nothing but right folks should see 'em when I'm gone. They filled 2 of the long storeroom shelves already, but, she added, beginning to cry, it's well if they ever fill 3. I may go before I've made up the dozen of these last sizes. The pill boxes are in the closet in my room. You'll remember that, sister, but there's nothing to show for the boluses if it isn't the bills. Don't talk of your going, sister, said Mrs. Tulliver. I should have nobody to stand between me and Sister Glegg if you was gone, and there's nobody but you can get her to make it up with Mr. Tulliver, for Sister Dean's never on my side. And if she was, it's not to be looked for, as she can speak like them as have got an independent fortune. Well, your husband is awkward, you know, Bessie, said Mrs. Pullet, good-naturedly ready to use her deep depression on her sister's account as well as her own. He's never behaved quite so pretty to our family as he should do, and the children take after him. The boy's very mischievous and runs away from his aunts and uncles, and the girl's rude and brown. It's your bad luck, and I'm sorry for you, Bessie, for you was always my favourite sister, and we always liked the same patterns. I know Tulliver's hasty, and says odd things, said Mrs. Tulliver, wiping away one small tear from the corner of her eye, but I'm sure he's never been the man since he married me to object to my making the friends of my side of the family welcome to the house. I don't want to make the worst of you, Bessie, said Mrs. Pullet compassionately, for I doubt you'll have trouble enough without that. And your husband's got that poor sister and her children hanging on him, and so given to lawing, they say. I doubt he'll leave you poorly off when he dies. Not as I'd have said it out of the family. This view of her position was naturally far from cheering to Mrs. Tulliver. Her imagination was not easily acted on, but she could not help thinking that her case was a hard one, since it appeared that other people thought it hard. I'm sure, sister, I can't help myself, she said, urged by the fear lest her anticipated misfortunes might be held retributive, to take a comprehensive review of her past conduct. There's No woman strives more for her children, and I'm sure at scouring time this Lady Day, as I've had all the bed hangings taken down, I did as much as the two girls put together, and there's this last elderflower wine I've made. Beautiful! I always offer it along with the sherry, though Sister Glegg will have it I'm so extravagant. And as for liking to have my clothes tidy and not go a fright about the house, there's nobody in the parish can say anything against me in respect of backbiting and making mischief, for I don't wish anybody any harm, and nobody loses by sending me a pork pie, for my pies are fit to show with the best of my neighbours, and the linen so in order as if I was to die tomorrow. I shouldn't be ashamed. A woman can do no more nor she can. But it's all o' no use, you know, Bessie, said Mrs. Pullet, holding her head on one side and fixing her eyes pathetically on her sister. If your husband makes away with his money, not but what if you was sold up and other folks bought your furniture, it's a comfort to think as you've kept it well rubbed. And there's the linen with your maiden mark on, might go all over the country. It'd be a sad pity for our family. Mrs. Pullet shook her head slowly. But what can I do, sister? Said Mrs. Tulliver. Mr. Tulliver's not a man to be dictated to. Not if I was to go to the parson and get by heart what I should tell my husband for the best. And I'm sure I don't pretend to know anything about putting out money and all that. I could never see into men's business as Sister Glegg does. Well, you're like me in that, Bessie, said Mrs. Pullet, and I think it'd be a deal more becoming a Jane if she'd have that pier glass rubbed oftener. There was ever so many spots on it last week. Instead of dictating to folks as have more comings in than she ever had, and telling 'em what they've to do with their money. But Jane and me were all as contrary. She would have striped things, and I like spots. You like a spot too, Bessie. We allers hung together i' that. Mrs. Pullet, affected by this last reminiscence, looked at her sister pathetically. Yes, Sophie, said Mrs. Tulliver, I remember our having a blue ground with a white spot, both alike. I've got a bit in a bed quilt now, and if you would but go and see Sister Glegg and persuade her to make it up with Tulliver, I should take it very kind of you. You was always a good sister to me. But the right thing 'ud be for Tulliver to go and make it up with her himself, and say he was sorry for speaking so rash. If he's borrowed money of her, he shouldn't be above that, said Mrs. Pullet, whose partiality did not blind her to principles. She did not forget what was due to people of independent fortune. It's no use talking of that, said poor Mrs. Tulliver, almost peevishly. If I was to go down on my bare knees on the gravel to Tulliver, he'd never humble himself. Well, you can't expect me to persuade Jane to beg pardon, said Mrs. Pullet. Her temper's beyond everything. It's well if it doesn't carry her off her mind, though there never was any of our family went to a madhouse. I'm not thinking of her begging pardon, said Mrs. Tulliver, but if she'd just take no notice, and not call her money in, as it's not so much for one sister to ask of another, time 'ud mend things, and Tulliver 'ud forget all about it, and they'd be friends again. Mrs. Tulliver, you perceive, was not aware of her husband's irrevocable determination to pay in the £500. At least Such a determination exceeded her powers of belief. "Well, Bessie," said Mrs. Pullet mournfully, "I don't want to help you on to ruin. I won't be behindhand in doing you a good turn if it is to be done. And I don't like it said among acquaintance as we've got quarrels in the family. I shall tell Jane that, and I don't mind driving to Jane's to-morrow if Pullet doesn't mind. What do you say, Mr. Pullet?"
"I've no objections," said Mr. Pullet, who was perfectly contented with any course the quarrel might take, so that Mr. Tulliver did not apply to him for money. Mr. Pullet was nervous about his investments, and did not see how a man could have any security for his money unless he turned it into land. After a little further discussion as to whether it would not be better for Mrs. Tulliver to accompany them on the visit to Sister Glegg, Mrs. Pullet, observing that it was tea-time, turned to reach from a drawer a delicate damask napkin, which she pinned before her in the fashion of an apron. The door did in fact open soon, but instead of the tea-tray, Sally introduced an object so startling that both Mrs. Pullet and Mrs. Tulliver gave a scream, causing Uncle Pullet to swallow his lozenge for the 5th time in his life, as he afterwards noted. End of chapter 9 of book first. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 10 of book first of The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Maggie behaves worse than she expected. The startling object which thus made an epoch for Uncle Pullet was no other than little Lucy, with one side of her person, from her small foot to her bonnet crown, wet and discoloured with mud, holding out 2 tiny blackened hands and making a very piteous face. To account for this unprecedented apparition in Aunt Pullet's parlour, we must return to the moment when the 3 children went to play out of doors, and the small demons who had taken possession of Maggie's soul at an early period of the day had returned in all the greater force after a temporary absence. All the disagreeable recollections of the morning were thick upon her, when Tom, whose displeasure towards her had been considerably refreshed by her foolish trick of causing him to upset his cowslip wine, said, "Here, Lucy, you come along with me," and walked off to the area where the toads were, as if there were no Maggie in existence. Seeing this, Maggie lingered at a distance, looking like a small Medusa with her snakes cropped. Lucy was naturally pleased that Cousin Tom was so good to her, and it was very amusing to see him tickling a fat toad with a piece of string when the toad was safe down the area, with an iron grating over him. Still, Lucy wished Maggie to enjoy the spectacle also, especially as she would doubtless find a name for the toad and say what had been his past history. For Lucy had a delighted semi-belief in Maggie's stories about the live things they came upon by accident, how Mrs. Earwig had a wash at home, and one of her children had fallen into the hot copper, for which reason she was running so fast to fetch the doctor. Tom had a profound contempt for this nonsense of Maggie's, smashing the earwig at once as a superfluous yet easy means of proving the entire unreality of such a story. But Lucy, for the life of her, could not help fancying there was something in it, and at all events thought it was very pretty make-believe. So now the desire to know the history of a very portly toad, added to her habitual affectionateness,
made her run back to Maggie and say, "Oh, there is such a big funny toad, Maggie, do come and see."
Maggie said nothing, but turned away from her with a deeper frown. As long as Tom seemed to prefer Lucy to her, Lucy made part of his unkindness. Maggie would have thought a little while ago that she could never be cross with pretty little Lucy, any more than she could be cruel to a little white mouse. But then Tom had always been quite indifferent to Lucy before, and it had been left to Maggie to pet and make much of her. As it was, she was actually beginning to think she should like to make Lucy cry by slapping or pinching her, especially as it might vex Tom, whom it was of no use to slap even if she dared, because he didn't mind it. And if Lucy hadn't been there, Maggie was sure he would have got friends with her sooner. Tickling a fat toad who is not highly sensitive is an amusement that it is possible to exhaust, and Tom, by and by, began to look round for some other mode of passing the time. But in so prim a garden, where they were not to go off the paved walks, there was not a great choice of sport. The only great pleasure such a restriction allowed was the pleasure of breaking it, and Tom began to meditate an insurrectionary visit to the pond, about a field's length beyond the garden. "I say, Lucy," he began, nodding his head up and down with great significance as he coiled up his string again, "what do you think I mean to do?" "What, Tom?" said Lucy with curiosity. "I mean to go to the pond and look at the pike." "You may go with me if you like," said the young sultan. "Oh, Tom, dare you?" said Lucy. "Aunt said we mustn't go out of the garden." "Oh, I shall go out at the other end of the garden," said Tom. "Nobody'll see us. Besides, I don't care if they do. I'll run off home." "But I couldn't run," said Lucy, who had never before been exposed to such severe temptation. "Oh, never mind, they won't be cross with you," said Tom. "You say I took you." Tom walked along, and Lucy trotted by his side, timidly enjoying the rare treat of doing something naughty, excited also by the mention of that celebrity, the pike, about which she was quite uncertain whether it was a fish or a fowl. Maggie saw them leaving the garden, and could not resist the impulse to follow. Anger and jealousy can no more bear to lose sight of their objects than love, and that Tom and Lucy should do or see anything of which she was ignorant would have been an intolerable idea to Maggie. So she kept a few yards behind them, unobserved by Tom, who was presently absorbed in watching for the pike, a highly interesting monster. He was said to be so very old, so very large, and to have such a remarkable appetite. The pike, like other celebrities, did not show when he was watched for, but Tom caught sight of something in rapid movement in the water, which attracted him to another spot on the brink of the pond. "Here, Lucy," he said in a loud whisper. "Come here, take care, keep on the grass, don't step where the cows have been," he added, pointing to a peninsula of dry grass, with trodden mud on each side of it. For Tom's contemptuous conception of a girl included the attribute of being unfit to walk in dirty places. Lucy came carefully as she was bidden, and bent down to look at what seemed a golden arrowhead darting through the water. It was a water snake, Tom told her, and Lucy at last could see the serpentine wave of its body, very much wondering that a snake could swim. Maggie had drawn nearer and nearer. She must see it too, though it was bitter to her, like everything else, since Tom did not care about her seeing it. At last she was close by Lucy, and Tom, who had been aware of her approach, but would not notice it till he was obliged, turned round and said, "Now get away, Maggie. There's no room for you on the grass here. Nobody asked you to come." There were passions at war in Maggie at that moment to have made a tragedy, if tragedies were made by passion only, but the essential timegathos, which was present in the passion, was wanting to the action. The utmost Maggie could do, with a fierce thrust of her small brown arm, was to push poor little pink and white Lucy into the cow-trodden mud. Then Tom could not restrain himself, and gave Maggie 2 smart slaps on the arm as he ran to pick up Lucy, who lay crying helplessly. Maggie retreated to the roots of a tree a few yards off, and looked on impenitently. Usually her repentance came quickly after one rash deed, but now Tom and Lucy had made her so miserable she was glad to spoil their happiness, glad to make everybody uncomfortable. Why should she be sorry? Tom was very slow to forgive her, however sorry she might have been. "I shall tell mother, you know, Miss Mag," said Tom loudly and emphatically as soon as Lucy was up and ready to walk away. It was not Tom's practice to tell, but here justice clearly demanded that Maggie should be visited with the utmost punishment. Not that Tom had learned to put his views in that abstract form. He never mentioned justice, and had no idea that his desire to punish might be called by that fine name. Lucy was too entirely absorbed by the evil that had befallen her, the spoiling of her pretty best clothes, and the discomfort of being wet and dirty, to think much of the cause, which was entirely mysterious to her. She could never have guessed what she had done to make Maggie angry with her, but she felt that Maggie was very unkind and disagreeable, and made no magnanimous entreaties to Tom that he would not tell, only running along by his side and crying piteously, while Maggie sat on the roots of the tree and looked after them with her small Medusa face. "Sally," said Tom, when they reached the kitchen door, and Sally looked at them in speechless amaze, with a piece of bread and butter in her mouth and a toasting fork in her hand. "Sally, tell mother it was Maggie pushed Lucy into the mud."
"But laws a massy, how did you get near such mud as that?" said Sally, making a wry face, as she stooped down and examined the corpus delicti. Tom's imagination had not been rapid and capacious enough to include this question among the foreseen consequences, but it was no sooner put than he foresaw whither it tended, and that Maggie would not be considered the only culprit in the case. He walked quietly away from the kitchen door, leaving Sally to that pleasure of guessing, which active minds notoriously prefer to ready-made knowledge. Sally, as you are aware, lost no time in presenting Lucy at the parlour door, for to have so dirty an object introduced into the house at Garum Firs was too great a weight to be sustained by a single mind. "Goodness gracious!"
Aunt Pullet exclaimed, after preluding by an inarticulate scream.
"Keep her at the door, Sally. Don't bring her off the oilcloth, whatever you do."
"Why, she's tumbled into some nasty mud," said Mrs. Tulliver, looking up to Lucy to examine into the amount of damage to clothes for which she felt herself responsible to her sister Dean.
"If you please, it was Miss Maggie as pushed her in," said Sally. "Master Tom's been and said so, and they must have been to the pond, for it's only there they could have got into such dirt." "There it is, Bessie. It's what I've been telling you," said Mrs. Pullet, in a tone of prophetic sadness. "It's your children. There's no knowing what they'll come to."
Mrs. Tulliver was mute. feeling herself a truly wretched mother. As usual, the thought pressed upon her that people would think she had done something wicked to deserve her maternal troubles, while Mrs. Pullet began to give elaborate directions to Sally how to guard the premises from serious injury in the course of removing the dirt. Meantime, tea was to be brought in by the cook, and the two naughty children were to have theirs in an ignominious manner in the kitchen. Mrs. Tulliver went out to speak to these naughty children, supposing them to be close at hand, but it was not until after some search that she found Tom leaning with rather a hardened, careless air against the white paling of the poultry yard, and lowering his piece of string on the other side as a means of exasperating the turkey-cock.
"Tom, you naughty boy, where's your sister?" said Mrs. Tulliver in a distressed voice.
"I don't know," said Tom. His eagerness for justice on Maggie had diminished since he had seen clearly that it could hardly be brought about without the injustice of some blame on his own conduct. "Why, where did you leave her?" said his mother, looking round. "Sitting under the tree against the pond," said Tom, apparently indifferent to everything but the string and the turkey-cock. "Then go and fetch her in this minute, you naughty boy. And how could you be thinking of going to the pond and taking your sister where there was dirt? You'll know she'll do mischief if there's mischief to be done." It was Mrs. Tulliver's way, if she blamed Tom, to refer his misdemeanour somehow or other to Maggie. The idea of Maggie sitting alone by the pond roused an habitual fear in Mrs. Tulliver's mind, and she mounted the horse-block to satisfy herself by a sight of that fatal child, while Tom walked, not very quickly, on his way towards her. "They're such children for the water, mine are," she said aloud, without reflecting that there was no one to hear her. "They'll be brought in dead and drownded some day. I wish that river was far enough." But when she not only failed to discern Maggie, but presently saw Tom returning from the pool alone, this hovering fear entered and took complete possession of her, and she hurried to meet him. "Maggie's nowhere about the pond, mother," said Tom. "She's gone away." You may conceive the terrified search for Maggie, and the difficulty of convincing her mother that she was not in the pond. Mrs. Pullet observed that the child might come to a worse end if she lived. There was no knowing, and Mr. Pullet, confused and overwhelmed by this revolutionary aspect of things, the tea deferred, and the poultry alarmed by the unusual running to and fro, took up his spud as an instrument of search, and reached down a key to unlock the goose-pen as a likely place for Maggie to lie concealed in. Tom, after a while, started the idea that Maggie was gone home, without thinking it necessary to state that it was what he should have done himself under the circumstances, and the suggestion was seized as a comfort by his mother. "Sister, for goodness' sake, let him put the horse in the carriage and take me home. We shall perhaps find her on the road. Lucy can't walk in her dirty clothes," she said, looking at that innocent victim, who was wrapped up in a shawl and sitting with naked feet on the sofa. Aunt Pullet was quite willing to take the shortest means of restoring her premises to order and quiet, and it was not long before Mrs. Tulliver was in the chaise, looking anxiously at the most distant point before her. What the father would say if Maggie was lost was a question that predominated over every other. End of chapter 10 of book first. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 11 of book first of The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Maggie tries to run away from her shadow. Maggie's intentions, as usual, were on a larger scale than Tom had imagined. The resolution that gathered in her mind after Tom and Lucy had walked away was not so simple as that of going home. No, she would run away and go to the gypsies, and Tom should never see her any more. That was by no means a new idea to Maggie. She had been so often told she was like a gypsy and half wild, that when she was miserable, it seemed to her the only way of escaping opprobrium, and being entirely in harmony with circumstances, would be to live in a little brown tent on the commons. The gypsies, she considered, would gladly receive her, and pay her much respect on account of her superior knowledge. She had once mentioned her views on this point to Tom, and suggested that he should stain his face brown, and they should run away together. But Tom rejected the scheme with contempt, observing that gypsies were thieves, and hardly got anything to eat, and had nothing to drive but a donkey. Today, however, Maggie thought her misery had reached a pitch at which gypsydom was her only refuge, and she rose from her seat on the roots of the tree with the sense that this was a great crisis in her life. She would run straight away till she came to Dunlow Common, where there would certainly be gypsies, and cruel Tom and the rest of her relations who found fault with her should never see her any more. She thought of her father as she ran along, but she reconciled herself to the idea of parting with him by determining that she would secretly send him a letter by a small gypsy, who would run away without telling where she was, and just let him know that she was well and happy, and always loved him very much. Maggie soon got out of breath with running, but by the time Tom got to the pond again, she was at the distance of 3 long fields, and was on the edge of the lane leading to the high road. She stopped to pant a little, reflecting that running away was not a pleasant thing until one had got quite to the common where the gypsies were. But her resolution had not abated. She presently passed through the gate into the lane, not knowing where it would lead her, for it was not this way that they came from Dorlcote Mill to Garum Firs, and she felt all the safer for that, because there was no chance of her being overtaken. But she was soon aware, not without trembling, that there were 2 men coming along the lane in front of her. She had not thought of meeting strangers. She had been too much occupied with the idea of her friends coming after her. The formidable strangers were 2 shabby-looking men with flushed faces, one of them carrying a bundle on a stick over his shoulder. But to her surprise, while she was dreading their disapprobation as a runaway, the man with the bundle stopped, and in a half-whining, half-coaxing tone asked her if she had a copper to give a poor man. Maggie had a 6pence in her pocket, her Uncle Glegg's present, which she immediately drew out and gave this poor man with a polite smile, hoping he would feel very kindly towards her as a generous person. "That's the only money I've got," she said apologetically. "Thank you, little miss," said the man in a less respectful and grateful tone than Maggie anticipated, and she even observed that he smiled and winked at his companion. She walked on hurriedly, but was aware that the 2 men were standing still, probably to look after her, and she presently heard them laughing loudly. Suddenly it occurred to her that they might think she was an idiot. Tom had said that her cropped hair made her look like an idiot, and it was too painful an idea to be readily forgotten. Besides, she had no sleeves on, only a cape and a bonnet. It was clear that she was not likely to make a favourable impression on passengers, and she thought she would turn into the fields again, but not on the same side of the lane as before, lest they should still be Uncle Pullet's fields. She turned through the first gate that was not locked, and felt a delightful sense of privacy in creeping along by the hedgerows after her recent humiliating encounter. She was used to wandering about the fields by herself, and was less timid there than on the high road. Sometimes she had to climb over high gates, but that was a small evil. She was getting out of reach very fast, and she should probably soon come within sight of Dunlow Common, or at least of some other common, for she had heard her father say that you couldn't go very far without coming to a common. She hoped so, for she was getting rather tired and hungry, and until she reached the gypsies there was no definite prospect of bread and butter. It was still broad daylight, for Aunt Pullet, retaining the early habits of the Dodson family, took tea at 4:30 by the sun, and at 5 by the kitchen clock. So, though it was nearly an hour since Maggie started, there was no gathering gloom on the fields to remind her that the night would come. Still, it seemed to her that she had been walking a very great distance indeed, and it was really surprising that the common did not come within sight. Hitherto she had been in the rich parish of Garum, where there was a great deal of pasture land, and she had only seen one labourer at a distance. That was fortunate in some respects, as labourers might be too ignorant to understand the propriety of her wanting to go to Dunlow Common. Yet it would have been better if she could have met someone who would tell her the way without wanting to know anything about her private business. At last, however, the green fields came to an end, and Maggie found herself looking through the bars of a gate into a lane with a wide margin of grass on each side of it. She had never seen such a wide lane before, and without her knowing why, it gave her the impression that the common could not be far off. Perhaps it was because she saw a donkey with a log to his foot feeding on the grassy margin, for she had seen a donkey with that pitiable encumbrance on Dunlow Common when she had been across it in her father's gig. She crept through the bars of the gate, and walked on with new spirit, though not without haunting images of Apollyon, and a highwayman with a pistol, and a blinking dwarf in yellow, with a mouth from ear to ear, and other miscellaneous dangers. For poor little Maggie had at once the timidity of an active imagination, and the daring that comes from overmastering impulse. She had rushed into the adventure of seeking her unknown kindred, the gypsies, and now she was in this strange lane, she hardly dared look on one side of her, lest she should see the diabolical blacksmith in his leathern apron, grinning at her with arms akimbo. It was not without a leaping of the heart that she caught sight of a small pair of bare legs sticking up, feet uppermost, by the side of a hillock. They seemed something hideously preternatural, a diabolical kind of fungus, for she was too much agitated at the first glance to see the ragged clothes and the dark shaggy head attached to them. It was a boy asleep, and Maggie trotted along faster and more lightly, lest she should wake him. It did not occur to her that he was one of her friends, the gypsies, who in all probability would have very genial manners. But the fact was so, for at the next bend in the lane Maggie actually saw the little semicircular black tent with the blue smoke rising before it, which was to be her refuge from all the blighting obloquy that had pursued her in civilized life. She even saw a tall female figure by the column of smoke, doubtless the gypsy mother, who provided the tea and other groceries. It was astonishing to herself that she did not feel more delighted. But it was startling to find the gypsies in a lane, after all, and not on a common. Indeed, it was Rather disappointing for a mysterious, illimitable common where there were sand pits to hide in, and one was out of everybody's reach, had always made part of Maggie's picture of gypsy life. She went on, however, and thought with some comfort that gypsies most likely knew nothing about idiots, so there was no danger of their falling into the mistake of setting her down at the first glance as an idiot. It was plain she had attracted attention, for the tall figure, who proved to be a young woman with her baby on her arm, walked slowly to meet her. Maggie looked up in the new face rather tremblingly as it approached, and was reassured by the thought that her Aunt Pullet and the rest were right when they called her a gypsy, for this face, with the bright dark eyes and the long hair, was really something like what she used to see in the glass before she cut her hair off. "My little lady, where are you going to?" the gypsy said, in a tone of coaxing deference. It was delightful, and just what Maggie expected. The gypsies saw at once that she was a little lady, and were prepared to treat her accordingly. "Not any farther," said Maggie, feeling as if she were saying what she had rehearsed in a dream. "I'm come to stay with you, please." "That's pretty. Come, then." "Why, what a nice little lady you are, to be sure," said the gypsy, taking her by the hand. Maggie thought her very agreeable, but wished she had not been so dirty. There was quite a group round the fire when they reached it. An old gypsy woman was seated on the ground, nursing her knees, and occasionally poking a skewer into the round kettle that sent forth an odorous steam. Two small shock-headed children were lying prone and resting on their elbows, something like small sphinxes, and a placid donkey was bending his head over a tall girl, who, lying on her back, was scratching his nose and indulging him with a bite of excellent stolen hay. The slanting sunlight fell very kindly upon them, and the scene really was very pretty and comfortable, Maggie thought, only she hoped they would soon set out the teacups. Everything would be quite charming when she had taught the gypsies to use a washing basin, and to feel an interest in books. It was a little confusing, though, that the young woman began to speak to the old one in a language which Maggie did not understand, while the tall girl, who was feeding the donkey, sat up and stared at her without offering any salutation. At last the old woman said, "What, my pretty lady, are you come to stay with us? Sit ye down and tell us where you come from." It was just like a story. Maggie liked to be called pretty lady and treated in this way. She sat down and said, "I'm come from home because I'm unhappy, and I mean to be a gypsy. I'll live with you if you like, and I can teach you a great many things." "Such a clever little lady," said the woman with the baby, sitting down by Maggie and allowing baby to crawl, "and such a pretty bonnet and frock," she added, taking off Maggie's bonnet and looking at it while she made an observation to the old woman in the unknown language. The tall girl snatched the bonnet and put it on her own head, hind foremost, with a grin. But Maggie was determined not to show any weakness on this subject, as if she was susceptible about her bonnet. "I don't want to wear a bonnet," she said. "I'd rather wear a red handkerchief, like yours," looking at her friend by her side. "My hair was quite long till yesterday, when I cut it off, but I dare say it will grow again very soon," she added apologetically, thinking it probable the gypsies had a strong prejudice in favour of long hair. And Maggie had forgotten even her hunger at that moment in the desire to conciliate gypsy opinion. "Oh, what a nice little lady, and rich, I'm sure," said the old woman. "Didn't you live in a beautiful house at home?"
Yes, my home is pretty, and I'm very fond of the river where we go fishing. But I'm often very unhappy. I should have liked to bring my books with me, but I came away in a hurry, you know. But I can tell you almost everything there is in my books. I've read them so many times, and that will amuse you. And I can tell you something about geography, too. That's about the world we live in. Very useful and interesting. Did you ever hear about Columbus? Maggie's eyes had begun to sparkle and her cheeks to flush. She was really beginning to instruct the gypsies and gaining great influence over them. The gypsies themselves were not without amazement at this talk, though their attention was divided by the contents of Maggie's pocket, which the friend at her right hand had by this time emptied without attracting her notice. "Is that where you live, my little lady?" said the old woman at the mention of Columbus. "Oh, no," said Maggie, with some pity. "Columbus was a very wonderful man who found out half the world, and they put chains on him and treated him very badly, you know. It's in my Catechism of Geography, but perhaps it's rather too long to tell you before tea. I want my tea so." The last words burst from Maggie, in spite of herself, with a sudden drop from patronising instruction to simple peevishness. "Why, she's hungry, poor little lady," said the younger woman. "Give her some of the cold victual. You've been walking a good way, I'll be bound, my dear. Where's your home?" "It's Dorlcote Mill, a good way off," said Maggie. "My father is Mr. Tulliver, but we mustn't let him know where I am, else he'll fetch me home again. Where does the Queen of the Gypsies live?" "What, do you want to go to her, my little lady?" said the younger woman. The tall girl, meanwhile, was constantly staring at Maggie and grinning. Her manners were certainly not agreeable. "No," said Maggie, "I'm only thinking that if she isn't a very good queen, you might be glad when she died and you could choose another. If I was a queen, I'd be a very good queen and kind to everybody." "Here's a nice bit of victual, then," said the old woman, handing to Maggie a lump of dry bread which she had taken from a bag of scraps, and a piece of cold bacon. "Thank you," said Maggie, looking at the food without taking it. "But will you give me some bread and butter and tea instead? I don't like bacon." "We've got no tea nor butter," said the old woman with something like a scowl, as if she were getting tired of coaxing. "Oh, a little bread and treacle would do," said Maggie. "We ha'n't got no treacle," said the old woman crossly, whereupon there followed a sharp dialogue between the two women in their unknown tongue, and one of the small sphinxes snatched at the bread and bacon and began to eat it. At this moment the tall girl, who had gone a few yards off, came back and said something which produced a strong effect. The old woman, seeming to forget Maggie's hunger, poked the skewer into the pot with new vigour, and the younger crept under the tent and reached out some platters and spoons. Maggie trembled a little and was afraid the tears would come into her eyes. Meanwhile the tall girl gave a shrill cry, and presently came running up the boy, whom Maggie had passed as he was sleeping, a rough urchin about the age of Tom. He stared at Maggie, and there ensued much incomprehensible chattering. She felt very lonely, and was quite sure she should begin to cry before long. The gypsies didn't seem to mind her at all, and she felt quite weak among them. But the springing tears were checked by a new terror when two men came up, whose approach had been the cause of the sudden excitement. The elder of the two carried a bag, which he flung down, addressing the women in a loud and scolding tone, which they answered by a shower of treble sauciness, while a black cur ran barking up to Maggie,
and threw her into a tremor that only found a new cause in the curses with which the younger men called the dog off, and gave him a rap with a great stick he held in his hand. Maggie felt it was impossible she should ever be queen of these people, or ever communicate to them amusing and useful knowledge. Both the men now seemed to be inquiring about Maggie, for they looked at her, and the tone of the conversation became of that pacific kind which implies curiosity on one side and the power of satisfying it on the other. At last the younger woman said in her previous deferential, coaxing tone, "This nice little lady's come to visit with us. Aren't you glad?" "Aye, very glad," said the younger man, who was looking at Maggie's silver thimble and other small matters that had been taken from her pocket. He returned them all except the thimble to the younger woman with some observation, and she immediately restored them to Maggie's pocket, while the men seated themselves and began to attack the contents of the kettle, a stew of meat and potatoes, which had been taken off the fire and turned out into a yellow platter. Maggie began to think that Tom must be right about the gypsies. They must certainly be thieves, unless the man meant to return her thimble by and by. She would willingly have given it to him, for she was not at all attached to her thimble, but the idea that she was among thieves prevented her from feeling any comfort in the revival of deference and attention towards her. All thieves, except Robin Hood, were wicked people. The women saw she was frightened. "We've got nothing nice for a lady to eat," said the old woman in her coaxing tone, "and she's so hungry, sweet little lady." "Here, my dear, try if you can eat a bit of this," said the younger woman, handing some of the stew on a brown dish with an iron spoon to Maggie, who, remembering that the old woman had seemed angry with her for not liking the bread and bacon, dared not refuse the stew, though fear had chased away her appetite. If her father would but come by in the gig and take her up, or even if Jack the Giant Killer, or Mr. Greatheart, or St. George who slew the dragon on the halfpennies would happen to pass that way. But Maggie thought with a sinking heart that these heroes were never seen in the neighbourhood of St. Ogg's. Nothing very wonderful ever came there. Maggie Tulliver, you perceive, was by no means that well-trained, well-informed young person that a small female of 8 or 9 necessarily is in these days. She had only been to school a year at St. Ogg's, and had so few books that she sometimes read the dictionary, so that in travelling over her small mind you would have found the most unexpected ignorance as well as unexpected knowledge. She could have informed you that there was such a word as polygamy, and being also acquainted with polysyllable, she had deduced the conclusion that poly meant many. But she had had no idea that gypsies were not well supplied with groceries, and her thoughts generally were the oddest mixture of clear-eyed acumen and blind dreams. Her ideas about the gypsies had undergone a rapid modification in the last 5 minutes. From having considered them very respectful companions, amenable to instruction, she had begun to think that they meant perhaps to kill her as soon as it was dark, and cut up her body for gradual cooking. The suspicion crossed her that the fierce-eyed old man was in fact the devil, who might drop that transparent disguise at any moment and turn either into the grinning blacksmith or else a fiery-eyed monster with dragon's wings. It was no use trying to eat the stew, and yet the thing she most dreaded was to offend the gypsies by betraying her extremely unfavourable opinion of them, and she wondered with a keenness of interest that no theologian could have exceeded whether, If the devil were really present, he would know her thoughts.
"What, you don't like the smell of it, my dear?" said the young woman, observing that Maggie did not even take a spoonful of the stew. "Try a bit. Come." "No, thank you," said Maggie, summoning all her force for a desperate effort, and trying to smile in a friendly way. "I haven't time, I think. It seems getting darker. I think I must go home now and come again another day, and then I can bring you a basket with some jam tarts and things." Maggie rose from her seat as she threw out this illusory prospect, devoutly hoping that Apollyon was gullible. But her hope sank when the old gypsy woman said, stop a bit, little lady. We'll take you home, all safe, when we've done supper. You shall ride home like a lady." Maggie sat down again, with little faith in this promise, though she presently saw the tall girl putting a bridle on the donkey and throwing a couple of bags on his back. "Now then, little missus," said the younger man, rising and leading the donkey forward, "tell us where you live. What's the name of the place?" "Dorlcote Mill is my home," said Maggie eagerly. "My father is Mr. Tulliver. He lives there." "What, a big mill, a little way this side of St. Ogg's?" "Yes," said Maggie. "Is it far off? I think I should like to walk there, if you please." No, it'll be getting dark. We must make haste. And the donkey'll carry you as nice as can be, you'll see." He lifted Maggie as he spoke and set her on the donkey. She felt relieved that it was not the old man who seemed to be going with her, but she had only a trembling hope that she was really going home. "Here's your pretty bonnet," said the younger woman, putting that recently despised but now welcome article of costume on Maggie's head. "And you'll say we've been very good to you, won't you? And what a nice little lady we said you was." "Oh, yes, thank you," said Maggie. "I'm very much obliged to you, but I wish you'd go with me too." She thought anything was better than going with one of the dreadful men alone. It would be more cheerful to be murdered by a larger party. "Ah, you're fondest of me, aren't you?" said the woman. "But I can't go. You'll go too fast for me." It now appeared that the man also was to be seated on the donkey, holding Maggie before him, and she was as incapable of remonstrating against this arrangement as the donkey himself, though no nightmare had ever seemed to her more horrible. When the woman had patted her on the back and said good-bye, the donkey, at a strong hint from the man's stick, set off at a rapid walk along the lane towards the point Maggie had come from an hour ago, while the tall girl and the rough urchin, also furnished with sticks, obligingly escorted them for the first 100 yards, with much screaming and thwacking. Not Leonore, in that preternatural midnight excursion with her phantom lover, was more terrified than poor Maggie in this entirely natural ride on a short-paced donkey with a gypsy behind her, who considered that he was earning half a crown. The red light of the setting sun seemed to have a portentous meaning, with which the alarming bray of the second donkey, with the log on its foot, must surely have some connection. 2 low thatched cottages, the only houses they passed in this lane, seemed to add to its dreariness. They had no windows to speak of, and the doors were closed. It was probable that they were inhabited by witches, and it was a relief to find that the donkey did not stop there. At last, oh sight of joy! This lane, the longest in the world, was coming to an end, was opening on a broad high road where there was actually a coach passing, and there was a finger-post at the corner. She had surely seen that finger-post before. To St. Ogg's, 2 miles.
The gipsy really meant to take her home then. He was probably a good man after all, and might have been rather hurt at the thought that she didn't like coming with him alone. This idea became stronger as she felt more and more certain that she knew the road quite well, and she was considering how she might open a conversation with the injured gipsy, and not only gratify his feelings, but efface the impression of her cowardice, when, as they reached a crossroad, Maggie caught sight of someone coming on a white-faced horse. "Oh, stop, stop!" she cried out. "There's my father! Oh, father, father!" The sudden joy was almost painful, and before her father reached her, she was sobbing. Great was Mr. Tulliver's wonder, for he had made a round from Basset and had not yet been home. "Why, what's the meaning of this?" he said, checking his horse, while Maggie slipped from the donkey and ran to her father's stirrup. "The little miss lost herself, I reckon," said the gipsy. "She'd come to our tent at the far end of Dunlow Lane, and I was bringing her where she said her home was. It's a good way to come after being on the tramp all day." "Oh, yes, father, he's been very good to bring me home," said Maggie. "A very kind, good man." "Here then, my man," said Mr. Tulliver, taking out 5 shillings. "It's the best day's work you ever did. I couldn't afford to lose the little wench. Here, lift her up before me." "Why, Maggie, how's this? How's this?" he said, as they rode along, while she laid her head against her father and sobbed. "How came you to be rambling about and lose yourself?" "Oh, father," sobbed Maggie, "I ran away because I was so unhappy. Tom was so angry with me. I couldn't bear it." "Pooh, pooh," said Mr. Tulliver soothingly. "You mustn't think of running away from father. What'd father do without his little wench?" "Oh, no, I never will again, father. Never." Mr. Tulliver spoke his mind very strongly when he reached home that evening, and the effect was seen in the remarkable fact that Maggie never heard one reproach from her mother, or one taunt from Tom, about this foolish business of her running away to the gipsies. Maggie was rather awe-stricken by this unusual treatment, and sometimes thought that her conduct had been too wicked to be alluded to. End of chapter 11 of book first. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 12 of book first of The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Mr. and Mrs. Glegg at home. In order to see Mr. and Mrs. Glegg at home, we must enter the town of St. Ogg's, that venerable town with the red fluted roofs and the broad warehouse gables, where the black ships unlaid themselves of their burthens from the far north, and carry away in exchange the precious inland products, the well-crushed cheese, and the soft fleeces which my refined readers have doubtless become acquainted with through the medium of the best classic pastorals. It is one of those old towns which impress one as a continuation and outgrowth of nature, as much as the nests of the bower birds or the winding galleries of the white ants. A town which carries the traces of its long growth and history like a millennial tree, and has sprung up and developed in the same spot between the river and the low hill, from the time when the Roman legions turned their backs on it from the camp on the hillside, and the long-haired sea kings came up the river and looked with fierce, eager eyes at the fatness of the land. It is a town familiar with forgotten years. The shadow of the Saxon hero king still walks there fitfully, reviewing the scenes of his youth and love time, and is met by the gloomier shadow of the dreadful heathen Dane, who was stabbed in the midst of his warriors by the sword of an invisible avenger, and who rises on autumn evenings like a white mist from his tumulus on the hill, and hovers in the court of the old hall by the riverside, the spot where he was thus miraculously slain in the days before the old hall was built. It was the Normans who began to build that fine old hall, which is, like the town, telling of the thoughts and hands of widely sundered generations, but it is all so old that we look with loving pardon at its inconsistencies, and are well content that they who built the stone oriel, and they who built the Gothic facade and towers of finest small brickwork with the trefoil ornament, and the windows and battlements defined with stone, did not sacrilegiously pull down the ancient half-timbered body with its oak-roofed banqueting hall. But older even than this old hall is perhaps the bit of wall now built into the belfry of the parish church, and said to be a remnant of the original chapel dedicated to St. Og, the patron saint of this ancient town, of whose history I possess several manuscript versions. I incline to the briefest, since, if it should not be wholly true, it is at least likely to contain the least falsehood. Og, the son of Beorl, says my private hagiographer, was a boatman who gained a scanty living by ferrying passengers across the river Floss. And it came to pass, one evening when the winds were high, that there sat moaning by the brink of the river a woman with a child in her arms, and she was clad in rags, and had a worn and withered look, and she craved to be rowed across the river. And the men thereabout questioned her, and said, Wherefore dost thou desire to cross the river? Tarry till the morning, and take shelter here for the night. So shalt thou be wise and not foolish. Still she went on to mourn and crave. But Og, the son of Beorl, came up and said, I will ferry thee across. It is enough that thy heart needs it. And he ferried her across. And it came to pass, when she stepped ashore, that her rags were turned into robes of flowing white, and her face became bright with exceeding beauty, and there was a glory around it, so that she shed a light on the water like the moon in its brightness. And she said, Og, the son of Beorl, thou art blessed in that thou didst not question and wrangle with the heart's need, but wast smitten with pity, and didst straightway relieve the same. And from henceforth whoso steps into thy boat shall be in no peril from the storm. And whenever it puts forth to the rescue, it shall save the lives of both men and beasts. And when the floods came, many were saved by reason of that blessing on the boat. But when Og, the son of Beorl, died, behold, in the parting of his soul, the boat loosed itself from its moorings, and was floated with the ebbing tide in great swiftness to the ocean, and was seen no more. Yet it was witnessed in the floods of aftertime, that at the coming on of eventide, Og, the son of Beorl, was always seen with his boat upon the wide-spreading waters, and the Blessed Virgin sat in the prow, shedding a light around as of the moon in its brightness, so that the rowers in the gathering darkness took heart and pulled anew. This legend, one sees, reflects from a far-off time the visitation of the floods, which, even when they left human life untouched, were widely fatal to the helpless cattle, and swept a sudden death over all smaller living things. But the town knew worse troubles even than the floods, troubles of the civil wars, when it was a continual fighting place, where first Puritans thanked God for the blood of the Loyalists, and then Loyalists thanked God for the blood of the Puritans. Many honest citizens lost all their possessions for conscience' sake in those times, and went forth beggared from their native town. Doubtless there are many houses standing now on which those honest citizens turned their backs in sorrow, quaint gabled houses looking on the river, jammed between newer warehouses and penetrated by surprising passages, which turn and turn at sharp angles till they lead you out on a muddy strand overflowed continually by the rushing tide. Everywhere the brick houses have a mellow look, and in Mrs. Glegg's day there was no incongruous new-fashioned smartness, no plate glass in shop windows, no fresh stucco facing or other fallacious attempt to make fine old red St. Ogg's wear the air of a town that sprang up yesterday. The shop windows were small and unpretending, for the farmers' wives and daughters who came to do their shopping on market days were not to be withdrawn from their regular, well-known shops, and the tradesmen had no wares intended for customers who would go on their way and be seen no more. Ah, even Mrs. Glegg's day seems far back in the past now, separated from us by changes that widen the years. War, and the rumour of war, had then died out from the minds of men, and if they were ever thought of by the farmers in drab greatcoats, who shook the grain out of their sample bags and buzzed over it in the full market-place, it was as a state of things that belonged to a past golden age when prices were high. Surely the time was gone for ever when the broad river could bring up unwelcome ships. Russia was the only place where the linseed came from, the more the better, making grist for the great vertical millstones with their scythe-like arms, roaring and grinding and carefully sweeping as if an informing soul were in them. The Catholics, bad harvests, and the mysterious fluctuations of trade were the three evils mankind had to bear. Even the floods had not been great of late years. The mind of St. Ogg's did not look extensively before or after. It inherited a long past without thinking of it, and had no eyes for the spirits that walk the streets. Since the centuries when St. Ogg with his boat and the Virgin Mother at the prow had been seen on the wide water, so many memories had been left behind, and had gradually vanished like the receding hilltops. And the present time was like the level plain where men lose their belief in volcanoes and earthquakes, thinking tomorrow will be as today, and the giant forces that used to shake the earth are forever laid to sleep. The days were gone when people could be greatly wrought upon by their faith, still less change it. The Catholics were formidable because they would lay hold of government and property and burn men alive, not because any sane and honest parishioner of St. Ogg's could be brought to believe in the Pope. One aged person remembered how a rude multitude had been swayed when John Wesley preached in the cattle market, but for a long while it had not been expected of preachers that they should shake the souls of men. An occasional burst of fervour in dissenting pulpits on the subject of infant baptism was the only symptom of a zeal unsuited to sober times, when men had done with change. Protestantism sat at ease, unmindful of schisms, careless of proselytism. Dissent was an inheritance, along with a superior pew and a business connection, and churchmanship only wondered contemptuously at dissent as a foolish habit that clung greatly to families in the grocery and chandlering lines, though not incompatible with prosperous wholesale dealing. But with the Catholic question had come a slight wind of controversy to break the calm. The elderly rector had become occasionally historical and argumentative, and Mr. Spray, the independent minister, had begun to preach political sermons, in which he distinguished with much subtlety between his fervent belief in the right of the Catholics to the franchise and his fervent belief in their eternal perdition. But most of Mr. Spray's hearers were incapable of following his subtleties, and many old-fashioned dissenters were much pained by his siding with the Catholics, while others thought he had better let politics alone. Public spirit was not held in high esteem at St. Ogg's, and men who busied themselves with political questions were regarded with some suspicion as dangerous characters. They were usually persons who had little or no business of their own to manage, or if they had, were likely enough to become insolvent. This was the general aspect of things at St. Ogg's in Mrs. Glegg's day, and at that particular period in her family history when she had had her quarrel with Mr. Tulliver. It was a time when ignorance was much more comfortable than at present, and was received with all the honours in very good society, without being obliged to dress itself in an elaborate costume of knowledge. A time when cheap periodicals were not, and when country surgeons never thought of asking their female patients if they were fond of reading, but simply took it for granted that they preferred gossip. A time when ladies in rich silk gowns wore large pockets, in which they carried a mutton bone to secure them against cramp. Mrs. Glegg carried such a bone, which she had inherited from her grandmother, with a brocaded gown that would stand up empty like a suit of armour, and a silver-headed walking-stick, for the Dodson family had been respectable for many generations. Mrs. Glegg had both a front and a back parlour in her excellent house at St. Ogg's, so that she had 2 points of view from which she could observe the weaknesses of her fellow beings, and reinforce her thankfulness for her own exceptional strength of mind. From her front windows she could look down the Tofton Road leading out of St. Ogg's, and note the growing tendency to gadding about in the wives of men not retired from business, together with a practice of wearing woven cotton stockings, which opened a dreary prospect for the coming generation. And from her back windows she could look down the pleasant garden and orchard which stretched to the river, and observe the folly of Mr. Glegg in spending his time among them flowers and vegetables. For Mr. Glegg, having retired from active business as a wool stapler for the purpose of enjoying himself through the rest of his life, had found this last occupation so much more severe than his business, that he had been driven into amateur hard labour as a dissipation, and habitually relaxed by doing the work of 2 ordinary gardeners. The economizing of a gardener's wages might perhaps have induced Mrs. Glegg to wink at this folly, if it were possible for a healthy female mind even to simulate respect for a husband's hobby. But it is well known that this conjugal complacency belongs only to the weaker portion of the sex, who are scarcely alive to the responsibilities of a wife as a constituted check on her husband's pleasures, which are hardly ever of a rational or commendable kind. Mr. Glegg, on his side, too, had a double source of mental occupation, which gave every promise of being inexhaustible. On the one hand, he surprised himself by his discoveries in natural history, finding that his piece of garden ground contained wonderful caterpillars, slugs, and insects, which, so far as he had heard, had never before attracted human observation, and he noticed remarkable coincidences between the zoological phenomena and the great events of that time, as, for example, that before the burning of York Minster there had been mysterious serpentine marks on the leaves of the rose trees, together with an unusual prevalence of slugs, which he had been puzzled to know the meaning of, until it flashed upon him with this melancholy conflagration. Mr. Glegg had an unusual amount of mental activity, which, when disengaged from the wool business, naturally made itself a pathway in other directions. And his second subject of meditation was the contrariness of the female mind, as typically exhibited in Mrs. Glegg. That a creature made, in a genealogical sense, out of a man's rib, and in this particular case maintained in the highest respectability without any trouble of her own, should be normally in a state of contradiction to the blandest propositions, and even to the most accommodating concessions, was a mystery in the scheme of things to which he had often in vain sought a clue in the early chapters of Genesis. Mr. Glegg had chosen the eldest Miss Dodson as a handsome embodiment of female prudence and thrift, and being himself of a money-getting, money-keeping turn, had calculated on much conjugal harmony. But in that curious compound, the feminine character, it may easily happen that the flavour is unpleasant in spite of excellent ingredients, and a fine systematic stinginess may be accompanied with a seasoning that quite spoils its relish. Now, good Mr. Glegg himself was stingy in the most amiable manner. His neighbours called him near, which always means that the person in question is a lovable skinflint. If you expressed a preference for cheese parings, Mr. Glegg would remember to save them for you with a good-natured delight in gratifying your palate, and he was given to pet all animals which required no appreciable keep. There was no humbug or hypocrisy about Mr. Glegg. His eyes would have watered with true feeling over the sale of a widow's furniture, which a £5 note from his side pocket would have prevented. But a donation of £5 to a person in a small way of life would have seemed to him a mad kind of lavishness rather than charity, which had always presented itself to him as a contribution of small aids, not a neutralizing of misfortune. And Mr. Glegg was just as fond of saving other people's money as his own. He would have ridden as far round to avoid a turnpike when his expenses were to be paid for him as when they were to come out of his own pocket, and was quite zealous in trying to induce indifferent acquaintances to adopt a cheap substitute for blacking. This inalienable habit of saving as an end in itself belonged to the industrious men of business of a former generation, who made their fortunes slowly, almost as the tracking of the fox belongs to the harrier. It constituted them a race which is nearly lost in these days of rapid money-getting, when lavishness comes close on the back of want. In old-fashioned times, an independence was hardly ever made without a little miserliness as a condition, and you would have found that quality in every provincial district, combined with characters as various as the fruits from which we can extract acid. The true Harpagons were always marked and exceptional characters. Not so the worthy taxpayers, who, having once pinched from real necessity, retained even in the midst of their comfortable retirement, with their wall fruit and wine bins, the habit of regarding life as an ingenious process of nibbling out one's livelihood without leaving any perceptible deficit. and who would have been as immediately prompted to give up a newly taxed luxury when they had their clear 500 a year, as when they had only £500 of capital. Mr. Glegg was one of these men, found so impracticable by Chancellors of the Exchequer, and knowing this, you will be able the better to understand why he had not swerved from the conviction that he had made an eligible marriage, in spite of the too pungent seasoning that nature had given to the eldest Miss Dodson's virtues. A man with an affectionate disposition, who finds a wife to concur with his fundamental idea of life, easily comes to persuade himself that no other woman would have suited him so well, and does a little daily snapping and quarrelling without any sense of alienation. Mr. Glegg, being of a reflective turn, and no longer occupied with wool, had much wondering meditation on the peculiar constitution of the female mind as unfolded to him in his domestic life, and yet he thought Mrs. Glegg's household ways a model for her sex. It struck him as a pitiable irregularity in other women if they did not roll up their table napkins with the same tightness and emphasis as Mrs. Glegg did, if their pastry had a less leathery consistence, and their damson cheese a less venerable hardness than hers. Nay, even the peculiar combination of grocery and drug-like odours in Mrs. Glegg's private cupboard impressed him as the only right thing in the way of cupboard smells. I am not sure that he would not have longed for the quarrelling again if it had ceased for an entire week. And it is certain that an acquiescent, mild wife would have left his meditations comparatively jejune and barren of mystery. Mr. Glegg's unmistakable kind-heartedness was shown in this, that it pained him more to see his wife at variance with others, even with Dolly the servant, than to be in a state of cavil with her himself. And the quarrel between her and Mr. Tulliver vexed him so much that it quite nullified the pleasure he would otherwise have had in the state of his early cabbages, as he walked in his garden before breakfast the next morning. Still, he went in to breakfast with some slight hope that now Mrs. Glegg had slept upon it, her anger might be subdued enough to give way to her usually strong sense of family decorum. She had been used to boast that there had never been any of those deadly quarrels among the Dodsons which had disgraced other families, that no Dodson had ever been cut off with a shilling, and no cousin of the Dodsons disowned, as indeed why should they be? For they had no cousins who had not money out at use, or some houses of their own at the very least. There was one evening cloud which had always disappeared from Mrs. Glegg's brow when she sat at the breakfast table. It was her fuzzy front of curls, for, as she occupied herself in household matters in the morning, it would have been a mere extravagance to put on anything so superfluous to the making of leathery pastry as a fuzzy curled front. By 10:30, decorum demanded the front. Until then, Mrs. Glegg could economise it, and society would never be any the wiser. But the absence of that cloud only left it more apparent that the cloud of severity remained, and Mr. Glegg, perceiving this, as he sat down to his milk porridge, which was his old frugal habit to stem his morning hunger with, prudently resolved to leave the first remark to Mrs. Glegg, lest, to so delicate an article as a lady's temper, the slightest touch should do mischief. People who seem to enjoy their ill temper have a way of keeping it in fine condition by inflicting privations on themselves. That was Mrs. Glegg's way. She made her tea weaker than usual this morning, and declined butter. It was a hard case that a vigorous mood for quarrelling, so highly capable of using any opportunity, should not meet with a single remark from Mr. Glegg on which to exercise itself.
But by and by it appeared that his silence would answer the purpose, for he heard himself apostrophised at last in that tone peculiar to the wife of one's bosom. "Well, Mr. Glegg, it's a poor return I get for making you the wife I've made you all these years. If this is the way I'm to be treated, I'd better ha' known it before my poor father died, and then, when I'd wanted a home, I should ha' gone elsewhere, as the choice was offered me." Mr. Glegg paused from his porridge, and looked up, not with any new amazement, but simply with that quiet, habitual wonder with which we regard constant mysteries. "Why, Mrs. G., what have I done now?" "Done now, Mr. Glegg? Done now? I'm sorry for you." Not seeing his way to any pertinent answer, Mr. Glegg reverted to his porridge. "There's husbands in the world," continued Mrs. Glegg after a pause, "as 'd have known how to do something different to siding with everybody else against their own wives. Perhaps I'm wrong, and you can teach me better, but I've allus heard as it's the husband's place to stand by the wife, instead of rejoicing and triumphing when folks insult her."
"Now what call have you to say that?" said Mr. Glegg, rather warmly, for though a kind man, he was not as meek as Moses. "When did I rejoice or triumph over you?"
"There's ways of doing things worse than speaking out plain, Mr. Glegg. I'd sooner you'd tell me to my face as you make light of me, than try to make out as everybody's in the right but me, and come to your breakfast in the morning as I've hardly slept an hour this night, and sulk at me as if I was the dirt under your feet." "Sulk at you?" said Mr. Glegg, in a tone of angry facetiousness. "You're like a tipsy man as thinks everybody's had too much but himself." "Don't lower yourself with using coarse language to me, Mr. Glegg. It makes you look very small, though you can't see yourself," said Mrs. Glegg, in a tone of energetic compassion. "A man in your place should set an example and talk more sensible." "Yes, but will you listen to sense?" retorted Mr. Glegg sharply. "The best sense I can talk to you is what I said last night, as you're i' the wrong to think of calling in your money when it's safe enough if you'd let it alone, all because of a bit of a tiff. And I was in hopes that you'd altered your mind this morning. But if you'd like to call it in, don't do it in a hurry now, and breed more enmity in the family, but wait till there's a pretty mortgage to be had without any trouble. You'd have to set the lawyer to work now to find an investment and make no end o' expense." Mrs. Glegg felt there was really something in this, but she tossed her head and emitted a guttural interjection to indicate that her silence was only an armistice, not a peace. And in fact, hostilities soon broke out again. "I'll thank you for my cup of tea now, Mrs. G.," said Mr. Glegg, seeing that she did not proceed to give it him as usual when he had finished his porridge. She lifted the teapot with a slight toss of the head, and said, "I'm glad to hear you'll thank me, Mr. Glegg. It's little thanks I get for what I do for folks of this world. Though there's never a woman o' your side of the family, Mr. Glegg, as is fit to stand up with me, and I'd say it if I was on my dying bed.
but not what I've allus conducted myself civil to your kin, and there isn't one of 'em can say the contrary, though my equals they aren't, and nobody shall make me say it." "You'd better leave finding fault with my kin till you've left off quarrelling with your own, Mrs. G," said Mr. Glegg, with angry sarcasm. "I'll trouble you for the milk jug." "That's as false a word as you ever spoke, Mr. Glegg," said the lady, pouring out the milk with unusual profuseness, as much as to say, if he wanted milk, he should have it with a vengeance. "And you know it's false. I'm not the woman to quarrel with my own kin. You may, for I've known you do it." "Why, what did you call it yesterday, then, leaving your sister's house in a tantrum?" "I'd no quarrel with my sister, Mr. Glegg, and it's false to say it. Mr. Tulliver's none of my blood, and it was him quarrelled with me and drove me out of the house. But perhaps you'd have had me stay and be swore at, Mr. Glegg. Perhaps you was vexed not to hear more abuse and foul language poured out upon your own wife. But let me tell you, it's your disgrace. Did ever anybody hear the like in this parish?" said Mr. Glegg, getting hot. "A woman with everything provided for her, and allowed to keep her own money, the same as if it was settled on her, and with a gig new stuffed and lined at no end of expense, and provided for when I die beyond anything she could expect, to go on in this way, biting and snapping like a mad dog. It's beyond everything, as God Almighty should have made women so." These last words were uttered in a tone of sorrowful agitation. Mr. Glegg pushed his tea from him and tapped the table with both his hands. "Well, Mr. Glegg, if those are your feelings, it's best they should be known," said Mrs. Glegg, taking off her napkin and folding it in an excited manner. "But if you talk of my being provided for beyond what I could expect, I beg leave to tell you as I'd a right to expect a many things as I don't find. And as to my being like a mad dog, it's well if you're not cried shame on by the county for your treatment of me, for it's what I can't bear, and I won't bear." Here Mrs. Glegg's voice intimated that she was going to cry, and breaking off from speech, she rang the bell violently. "Sally," she said, rising from her chair and speaking in rather a choked voice, "light a fire upstairs and put the blinds down. Mr. Glegg, you'll please to order what you'd like for dinner. I shall have gruel." Mrs. Glegg walked across the room to the small bookcase and took down Baxter's Saint's Everlasting Rest, which she carried with her upstairs. It was the book she was accustomed to lay open before her on special occasions, on wet Sunday mornings, or when she heard of a death in the family, or when, as in this case, her quarrel with Mr. Glegg had been set an octave higher than usual. But Mrs. Glegg carried something else upstairs with her, which, together with the Saint's Rest and the gruel, may have had some influence in gradually calming her feelings, and making it possible for her to endure existence on the ground floor shortly before tea-time. This was partly Mr. Glegg's suggestion that she would do well to let her 500 lie still until a good investment turned up, and further his parenthetic hint at his handsome provision for her in case of his death. Mr. Glegg, like all men of his stamp, was extremely reticent about his will, and Mrs. Glegg, in her gloomier moments, had forebodings that, like other husbands of whom she had heard, he might cherish the mean project of heightening her grief at his death by leaving her poorly off,
in which case she was firmly resolved that she would have scarcely any weeper on her bonnet, and would cry no more than if he had been a second husband. But if he had really shown her any testamentary tenderness, it would be affecting to think of him, poor man, when he was gone, and even his foolish fuss about the flowers and garden stuff, and his insistence on the subject of snails, would be touching when it was once fairly at an end. To survive Mr. Glegg, and talk eulogistically of him as a man who might have his weaknesses, but who had done the right thing by her, notwithstanding his numerous poor relations, to have sums of interest coming in more frequently, and secreted in various corners, baffling to the most ingenious of thieves, for, to Mrs. Glegg's mind, banks and strong boxes would have nullified the pleasure of property. She might as well have taken her food in capsules. Finally, to be looked up to by her own family and the neighbourhood, so as no woman can ever hope to be who has not the praetorite and present dignity comprised in being a widow well left. All this made a flattering and conciliatory view of the future, so that when good Mr. Glegg, restored to good humour by much hoeing, and moved by the sight of his wife's empty chair, with her knitting rolled up in the corner, went upstairs to her, and observed that the bell had been tolling for poor Mr. Morton, Mrs. Glegg answered magnanimously, quite as if she had been an uninjured woman. "Ah, then, there'll be a good business for somebody to take to." Baxter had been open at least 8 hours by this time, for it was nearly 5 o'clock, and if people are to quarrel often, it follows as a corollary that their quarrels cannot be protracted beyond certain limits. Mr. and Mrs. Glegg talked quite amicably about the Tullivers that evening. Mr. Glegg went the length of admitting that Mr. Tulliver was a sad man for getting into hot water, and was like enough to run through his property, and Mrs. Glegg, meeting this acknowledgment halfway, declared that it was beneath her to take notice of such a man's conduct, and that for her sister's sake she would let him keep the 500 a while longer, for when she put it out on a mortgage, she should only get 4%. End of chapter 12 of book first. Recording by Tom Denham. Chapter 13 of book first of The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denham. Mr. Tulliver further entangles the skein of life. Owing to this new adjustment of Mrs. Glegg's thoughts, Mrs. Pullet found her task of mediation the next day surprisingly easy. Mrs. Glegg, indeed, checked her rather sharply for thinking it would be necessary to tell her elder sister what was the right mode of behaviour in family matters. Mrs. Pullet's argument that it would look ill in the neighbourhood if people should have it in their power to say that there was a quarrel in the family was particularly offensive. If the family name never suffered except through Mrs. Glegg, Mrs. Pullet might lay her head on her pillow in perfect confidence. "It's not to be expected, I suppose," observed Mrs. Glegg, by way of winding up the subject, "as I shall go to the mill again before Bessie comes to see me, or as I shall go and fall down on my knees to Mr. Tulliver and ask his pardon for showing him favours. But I shall bear no malice, and when Mr. Tulliver speaks civil to me, I'll speak civil to him. Nobody has any call to tell me what's becoming." Finding it unnecessary to plead for the Tullivers, it was natural that Aunt Pullet should relax a little in her anxiety for them, and recur to the annoyance she had suffered yesterday from the offspring of that apparently ill-fated house. Mrs. Glegg heard a circumstantial narrative, to which Mr. Pullet's remarkable memory furnished some items, and while Aunt Pullet pitied poor Bessie's bad luck with her children, and expressed a half-formed project of paying for Maggie's being sent to a distant boarding school, which would not prevent her being so brown, but might tend to subdue some other vices in her, Aunt Glegg blamed Bessie for her weakness, and appealed to all witnesses who should be living when the Tulliver children had turned out ill, that she, Mrs. Glegg, had always said how it would be from the very first, observing that it was wonderful to herself how all her words came true. "Then I may call and tell Bessie you'll bear no malice, and everything be as it was before," Mrs. Pullet said just before parting. "Yes, you may, Sophy," said Mrs. Glegg. "You may tell Mr. Tulliver, and Bessie too, as I'm not going to behave ill because folks behave ill to me. I know it's my place as the eldest to set an example in every respect, and I do it. Nobody can say different of me if they'll keep to the truth." Mrs. Glegg being in this state of satisfaction in her own lofty magnanimity, I leave you to judge what effect was produced on her by the reception of a short letter from Mr. Tulliver that very evening after Mrs. Pullet's departure, informing her that she needn't trouble her mind about her £500, for it should be paid back to her in the course of the next month at farthest, together with the interest due thereon until the time of payment. And furthermore, that Mr. Tulliver had no wish to behave uncivilly to Mrs. Glegg, and she was welcome to his house whenever she liked to come, but he desired no favours from her, either for himself or his children. It was poor Mrs. Tulliver who had hastened this catastrophe, entirely through that irrepressible hopefulness of hers which led her to expect that similar causes may at any time produce different results. It had very often occurred in her experience that Mr. Tulliver had done something because other people had said he was not able to do it, or had pitied him for his supposed inability, or in any other way piqued his pride. Still, she thought today, if she told him when he came in to tea that Sister Pullet was gone to try and make everything up with Sister Glegg, so that he needn't think about paying in the money, it would have a cheerful effect to the meal. Mr. Tulliver had never slackened in his resolve to raise the money, but now he at once determined to write a letter to Mrs. Glegg, which should cut off all possibility of mistake. Mrs. Pullet gone to beg and pray for him, indeed! Mr. Tulliver did not willingly write a letter, and found the relation between spoken and written language, briefly known as spelling, one of the most puzzling things in this puzzling world. Nevertheless, like all fervid writing, the task was done in less time than usual, and if the spelling differed from Mrs. Glegg's, why, she belonged, like himself, to a generation with whom spelling was a matter of private judgment. Mrs. Glegg did not alter her will in consequence of this letter, and cut off the Tulliver children from their 6th and 7th share in her £1,000, for she had her principles. No one must be able to say of her, when she was dead, that she had not divided her money with perfect fairness among her own kin. In the matter of wills, personal qualities were subordinate to the great fundamental fact of blood, and to be determined in the distribution of your property by caprice, and not make your legacies bear a direct ratio to degrees of kinship, was a prospective disgrace that would have embittered her life. This had always been a principle in the Dodson family. It was one form of that sense of honour and rectitude which was a proud tradition in such families, a tradition which has been the salt of our provincial society. But though the letter could not shake Mrs. Glegg's principles, it made the family breach much more difficult to mend. And as to the effect it produced on Mrs. Glegg's opinion of Mr. Tulliver, she begged to be understood from that time forth that she had nothing whatever to say about him. His state of mind, apparently, was too corrupt for her to contemplate it for a moment. It was not until the evening before Tom went to school, at the beginning of August, that Mrs. Glegg paid a visit to her sister Tulliver, sitting in her gig all the while, and showing her displeasure by markedly abstaining from all advice and criticism, for, as she observed to her sister Dean, Bessie must bear the consequences of having such a husband, though I'm sorry for her. And Mrs. Dean agreed that Bessie was pitiable. That evening Tom observed to Maggie, "Oh, my, Maggie, Aunt Glegg's beginning to come again. I'm glad I'm going to school. You'll catch it all now." Maggie was already so full of sorrow at the thought of Tom's going away from her, that this playful exultation of his seemed very unkind, and she cried herself to sleep that night. Mr. Tulliver's prompt procedure entailed on him further promptitude in finding the convenient person who was desirous of lending £500 on bond. "It must be no client of Wakem's," he said to himself, and yet at the end of a fortnight it turned out to the contrary, not because Mr. Tulliver's will was feeble, but because external fact was stronger. Wakem's client was the only convenient person to be found. Mr. Tulliver had a destiny as well as Oedipus, and in this case he might plead, like Oedipus, that his deed was inflicted on him rather than committed by him. End of chapter 13. End of book first. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 1, Part 1 of Book 2 of The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Book 2, School Time. Chapter 1, Tom's First Half. Tom Tulliver's sufferings during the first quarter he was at King's Lorton, under the distinguished care of the Reverend Walter Stelling, were rather severe. At Mr. Jacob's academy, life had not presented itself to him as a difficult problem. There were plenty of fellows to play with, and Tom, being good at all active games, fighting especially, had that precedence among them which appeared to him inseparable from the personality of Tom Tulliver. Mr. Jacobs himself, familiarly known as Old Goggles from his habit of wearing spectacles, imposed no painful awe, and if it was the property of snuffy old hypocrites like him to write like copperplate and surround their signatures with arabesques, to spell without forethought, and to spout "My name is Norval" without bungling, Tom, for his part, was rather glad he was not in danger of those mean accomplishments. He was not going to be a snuffy schoolmaster, but a substantial man like his father, who used to go hunting when he was younger, and rode a capital black mare, as pretty a bit of horseflesh as ever you saw. Tom had heard what her points were 100 times. He meant to go hunting too, and to be generally respected. When people were grown up, he considered, nobody inquired about their writing and spelling. When he was a man, he should be master of everything, and do just as he liked. It had been very difficult for him to reconcile himself to the idea that his school time was to be prolonged, and that he was not to be brought up to his father's business, which he had always thought extremely pleasant, for it was nothing but riding about, giving orders, and going to market, and he thought that a clergyman would give him a great many scripture lessons, and probably make him learn the gospel and epistle on a Sunday as well as the collect. But in the absence of specific information, it was impossible for him to imagine that school and a schoolmaster would be something entirely different from the academy of Mr. Jacobs. So, not to be at a deficiency, in case of his finding genial companions, he had taken care to carry with him a small box of percussion caps. Not that there was anything particular to be done with them, but they would serve to impress strange boys with a sense of his familiarity with guns. Thus poor Tom, though he saw very clearly through Maggie's illusions, was not without illusions of his own, which were to be cruelly dissipated by his enlarged experience at King's Lorton. He had not been there a fortnight before it was evident to him that life, complicated not only with the Latin grammar, but with a new standard of English pronunciation, was a very difficult business, made all the more obscure by a thick mist of bashfulness. Tom, as you have observed, was never an exception among boys for ease of address. But the difficulty of enunciating a monosyllable in reply to Mr. or Mrs. Stelling was so great that he even dreaded to be asked at table whether he would have more pudding. As to the percussion caps, he had almost resolved, in the bitterness of his heart, that he would throw them into a neighbouring pond. For not only was he the solitary pupil, but he began even to have a certain scepticism about guns, and a general sense that his theory of life was undermined. For Mr. Stelling thought nothing of guns, or horses either, apparently, and yet it was impossible for Tom to despise Mr. Stelling as he had despised old Goggles. If there were anything that was not thoroughly genuine about Mr. Stelling, it lay quite beyond Tom's power to detect it. It is only by a wide comparison of facts that the wisest full-grown man can distinguish well-rolled barrels from more supernal thunder. Mr. Stelling was a well-sized, broad-chested man, not yet 30, with flaxen hair standing erect, and large, lightish grey eyes, which were always very wide open. He had a sonorous bass voice, and an air of defiant self-confidence, inclining to brazenness. He had entered on his career with great vigour, and intended to make a considerable impression on his fellow men. The Reverend Walter Stelling was not a man who would remain among the inferior clergy all his life. He had a true British determination to push his way in the world. As a schoolmaster, in the first place, for there were capital masterships of grammar schools to be had, and Mr. Stelling meant to have one of them. But as a preacher also, for he meant always to preach in a striking manner, so as to have his congregation swelled by admirers from neighbouring parishes, and to produce a great sensation whenever he took occasional duty for a brother clergyman of minor gifts. The style of preaching he had chosen was the extemporaneous, which was held little short of the miraculous in rural parishes like King's Lorton. Some passages of Massillon and Bourdaloue, which he knew by heart, were really very effective when rolled out in Mr. Stelling's deepest tones, but as comparatively feeble appeals of his own were delivered in the same loud and impressive manner, they were often thought quite as striking by his hearers. Mr. Stelling's doctrine was of no particular school. If anything, it had a tinge of evangelicalism, for that was the telling thing just then in the diocese to which King's Lorton belonged. In short, Mr. Stelling was a man who meant to rise in his profession, and to rise by merit clearly, since he had no interest beyond what might be promised by a problematic relationship to a great lawyer who had not yet become Lord Chancellor. A clergyman who has such vigorous intentions naturally gets a little into debt at starting. It is not to be expected that he will live in the meagre style of a man who means to be a poor curate all his life. And if the few hundreds Mr. Timpson advanced towards his daughter's fortune did not suffice for the purchase of handsome furniture, together with a stock of wine, a grand piano, and the laying out of a superior flower garden, it followed in the most rigorous manner either that these things must be procured by some other means, or else that the Reverend Mr. Stelling must go without them, which last alternative would be an absurd procrastination of the fruits of success, where success was certain. Mr. Stelling was so broad-chested and resolute that he felt equal to anything. He would become celebrated by shaking the consciences of his hearers, and he would by and by edit a Greek play and invent several new readings. He had not yet selected the play, for having been married little more than 2 years, his leisure time had been much occupied with attentions to Mrs. Stelling. But he had told that fine woman what he meant to do some day, and she felt great confidence in her husband as a man who understood everything of that sort. But the immediate step to future success was to bring on Tom Tulliver during this first half-year, for by a singular coincidence there had been some negotiation concerning another pupil from the same neighbourhood, and it might further a decision in Mr. Stelling's favour if it were understood that young Tulliver, who Mr. Stelling observed in conjugal privacy was rather a rough cub, had made prodigious progress in a short time. It was on this ground that he was severe with Tom about his lessons. He was clearly a boy whose powers would never be developed through the medium of the Latin grammar without the application of some sternness. Not that Mr. Stelling was a harsh-tempered or unkind man, quite the contrary. He was jocose with Tom at table, and corrected his provincialisms and his deportment in the most playful manner. But poor Tom was only the more cowed and confused by this double novelty, for he had never been used to jokes at all like Mr. Stelling's, and for the first time in his life he had a painful sense that he was all wrong somehow. When Mr. Stelling said, as the roast beef was being uncovered, "Now, Tulliver, which would you rather decline, roast beef or the Latin for it?" Tom, to whom in his coolest moments a pun would have been a hard nut, was thrown into a state of embarrassed alarm that made everything dim to him, except the feeling that he would rather not have anything to do with Latin. Of course he answered, "Roast beef," whereupon there followed much laughter and some practical joking with the plates, from which Tom gathered that he had in some mysterious way refused beef, and in fact made himself appear a silly. If he could have seen a fellow pupil undergo these painful operations and survive them in good spirits, he might sooner have taken them as a matter of course. But there are 2 expensive forms of education, either of which a parent may procure for his son by sending him as a solitary pupil to a clergyman. One is the enjoyment of the reverend gentleman's undivided neglect, the other is the endurance of the reverend gentleman's undivided attention. It was the latter privilege for which Mr. Tulliver paid a high price in Tom's initiatory months at King's Lorton. That respectable miller and maltster had left Tom behind, and driven homeward in a state of great mental satisfaction. He considered that it was a happy moment for him when he had thought of asking Riley's advice about a tutor for Tom. Mr. Stelling's eyes were so wide open, and he talked in such an off-hand, matter-of-fact way, answering every difficult, slow remark of Mr. Tulliver's with, "I see, my good sir, I see." To be sure. You want your son to be a man who will make his way in the world," that Mr. Tulliver was delighted to find in him a clergyman whose knowledge was so applicable to the everyday affairs of this life. Except Councillor Wilde, whom he had heard at the last sessions, Mr. Tulliver thought the Reverend Mr. Stelling was the shrewdest fellow he had ever met with, not unlike Wilde, in fact. He had the same way of sticking his thumbs in the armholes of his waistcoat. Mr. Tulliver was not by any means an exception in mistaking brazenness for shrewdness. Most laymen thought Stelling shrewd, and a man of remarkable powers generally. It was chiefly by his clerical brethren that he was considered rather a dull fellow. But he told Mr. Tulliver several stories about swing and incendiarism, and asked his advice about feeding pigs in so thoroughly secular and judicious a manner, with so much polished glibness of tongue, that the miller thought here was the very thing he wanted for Tom. He had no doubt this first-rate man was acquainted with every branch of information, and knew exactly what Tom must learn in order to become a match for the lawyers, which poor Mr. Tulliver himself did not know, and was so necessarily thrown for self-direction on this wide kind of inference. It is hardly fair to laugh at him, for I have known much more highly instructed persons than he make inferences quite as wide, and not at all wiser. As for Mrs. Tulliver, finding that Mrs. Stelling's views as to the airing of linen and the frequent recurrence of hunger in a growing boy entirely coincided with her own, moreover, that Mrs. Stelling, though so young a woman, and only anticipating her second confinement, had gone through very nearly the same experience as herself with regard to the behaviour and fundamental character of the monthly nurse, she expressed great contentment to her husband, when they drove away, at leaving Tom with a woman who, in spite of her youth, seemed quite sensible and motherly, and asked advice as prettily as could be. "They must be very well off, though," said Mrs. Tulliver, "for everything's as nice as can be all over the house, and that watered silk she had on cost a pretty penny. Sister Pullit's got one like it." "Ah," said Mr. Tulliver, "he's got some income besides the curacy, I reckon. Perhaps her father allows him something. There's Tom'll be another 100 to him, and not much trouble either by his own account. He says teaching comes natural to him. That's wonderful now," added Mr. Tulliver, turning his head on one side, and giving his horse a meditative tickling on the flank. Perhaps it was because teaching came naturally to Mr. Stelling that he set about it with that uniformity of method and independence of circumstances which distinguish the actions of animals understood to be under the immediate teaching of nature. Mr. Broderip's amiable beaver, as that charming naturalist tells us, busied himself as earnestly in constructing a dam in a room up 3 pairs of stairs in London as if he had been laying his foundation in a stream or lake in Upper Canada. It was Binny's function to build. The absence of water or of possible progeny was an accident for which he was not accountable. With the same unerring instinct, Mr. Stelling set to work at his natural method of instilling the Eton grammar and Euclid into the mind of Tom Tulliver. This, he considered, was the only basis of solid instruction. All other means of education were mere charlatanism, and could produce nothing better than smatterers. Fixed on this firm basis, a man might observe the display of various or special knowledge made by irregularly educated people with a pitying smile. All that sort of thing was very well, but it was impossible these people could form sound opinions. In holding this conviction, Mr. Stelling was not biased, as some tutors have been, by the excessive accuracy or extent of his own scholarship, and as to his views about Euclid, no opinion could have been freer from personal partiality. Mr. Stelling was very far from being led astray by enthusiasm, either religious or intellectual. On the other hand, he had no secret belief that everything was humbug. He thought religion was a very excellent thing, and Aristotle a great authority, and deaneries and prebends useful institutions, and Great Britain the providential bulwark of Protestantism, and faith in the unseen a great support to afflicted minds. He believed in all these things as a Swiss hotel keeper believes in the beauty of the scenery around him, and in the pleasure it gives to artistic visitors. And in the same way, Mr. Stelling believed in his method of education. He had no doubt that he was doing the very best thing for Mr. Tulliver's boy. Of course, when the miller talked of mapping and summing in a vague and diffident manner, Mr. Stelling had set his mind at rest by an assurance that he understood what was wanted. For how was it possible the good man could form any reasonable judgment about the matter? Mr. Stelling's duty was to teach the lad in the only right way. Indeed, he knew no other. He had not wasted his time in the acquirement of anything abnormal. He very soon set down poor Tom as a thoroughly stupid lad, for though by hard labour he could get particular declensions into his brain, anything so abstract as the relation between cases and terminations could by no means get such a lodgment there as to enable him to recognise a chance genitive or dative. This struck Mr. Stelling as something more than natural stupidity. He suspected obstinacy, or at any rate indifference, and lectured Tom severely on his want of thorough application. "You feel no interest in what you're doing, sir," Mr. Stelling would say. And the reproach was painfully true. Tom had never found any difficulty in discerning a pointer from a setter, when once he had been told the distinction, and his perceptive powers were not at all deficient. I fancy they were quite as strong as those of the Reverend Mr. Stelling, for Tom could predict with accuracy what number of horses were cantering behind him. He could throw a stone right into the centre of a given ripple. He could guess to a fraction how many lengths of his stick it would take to reach across the playground, and could draw almost perfect squares on his slate without any measurement. But Mr. Stelling took no note of these things. He only observed that Tom's faculties failed him before the abstractions hideously symbolized to him in the pages of the Eton grammar, and that he was in a state bordering on idiocy with regard to the demonstration that two given triangles must be equal, though he could discern with great promptitude and certainty the fact that they were equal. Whence Mr. Stelling concluded that Tom's brain, being peculiarly impervious to etymology and demonstrations, was peculiarly in need of being ploughed and harrowed by these patent implements. It was his favourite metaphor that the classics and geometry constituted that culture of the mind which prepared it for the reception of any subsequent crop. I say nothing against Mr. Stelling's theory. If we are to have one regimen for all minds, his seems to me as good as any other. I only know it turned out as uncomfortably for Tom Tulliver as if he had been plied with cheese in order to remedy a gastric weakness which prevented him from digesting it. It is astonishing what a different result one gets by changing the metaphor. Once call the brain an intellectual stomach, and one's ingenious conception of the classics and geometry as ploughs and harrows seems to settle nothing. But then it is open to someone else to follow great authorities, and call the mind a sheet of white paper or a mirror, in which case one's knowledge of the digestive process becomes quite irrelevant. It was doubtless an ingenious idea to call the camel the ship of the desert, but it would hardly lead one far in training that useful beast. O Aristotle, if you had had the advantage of being the freshest modern instead of the greatest ancient, would you not have mingled your praise of metaphorical speech as a sign of high intelligence with a lamentation that intelligence so rarely shows itself in speech without metaphor, that we can so seldom declare what a thing is except by saying it is something else? Tom Tulliver, being abundant in no form of speech, did not use any metaphor to declare his views as to the nature of Latin. He never called it an instrument of torture, and it was not until he had got on some way in the next half-year, and in the Delectus, that he was advanced enough to call it a bore and beastly stuff. At present, in relation to this demand that he should learn Latin declensions and conjugations, Tom was in a state of as blank unimaginativeness concerning the cause and tendency of his sufferings as if he had been an innocent shrew mouse imprisoned in the split trunk of an ash tree in order to cure lameness in cattle. It is doubtless almost incredible to instructed minds of the present day that a boy of 12, not belonging strictly to the masses, who are now understood to have the monopoly of mental darkness, should have had no distinct idea how there came to be such a thing as Latin on this earth. Yet so it was with Tom. It would have taken a long while to make conceivable to him that there ever existed a people who had bought and sold sheep and oxen, and transacted the everyday affairs of life through the medium of this language, and still longer to make him understand why he should be called upon to learn it, when its connection with those affairs had become entirely latent. So far as Tom had gained any acquaintance with the Romans at Mr. Jacob's academy, his knowledge was strictly correct, but it went no farther than the fact that they were in the New Testament, and Mr. Stelling was not the man to enfeeble and emasculate his pupil's mind by simplifying and explaining, or to reduce the tonic effect of etymology by mixing it with smattering, extraneous information such as is given to girls. Yet, strange to say, under this vigorous treatment, Tom became more like a girl than he had ever been in his life before. He had a large share of pride, which had hitherto found itself very comfortable in the world, despising old goggles and reposing in the sense of unquestioned rights. But now this same pride met with nothing but bruises and crushings. Tom was too clear-sighted not to be aware that Mr. Stelling's standard of things was quite different, and was certainly something higher in the eyes of the world than that of the people he had been living amongst, and that, brought in contact with it, he, Tom Tulliver, appeared uncouth and stupid. He was by no means indifferent to this, and his pride got into an uneasy condition which quite nullified his boyish self-satisfaction, and gave him something of the girl's susceptibility. He was of a very firm, not to say obstinate disposition, but there was no brute-like rebellion and recklessness in his nature. The human sensibilities predominated, and if it had occurred to him that he could enable himself to show some quickness at his lessons, and so acquire Mr. Stelling's approbation by standing on one leg for an inconvenient length of time, or rapping his head moderately against the wall, or any voluntary action of that sort, he would certainly have tried it. But no, Tom had never heard that these measures would brighten the understanding or strengthen the verbal memory, and he was not given to hypothesis and experiment. It did occur to him that he could perhaps get some help by praying for it, but as the prayers he said every evening were forms learned by heart, he rather shrank from the novelty and irregularity of introducing an extempore passage on a topic of petition for which he was not aware of any precedent. But one day, when he had broken down for the 5th time in the supines of the third conjugation, and Mr. Stelling, convinced that this must be carelessness, since it transcended the bounds of possible stupidity, had lectured him very seriously, pointing out that if he failed to seize the present golden opportunity of learning supines, he would have to regret it when he became a man. Tom, more miserable than usual, determined to try his sole resource, and that evening, after his usual form of prayer for his parents and little sister, he had begun to pray for Maggie when she was a baby, and that he might be able always to keep God's commandments, he added, in the same low whisper, "And please to make me always remember my Latin." He paused a little to consider how he should pray about Euclid, whether he should ask to see what it meant, or whether there was any other mental state which would be more applicable to the case. But at last he added, "And make Mr. Stelling say I shan't do Euclid any more. Amen." The fact that he got through his supines without mistake the next day encouraged him to persevere in this appendix to his prayers, and neutralized any scepticism that might have arisen from Mr. Stelling's continued demand for Euclid. But his faith broke down under the apparent absence of all help when he got into the irregular verbs. It seemed clear that Tom's despair under the caprices of the present tense did not constitute a nodus worthy of interference, and since this was the climax of his difficulties, where was the use of praying for help any longer? He made up his mind to this conclusion in one of his dull, lonely evenings, which he spent in the study preparing his lessons for the morrow. His eyes were apt to get dim over the page, though he hated crying and was ashamed of it. He couldn't help thinking with some affection even of Spouncer, whom he used to fight and quarrel with. He would have felt at home with Spouncer, and in a condition of superiority. And then the mill, and the river, and Yap pricking up his ears, ready to obey the least sign when Tom said "Hoy!" would all come before him in a sort of calenture, when his fingers played absently in his pocket with his great knife and his coil of whipcord and other relics of the past. Tom, as I said, had never been so much like a girl in his life before, and at that epoch of irregular verbs his spirit was further depressed by a new means of mental development which had been thought of for him out of school hours. Mrs. Stelling had lately had her second baby, and as nothing could be more salutary for a boy than to feel himself useful, Mrs. Stelling considered she was doing Tom a service by setting him to watch the little cherub Laura while the nurse was occupied with the sickly baby. It was quite a pretty employment for Tom to take little Laura out in the sunniest hour of the autumn day. It would help to make him feel that Lawton Parsonage was a home for him, and that he was one of the family. The little cherub Laura, not being an accomplished walker at present, had a ribbon fastened round her waist, by which Tom held her as if she had been a little dog during the minutes in which she chose to walk. But as these were rare, he was for the most part carrying this fine child round and round the garden within sight of Mrs. Stelling's window, according to orders. If anyone considers this unfair and even oppressive towards Tom, I beg him to consider that there are feminine virtues which are with difficulty combined, even if they are not incompatible. When the wife of a poor curate contrives, under all her disadvantages, to dress extremely well, and to have a style of coiffure which requires that her nurse shall occasionally officiate as lady's maid, when, moreover, her dinner parties and her drawing-room show that effort at elegance and completeness of appointment to which ordinary women might imagine a large income necessary, it would be unreasonable to expect of her that she should employ a second nurse, or even act as a nurse herself. Mr. Stelling knew better. He saw that his wife did wonders already, and was proud of her. It was certainly not the best thing in the world for young Tulliver's gait to carry a heavy child, but he had plenty of exercise in long walks with himself, and next half-year Mr. Stelling would see about having a drilling master. Among the many means whereby Mr. Stelling intended to be more fortunate than the bulk of his fellow men, he had entirely given up that of having his own way in his own house. What then? He had married as kind a little soul as ever breathed, according to Mr. Riley, who had been acquainted with Mrs. Stelling's blonde ringlets and smiling demeanour throughout her maiden life, and on the strength of that knowledge would have been ready any day to pronounce that whatever domestic differences might arise in her married life must be entirely Mr. Stelling's fault. If Tom had had a worse disposition, he would certainly have hated the little cherub Laura, but he was too kind-hearted a lad for that. There was too much in him of the fibre that turns to true manliness and to protecting pity for the weak. I am afraid he hated Mrs. Stelling, and contracted a lasting dislike to pale blonde ringlets and broad plaits, as directly associated with haughtiness of manner and a frequent reference to other people's duty. But he couldn't help playing with little Laura and liking to amuse her. He even sacrificed his percussion caps for her sake, in despair of their ever serving a greater purpose, thinking the small flash and bang would delight her, and thereby drawing down on himself a rebuke from Mrs. Stelling for teaching her child to play with fire. Laura was a sort of playfellow, and oh, how Tom longed for playfellows! In his secret heart he yearned to have Maggie with him, and was almost ready to dote on her exasperating acts of forgetfulness, though when he was at home he always represented it as a great favour on his part to let Maggie trot by his side on his pleasure excursions. And before this dreary half-year was ended, Maggie actually came. Mrs. Stelling had given a general invitation for the little girl to come and stay with her brother. So when Mr. Tulliver drove over to King's Lorton late in October, Maggie came too, with the sense that she was taking a great journey and beginning to see the world. It was Mr. Tulliver's first visit to see Tom, for the lad must learn not to think too much about home. End of Part 1 of Book 2, Chapter 1. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 1, Part 2 of Book 2 of The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. School Time Continued. "Well, my lad," he said to Tom when Mr. Stelling had left the room to announce the arrival to his wife, and Maggie had begun to kiss Tom freely, "you look rarely. School agrees with you." Tom wished he had looked rather ill. "I don't think I am well, father," said Tom. "I wish you'd ask Mr. Stelling not to let me do Euclid. It brings on the toothache, I think." The toothache was the only malady to which Tom had ever been subject. "Euclid, my lad? Why, what's that?" said Mr. Tulliver. "Oh, I don't know. It's definitions and axioms and triangles and things. It's a book I've got to learn in. There's no sense in it." Go, said Mr. Tulliver reprovingly. "You mustn't say so. You must learn what your master tells you. He knows what it's right for you to learn." "I'll help you now, Tom," said Maggie, with a little air of patronising consolation. "I'm come to stay ever so long if Mrs. Stelling asks me. I've brought my box and my pinafores, haven't I, father?" "You help me, you silly little thing," said Tom, in such high spirits at this announcement that he quite enjoyed the idea of confounding Maggie by showing her a page of Euclid. "I should like to see you doing one of my lessons. Why, I learn Latin too." "Girls never learn such things. They're too silly." "I know what Latin is very well," said Maggie confidently. "Latin's a language. There are Latin words in the dictionary. There's bonus, a gift." "Now you're just wrong there, Miss Maggie," said Tom, secretly astonished. "You think you're very wise, but bonus means good, as it happens. Bonus, bona, bonum." "Well, that's no reason why it shouldn't mean gift," said Maggie stoutly. "It may mean several things. Almost every word does. There's lawn. It means the grass plot, as well as the stuff pocket handkerchiefs are made of." "Well done, little un," said Mr. Tulliver, laughing, while Tom felt rather disgusted with Maggie's knowingness, though beyond measure cheerful at the thought that she was going to stay with him. Her conceit would soon be overawed by the actual inspection of his books. Mrs. Stelling, in her pressing invitation, did not mention a longer time than a week for Maggie's stay, but Mr. Stelling, who took her between his knees and asked her where she stole her dark eyes from, insisted that she must stay a fortnight. Maggie thought Mr. Stelling was a charming man, and Mr. Tulliver was quite proud to leave his little wench where she would have an opportunity of showing her cleverness to appreciating strangers. So it was agreed that she should not be fetched home till the end of the fortnight. "Now then, come with me into the study, Maggie," said Tom as their father drove away. "What do you shake and toss your head now for, you silly?" he continued, for though her hair was now under a new dispensation and was brushed smoothly behind her ears, she seemed still in imagination to be tossing it out of her eyes. "It makes you look as if you were crazy." "Oh, I can't help it," said Maggie impatiently. "Don't tease me, Tom." "Oh, what books!" she exclaimed as she saw the bookcases in the study. "How I should like to have as many books as that." "Why, you couldn't read one of 'em," said Tom triumphantly. "They're all Latin." "No, they aren't," said Maggie. "I can read the back of this. History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire." "Well, what does that mean? You don't know," said Tom, wagging his head. "But I could soon find out," said Maggie scornfully. "Why, how?" "I should look inside and see what it was about." "You'd better not, Miss Maggie," said Tom, seeing her hand on the volume. "Mr. Stelling lets nobody touch his books without leave, and I shall catch it if you take it out." "Oh, very well. Let me see all your books, then," said Maggie, turning to throw her arms round Tom's neck and rub his cheek with her small round nose. Tom, in the gladness of his heart at having dear old Maggie to dispute with and crow over again, seized her round the waist and began to jump with her round the large library table. Away they jumped with more and more vigour, till Maggie's hair flew from behind her ears and twirled about like an animated mop. But the revolutions round the table became more and more irregular in their sweep, till, at last reaching Mr. Stelling's reading stand, they sent it thundering down with its heavy lexicons to the floor. Happily it was the ground floor, and the study was a one-storied wing to the house, so that the downfall made no alarming resonance, though Tom stood dizzy and aghast for a few minutes, dreading the appearance of Mr. or Mrs. Stelling. "Oh, I say, Maggie," said Tom at last, lifting up the stand, "we must keep quiet here, you know. If we break anything, Mrs. Stelling'll make us cry peccavi." "What's that?" said Maggie. "Oh, it's the Latin for a good scolding," said Tom, not without some pride in his knowledge. "Is she a cross woman?" said Maggie. "I believe you," said Tom, with an emphatic nod. "I think all women are crosser than men," said Maggie. "Aunt Glegg's a great deal crosser than Uncle Glegg, and mother scolds me more than father does." "Well, you'll be a woman some day," said Tom, "so you needn't talk." "But I shall be a clever woman," said Maggie, with a toss. "Oh, I dare say, and a nasty conceited thing. Everybody'll hate you." "But you oughtn't to hate me, Tom. It'll be very wicked of you, for I shall be your sister." "Yes, but if you're a nasty, disagreeable thing, I shall hate you." "Oh, but Tom, you won't. I shan't be disagreeable. I shall be very good to you, and I shall be good to everybody. You won't hate me really, will you, Tom?" "Oh, bother, never mind. Come, it's time for me to learn my lessons. See here what I've got to do," said Tom, drawing Maggie towards him and showing her his theorem, while she pushed her hair behind her ears and prepared herself to prove her capability of helping him in Euclid. She began to read with full confidence in her own powers, but presently, becoming quite bewildered, her face flushed with irritation. It was unavoidable. She must confess her incompetency, and she was not fond of humiliation. "It's nonsense," she said, "and very ugly stuff. Nobody need want to make it out." "Ah, there now, Miss Maggie," said Tom, drawing the book away and wagging his head at her. "You see you're not so clever as you thought you were." "Oh," said Maggie, pouting, "I dare say I could make it out if I'd learned what goes before, as you have." "But that's what you just couldn't, Miss Wisdom," said Tom, "for it's all the harder when you know what goes before, for then you've got to say what definition 3 is, and what axiom 5 is. But get along with you now. I must get on with this. Here's the Latin grammar. See what you can make of that." Maggie found the Latin grammar quite soothing after her mathematical mortification, for she delighted in new words, and quickly found that there was an English key at the end, which would make her very wise about Latin at slight expense. She presently made up her mind to skip the rules in the syntax. The examples became so absorbing. These mysterious sentences, snatched from an unknown context, like strange horns of beasts and leaves of unknown plants, brought from some far-off region, gave boundless scope to her imagination. and were all the more fascinating because they were in a peculiar tongue of their own, which she could learn to interpret. It was really very interesting, the Latin grammar that Tom had said no girls could learn, and she was proud because she found it interesting. The most fragmentary examples were her favourites. Mors omnibus est communis would have been jejune, only she liked to know the Latin. But the fortunate gentleman whom everyone congratulated because he had a son endowed with such a disposition afforded her a great deal of pleasant conjecture, and she was quite lost in the thick grove penetrable by no star, when Tom called out, "Now then, Magsy, give us the grammar." "Oh, Tom, it's such a pretty book," she said, as she jumped out of the large armchair to give it him. "It's much prettier than the dictionary. I could learn Latin very soon. I don't think it's at all hard." "Oh, I know what you've been doing," said Tom. "You've been reading the English at the end. Any donkey can do that." Tom seized the book and opened it with a determined and businesslike air, as much as to say that he had a lesson to learn which no donkeys would find themselves equal to. Maggie, rather piqued, turned to the bookcases to amuse herself with puzzling out the titles. Presently Tom called to her, "Here, Magsy, come and hear if I can say this. Stand at that end of the table where Mr. Stelling sits when he hears me." Maggie obeyed and took the open book. "Where do you begin, Tom?" "Oh, I begin at appellativa arborum, because I say all over again what I've been learning this week." Tom sailed along pretty well for 3 lines, and Maggie was beginning to forget her office of prompter in speculating as to what mass could mean, which came twice over when he stuck fast at sunt etiam volucrum. "Don't tell me, Maggie." "Sunt etiam volucrum, sunt etiam volucrum, ut ostria situs." "No," said Maggie, opening her mouth and shaking her head. "Sunt etiam volucrum," said Tom very slowly, as if the next words might be expected to come sooner when he gave them this strong hint that they were waited for. "C-E-U," said Maggie, getting impatient. "Oh, I know. Hold your tongue," said Tom. "Seu passe hirundo ferrarum. Tom took his pencil and made several hard dots with it on his book cover. "Ferrarum." Oh dear, Tom," said Maggie. "What a time you are. Ut Austria." "No," said Maggie. "Ut Tigris." "Oh, yes, now I can do," said Tom. "It was Tigris vulpes. I'd forgotten. Ut Tigris vulpes et piscium." With some further stammering and repetition, Tom got through the next few lines. "Now then," he said, "the next is what I've just learned for tomorrow. Give me hold of the book a minute." After some whispered gabbling, assisted by the beating of his fist on the table, Tom returned the book. "Mascula nomina in A," he began. "No, Tom," said Maggie, "that doesn't come next. It's nomen concrescens genitivo." "Crescens genitivo?" exclaimed Tom with a derisive laugh. For Tom had learned this omitted passage for his yesterday's lesson, and a young gentleman does not require an intimate or extensive acquaintance with Latin before he can feel the pitiable absurdity of a false quantity. "Crescens genitivo! What a little silly you are, Maggie." "Well, you needn't laugh, Tom, for you didn't remember it at all. I'm sure it's spelt so. How was I to know?" "Fie! I told you girls couldn't learn Latin. It's
It's nomen concrescens genitivo." "Very well, then," said Maggie, pouting. "I could say that as well as you can, and you don't mind your stops, for you ought to stop twice as long at a semicolon as you do at a comma, and you make the longest stops where there ought to be no stop at all." "Oh, well, don't chatter. Let me go on." They were presently fetched to spend the rest of the evening in the drawing-room, and Maggie became so animated with Mr. Stelling, who she felt sure admired her cleverness, that Tom was rather amazed and alarmed at her audacity. But she was suddenly subdued by Mr. Stelling's alluding to a little girl of whom he had heard that she once ran away to the gipsies. "What a very odd little girl that must be," said Mrs. Stelling, meaning to be playful, but a playfulness that turned on her supposed oddity was not at all to Maggie's taste. She feared Mr. Stelling, after all, did not think much of her, and went to bed in rather low spirits. Mrs. Stelling, she felt, looked at her as if she thought her hair was very ugly because it hung down straight behind. Nevertheless, it was a very happy fortnight to Maggie, this visit to Tom. She was allowed to be in the study while he had his lessons, and in her various readings got very deep into the examples in the Latin grammar. The astronomer, who hated women generally, caused her so much puzzling speculation that she one day asked Mr. Stelling if all astronomers hated women, or whether it was only this particular astronomer. But forestalling his answer, she said, "I suppose it's all astronomers, because, you know, they live up in high towers, and if the women came there they might talk and hinder them from looking at the stars." Mr. Stelling liked her prattle immensely, and they were on the best terms. She told Tom she should like to go to school to Mr. Stelling as he did, and learn just the same things. She knew she could do Euclid, for she had looked into it again, and she saw what A, B, C meant. They were the names of the lines. "I'm sure you couldn't do it now," said Tom, "and I'll just ask Mr. Stelling if you could." "I don't mind," said the little conceited minx. "I'll ask him myself." "Mr. Stelling," she said that same evening when they were in the drawing-room, "couldn't I do Euclid and all Tom's lessons if you were to teach me instead of him?" "No, you couldn't," said Tom indignantly. "Girls can't do Euclid, can they, sir?"
"They can pick up a little of everything, I dare say," said Mr. Stelling. "They've a great deal of superficial cleverness, but they couldn't go far into anything. They're quick and shallow." Tom, delighted with this verdict, telegraphed his triumph by wagging his head at Maggie behind Mr. Stelling's chair. As for Maggie, she had hardly ever been so mortified. She had been so proud to be called quick all her little life, and now it appeared that this quickness was the brand of inferiority. It would have been better to be slow like Tom. "Ha ha, Miss Maggie," said Tom when they were alone. "You see, it's not such a fine thing to be quick. You'll never go far into anything, you know." And Maggie was so oppressed by this dreadful destiny that she had no spirit for a retort. But when this small apparatus of shallow quickness was fetched away in the gig by Luke, and the study was once more quite lonely for Tom, he missed her grievously. He had really been brighter, and had got through his lessons better since she had been there. And she had asked Mr. Stelling so many questions about the Roman Empire, and whether there really ever was a man who said in Latin, "I would not buy it for a farthing or a rotten nut," or whether that had only been turned into Latin, that Tom had actually come to a dim understanding of the fact that there had once been people upon the earth who were so fortunate as to know Latin without learning it through the medium of the Eton grammar. This luminous idea was a great addition to his historical acquirements during this half-year, which were otherwise confined to an epitomised history of the Jews. But the dreary half-year did come to an end. How glad Tom was to see the last yellow leaves fluttering before the cold wind. The dark afternoons and the first December snow seemed to him far livelier than the August sunshine, and that he might make himself the surer about the flight of the days that were carrying him homeward, he stuck 21 sticks deep in a corner of the garden when he was 3 weeks from the holidays, and pulled one up every day with a great wrench, throwing it to a distance with a vigour of will which would have carried it to limbo if it had been in the nature of sticks to travel so far. But it was worth purchasing, even at the heavy price of the Latin grammar, the happiness of seeing the bright light in the parlour at home as the gig passed noiselessly over the snow-covered bridge, the happiness of passing from the cold air to the warmth, and the kisses and the smiles of that familiar hearth, where the pattern of the rug and the grate and the fire-irons were first ideas that it was no more possible to criticise than the solidity and extension of matter. There is no sense of ease like the ease we felt in those scenes where we were born, where objects become dear to us before we had known the labour of choice, and where the outer world seemed only an extension of our own personality. We accepted and loved it as we accepted our own sense of existence and our own limbs. Very commonplace, even ugly, that furniture of our early home might look if it were put up to auction. An improved taste in upholstery scorns it, and is not the striving after something better and better in our surroundings the grand characteristic that distinguishes man from the brute, or to satisfy a scrupulous accuracy of definition that distinguishes the British man from the foreign brute? But heaven knows where that striving might lead us, if our affections had not a trick of twining round those old inferior things, if the loves and sanctities of our life had no deep immovable roots in memory. One's delight in an elderberry bush, overhanging the confused leafage of a hedgerow bank, as a more gladdening sight than the finest cistus or fuchsia spreading itself on the softest undulating turf, is an entirely unjustifiable preference to a landscape gardener, or to any of those severely regulated minds who are free from the weakness of any attachment that does not rest on a demonstrable superiority of qualities. And there is no better reason for preferring this elderberry bush than that it stirs an early memory, that it is no novelty in my life, speaking to me merely through my present sensibilities to form and colour, but the long companion of my existence, that wove itself into my joys when joys were vivid. End of Chapter 1 of Book 2. Recording by Tom Denholm.